Good morning, friends.
Hi, everyone. I believe Warren gets the belt today. Well done, Warren.
That's right.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Zabo's a Bucs guy.
Oh,
no.
Isn't Damien a Bucks guy?
Damian Barling?
Yeah.
He just likes Baker.
Oh,
I don't know that he's a fan that is gonna be emotionally distressed by whatever the fuck happened last night.
That was not good.
Zabo, you're brave for tuning. That was a loss that I'm not tuning into sports radio.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna talk about it. I'm sorry. Hey, Mrs. Mac, vibes are way up today. What's up, y'all? What's up, Jason? What's up, David? Sports leader, nice.
Leader
yeah.
Cola.
What's up, Chester? Oh, no. What up, Manny? Ramsey in here, of course. Warren, who got the belt.
Is it going to be 100 today?
Oh, yeah. What up, Spencer? What's up, Westsack? Loki Trickster in the building.
Hi, Spencer. I don't care if it's 100 today. I decided 2 weeks ago to switch to sweatshirts and quarter zips and full zips, and it's on.
Oh, we're so close. Middle of next week. Here we go. All right, lots to get to. I don't mind that it's hot. Okay. I do. I would prefer it be colder. I like hoodie weather, right?
Yeah.
But I don't hate that, like, okay, yeah, it's still hot out. No, I hate that it's, the effect of global warming.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big fan of climate change, but
Nope.
that's a bigger conversation. I don't mind that it's hot. I mind that when I go to bed, I still can't have my windows open. That's outrageous. It's October 3rd. I should be able to open my damn windows.
Okay.
But no, it's 79 degrees at 10 p.m. Ridiculous.
I've been able to open the windows the last couple of, the last
Must
2 weeks.
be nice.
It does help if you're near the water.
Sure.
You do have the creek in the backyard.
I do. I do have waterfront property. Thank you.
Waterfront property.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, Kyle. Like, I made a decision a while ago, 2 weeks ago, that I was ready to change wardrobes and be ready for the fall.
Sure.
And I'm not going back.
I respect the commitment to the bit, but dog, I'm in shorts and t-shirt. I'm
not outside all that often.
I
go from one place to the next, and I'm always inside, and then you come in here, and it's freezing cold.
The issue for me is the drive home. I got to get in my car, and then it's hot. As soon as I get in my car. And if I'm wearing a hoodie, and then I got long pants, I was like, oh. And then it's miserable. I got to be in the car for 2 hours. No thanks.
I can just preset that when I get in the car, it's already 70 degrees.
All right, bro. Well, that's you. God. Oh, hey, just live by a man-made lake and just drive a Tesla.
That's right.
Jesus. Dude, gut-wrenching night of sports last night.
Yeah, tough. There's some
losses. Two losses that if I was a fan of either the Brewers or the Buccaneers, and God bless the few people out there who are fans of both. This is I'm not tuning into sports talk radio. I'm not listening to sports podcasts. I'm not turning on any television. No sports television. I am disassociating from sports for the day and maybe for the weekend. You can't even go on social media because if you're a Buccaneers fan, we'll start there with that Thursday night game.
Yeah.
If you're a Buccaneers fan, you can't even go on social media because it's, look at Kirk Cousins leading the swag surf. Kirk Cousins has thrown for more yards last night than the Patriots have through 4 weeks. There have been 2 400-plus yard games this year. They both belong to Kirk Cousins. Like, it's just, you're just beat over the head with it. Shout out to Zabo in the YouTube chat. Buccaneers fan tuning into sports radio today. Salute, bro. You're a better person than me.
It's a tough look. I mean, Kirk Cousins is finding his groove with that team, and people around the league should be like, oh, because they have so much talent that if he does actually figure out how to, make a player like Kyle Pitts like functional, what he's done to Drake London, to Darnell Mooney, like all of a sudden that team is rolling. I don't know. It's an intriguing team, right? And
yes.
Overall, like this is what I want Thursday Night Football to look like that. I don't care who it is. Like, let's get some good games going. And for me, that was a fun game. We talked about it before, how much we wanted to watch that game. Yeah, I'm in. Like, that was both of those teams are legitimate teams. And I'm here for just good football on a Thursday night where you're not all stressed out about who is, like whether it's the Niners or not. But we did make the mistake. Me and my son, we made the mistake of not starting Mike Evans.
Tough. We said going into last night, hey, this is going to be a fun game.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun Thursday night game. And it delivered 66 points. But here's the deal, bro. It's not just that the Buccaneers lost in overtime. It is how they lost. That if this was ESPN 1320 Tampa Bay, it's the type of loss that would have made me get on the radio and say, hey, is Todd Bowles the right coach for this team?
Oh,
is anything that was a absolute freaking disaster class. If you missed it, let's run through the play-by-play. Levante David, Buccaneers linebacker, intercepts a pass with Tampa Bay up by 3 as a 4th and 15 pass. Tampa Bay up by 3. He intercepts it. A minute 52 to go. Tampa Bay has the ball on Atlanta's 28-yard line. If they kneel it out 3 times, they're looking at like a 48-yard field goal, which not impossible in a dome, right? They proceed, and Atlanta has 3 timeouts. So worst case scenario, you're looking at, okay, kneel it 3 times, they burn their timeouts, we kick a field goal, and they have a minute-ish and no timeouts to have to go score a touchdown. The Buccaneers proceed to run a play that loses 3 yards. Then they get a holding penalty. And then they throw a pass that loses 2 yards. And then they run it up the middle for a yard. They end up punting. Back to the Falcons.
That's wild.
The Falcons go down. The Younghoe Koo hits the 52-yard field goal after a delay of game penalty, by the way, because the Falcons were busy celebrating that they got a long play to get into field goal range. Instead of like lining up, and they line up, they spike the ball, and then they all start celebrating. Meanwhile, the play clock's ticking, and there's no reason to reset it. So they end up taking delay a game. They have to move the field goal back 5 yards. Atlanta still hits the field goal, and then, of course, they win the toss in OT, and Kirk Cousins drives them down, and they score the game-winning touchdown in overtime. I always harp on the overuse of the word inexcusable in sports. Inexcusable loss. Oh, yeah,
for sure. And the one good thing, Younghoe Koo, he that 5 yards, it gave me a 50-yard field goal, not a 40-something yard field goal. I got an extra point there in fantasy. Yes. So, for me, I was just sitting there watching the game, like, you're really gonna you're gonna let them tie this game up, like, and then in overtime, it's like, no one's gonna tackle that guy. You're just gonna let him run right up the middle and like, bye-bye now?
I just,
like, what in the world just happened? It was like they were so unprepared from like the minute whatever mark until the game was over a couple of minutes later. Like they had like 5 minutes of like,
it was like they got the interception and thought the game was over, which so did I. Levante David makes that pick. I start doing other stuff. I feed my cats. I got to take out the garbage. I got to get ready to podcast. And then I come back downstairs a couple minutes later, and Atlanta has the ball and is driving.
Yeah.
And it's only a 3-point game. What? So I thought I had to go back and rewatch to find out that they didn't turn it over.
Yep.
But man, just an absolute freaking disaster for the Buccaneers. And then they also had the Bucky Irving fumble earlier in the game.
Oh yeah.
Where it's just like, hey, the only thing you can't do in this situation is turn it over.
And then they went back to him. That's the one good thing I did see is that they said, okay, look, you fumbled. We're not going to hold it against you. And then he almost fumbled again. Like, it did not look good. At the second, I was like, okay, maybe you spent all week long, like, doing, what was it, the program, right? Where the guy had to carry the football every day. Yeah. So, like, maybe that's what you do.
Underrated film, the program.
Yeah, it was.
So a brutal loss for the Buccaneers. Before that, though, we had a game 3 in the National League wildcard between the Milwaukee Brewers and the New York Mets in Milwaukee. 0-0 game. Just a phenomenal game. Just an outstanding baseball game. With some fun managerial decisions on, take out the starter after 5 innings because he's about to face the lineup for a third time. And should he do that or should he not? And just an excellent game. The Brewers get a leadoff home run in the 7th, followed up by another home run by a guy who hadn't hit a home run since May 15th.
Oh, wow.
So they're up 2-0, and you think, wow, Milwaukee's going to do it. They're cruising. In the 9th, leadoff walk for the Mets, then a strikeout. So you're 2 outs away, Milwaukee is, from punching their ticket to the National League Division Series. The next 2 batters is Brandon Nimmo, singles to center, runners at the corners, still 1 out, but okay. Pete Alonso at the plate, bang, bang, 3-run homer. 3-2 Mets. They punch another run across in the 9th, and Milwaukee ends up losing 4-2. And they lost 4-2. They get their leadoff runner on. Then there's an out. And there was a stolen base as well in there, I think. No, there was not. I'm sorry. So there's 1 out, runner on first, number 9 hitter up, on deck, Jackson Churio. 20-year-old who is just on fire. The guy you want up in that situation with a chance to either tie or win the game, number 9 batter, grounds into a double play, ball game over, season over. If I was a Milwaukee Brewers fan, that is the kind of loss that never leaves me. That is a 2014 American League wild card game type of loss. That is a pick a Niners Super Bowl in the last 30 years type of loss.
I wonder if Kenny's already saying that it's a trophy, a World Series championship for the Brewers.
No, because the Brewers aren't the best team in the league, not by a long shot. I'm sure the Milwaukee version of Kenny Caraway is right there, though.
Yeah, somewhere out there, there's like, this was our time. This is our season.
You go from the tension of 0-0 baseball, right? Which is the best because every pitch, every hit, every stolen base, every error, every ball, every strike is like it ratchets the intensity up or down a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I love playoff baseball. And then you get the back-to-back homers from the 2 unlikely sources and you go, sigh of relief. Our bullpen's cruising. You're going to bring in Freddie Peralta to close the game. Oh my God, it's all lining up. It's all lining up perfect.
I believe Freddie Peralta had not allowed a home run all season. I believe that's his stat I heard last night.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he had not allowed a home run all season long.
Oh my God.
And then Pete Alonso hits a Oppo laser beam.
The fact that he knew that was out is insane. The fact he knew off the bat, he hits it and immediately starts yelling. Like, that barely got over the wall, dog.
Yeah, but I mean, when you hit it that pure and you hit a line drive like that.
Yeah.
That thing was shot.
Smoked. So you're a Milwaukee fan. You're there. It's 2-0. You're cruising. You're thinking, all right, yeah, we're going to win this. And then just to get deflated that quickly, I felt sick for every person in that building. Like, there are children there who just learned sports.
Yeah.
There are children there who just understand now.
Just sobbing.
Like, congratulations. You're a sports fan, kid. Get used to this. Because there's going to be 10 more of these before there's that moment of pure elation of a championship.
I'm trying to see who their closer was. I swear I saw that last night. maybe I'm wrong that the guy hadn't given.
Well, Freddie Peralta was the starter in game 1.
Okay, that's who was closing,
and he came in to close out the game. Yeah.
Oh well, he gave up a ton of home runs this year, 26. Yeah, I didn't know Frankie Montas is on that team.
Yeah, man, he started game 2.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, shout out Frankie Montas. Just a brutal. It's again, this is one of those losses like that Bucs loss, where if you're a Brewers fan today, you're not tuning into sports radio. At least if you're the type of fan I am, you're not tuning into sports radio. You're not watching any. You may not even watch the playoffs the rest of the way.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
Maybe you tap into the other series that don't involve the Mets, but
I'm kind of like, if my team isn't in the Major League Baseball playoffs, I kind of tune it out until the World Series, and then I usually get it back into it in the World Series. Like, okay, who do we got?
Yeah,
that's just kind of like when you get done with a 162 game season and you watched a lot of games and you're like, okay, I'm done. I don't need to watch other people who are more successful than my team. Like, I don't need to watch teams that didn't just trade half their team for a bag of peanuts at the trade deadline.
Sure.
Yeah.
I feel like I was trying to think of the 3 worst losses for me. And I think the 2014 AL wildcard game is up there because I thought the A's had won that game.
Okay.
And remember that was the year that they traded away Yoenis Cespedes for John Lester at the deadline.
Yeah.
It was the beginning of the end of my last relationship, by the way. She was upset that I wasn't, because I had to leave her house, and she was upset that I was more bummed that Cespedes got traded than I was leaving her house.
Oh.
And she couldn't see past that.
Well, I could understand, like, the Cespedes trade. I remember.
Devastating.
I remember when Ricky got traded. Oh, there were tears.
Just devastating, dude.
Oh,
so they hadn't hit all the second half. Remember, they were the best team in the majors in the first half, and then the second half they were just terrible. And it was the Cespedes trade, sure, but Brandon Moss had stopped hitting. Brandon Moss just hit a wall in the second half of 2014. Well, in that wild card game, he cranks out 2 home runs. I'm like, the A's are so back. Not only are they going to win this game, they're going to the World Series. The A's are so back, baby. And then they lose the game. They didn't win the game at all. And I was just, that was brutal. Like I said, I was trying to go through.
Well, I've told you, I was there for the Jeter play.
I just, that one sticks with me a little bit.
Yeah.
But I was so young when that happened that the gravity of it didn't have a chance to really sink in. Like it stunk, but I was 11, 12.
Yeah, it was such a dramatic play at the plate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wife and I had just incredible seats. We actually were lined up right with, we're behind home plate, maybe 3 sections over. So between a home plate and first base, but not way up the line. We're right there watching the play come through, and you thought it was over. I mean, that was wild.
Yeah, that was a brutal one for sure. The 49ers lost to the Giants in the 2011 NFC title game. It was January of 2012, but the 2011 season. That was the Kyle Williams fumble. Ugh. And that one, it was like watching it. I just thought the entire game is the first time I'd ever seen the Niners in an NFC title game, at least in my like adult life. And they have the what was his name? Ahmad Bradshaw. He fumbles, but they called it forward progress when they probably shouldn't have. And then they had the first Kyle Williams fumble, and then you have the second one. And it was just, I thought they were going to win. The entire second half of that game, I was like, they're going to win. Their defense is just playing lights out. They're going to figure out a way to churn out some offense. And then they just didn't. And that one hurt.
Yeah.
That was the first big football loss that really stung.
Yeah, I mean,
the Super Bowl the next year.
And Kings fans all have their dramatic losses. I mean, the game 4, the Robert Horry shot, 2002 Western Conference Finals. That just gut wrenching.
I don't know how that's when that comes down to that's one play.
Yeah.
That's one that they did everything you're supposed to do, and then one play goes wrong. I don't blame any. I know that there are Kings fans that if you bring that up on Twitter, they're just blocked. See ya.
Oh yeah, they just can't.
I don't blame anyone a bit for that.
Yeah.
I remember I was when I was growing up, I was in middle school for that. And a ton of my friends were Kings fans at that point. And even down in the Bay Area, because the Kings were freaking good.
Yeah, they were
and
fun.
so watching that game with my friends, I just that was one of those moments that I'll never. I was at Aladino's Pizza. I was at Aladino's Pizza in Brentwood, watching that go down. And just even at that time was like, oh no. Like, oh, that sucks big time.
Yeah. I went to a couple of games in that series, but I wasn't at that game. Yeah, just absolutely like gut wrenching. I mean, that was a championship team. That was the ring.
They are the thing that I don't want to say I like, because obviously you would have way preferred to see the Kings win a title, but I do appreciate, a thing I appreciate is that anytime a like, hey, all-time best teams did not win a title,
they're
comes up
right there.
Those Sacramento Kings are right there.
Yeah.
At like top of, in any sport.
Yeah, like top 3.
Everybody
top 4.
knows.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. So that at least, like, I know it doesn't help, but they still get that recognition of being a really damn good team who had one big shot go against them and then have a ridiculous no call in game 6.
Yep. Well,
Oof.
the one thing about baseball too, when you're watching baseball playoffs, it's always a rando. It's always that guy that you're talking about hadn't hit a home run since May 15th.
Mm-hmm.
It's always that guy who wins. That's why I personally, I think like the Giants were so successful for so long and won so many titles over the last, decade and a half. It's because they were filled with those rando dudes. Because they do a lot of platooning and stuff like that. It's not usually like we call what Reggie Jackson Mr. October, right? Like he was really good in the playoffs every year, but most superstar guys, there are a lot of them that just get pitched around, or just they're not allowed to be the player that they are during the regular season, or they just don't perform well, right? Yeah. And it's such a small sample size anyways, because you're talking about 30 at bats or 40 at bats through a playoff series, and if you get on a cold streak, you're totally cooked.
Yep.
Right. But for me, you're always looking around and saying, okay, who could be that guy? And that's typically what it is. It's like, it's not the superstars of the Yankees that come through in the clutch. It's some other guy that you didn't expect. I remember the Braves was
like Derek Jeter.
Well, I mean, of the talent of the Yankees, Derek Jeter was usually like the 6th best player for the most part. I mean, all the other $100 million players.
I don't want to get into a Derek Jeter conversation, because anybody who likes the Yankees a little bit is not going to like my thoughts.
Yeah.
Great player, Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like in the Amanda Lilly brings up Marco Scudero. It's like that. And didn't the Braves win their title with, like, was it Francisco Cabrera or something? Like someone like years ago, like it was some random dude who comes up with a double down the left field line to win the game. And that's typically baseball. In the biggest moments, it's usually some
Edgar Renteria,
some guy, right, that just comes through with a big play and wins the game.
Yes, Marco Scudero for the Giants, and then remember Marco Scudero had the big double for the A's against the Twins in the 06 ALDS Game 3.
Yeah. It's always good to have guys like that who have got lucky here and there, or just, I mean,
Travis Ishikawa, another good one.
Yeah, you have the skill, but for sure, like the guys who come through in the clutch, it doesn't have to be your name brand guys, and that's why I like baseball, and that's why I always look at teams, and you look at a group of players, and if it's like, it's one of the problems the Yankees have, every position they have is like a superstar, and so you're like, okay, well, those guys aren't going to win it. It's going to be some other rando dude, and you guys don't have any rando dudes, or you're not playing them. Yeah. And that's where I think a lot of these teams come up big.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, tough night to be a Brewers or Buccaneers fan, and Godspeed to anybody who is a fan of both. You turned off that Brewers game and went, well, at least the Buccaneers are on. And then they get the interception, and you're going, whoa, okay, well, this is a good spot. Okay, this helps. And then, oof. Another thing that happened yesterday was some Kings training camp video came out.
Oh, yeah.
That low-angle footage of the Kings 5-on-5 practice is exciting to see.
Yep.
DeMar DeRozan in the Kings uniform, he's moving around, and he's kicking it out to Keon for 3, and it's like, man, yes. Running around a Domas screen, like, yes, absolutely, big time. Can we relax? I do the same thing with NFL training camp video.
Yep.
Just relax. I don't like. Can we see it in games? Can we see it even a preseason game? Just against a team that's not like Colby Jones and Isaiah Crawford and I don't even know who else is on the floor. Scal Labissiere, thank you.
Mason Jones.
G League guys.
Yeah.
Two-way and G League guys. Yeah. Or end of the bench. That's all. Before we start like freaking out about like this action and this, like, yeah, it's Isaiah Crawford chasing around DeMar DeRozan. That's not going to go well.
Yeah, I think what your point to is like, hey, let's not sit here and diagram the play that the Kings were running against these guys.
Right.
Yeah, let's not like, oh my gosh,
just relax.
Like, did you see that set? Was that horns? Was that, oh my gosh, did you see it? It's like, okay, man. First of all, it's training camp. It's like 3 days into training camp.
It's exciting. It is so exciting. I get it.
Yeah, basketball is back.
The Kings are about to be really good.
Yes.
So I totally get it. But it's the same deal. I'll never forget Baker Mayfield when Odell Beckham went to the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
The like first pass of training camp goes to Odell Beckham, and people are like, the connection is here. It's happening. Can we see it first in a game setting?
Yeah, a real game setting.
That's all. And then we can freak out.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure let's just get there first. It's day 3 of training camp.
Yes.
Easy.
Hey, like get excited that you're getting to see some footage.
Yeah.
And be excited that you're seeing footage and you're seeing basketball being played. But let's not analyze the footage that we're seeing yet. I mean, come on.
I got to talk to Kenny about this. He's in here in about an hour and 20.
You think he's gonna?
Oh, I already saw Kenny tweeting about it.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, Kenny.
Yeah. No. Kenny and I are gonna talk.
Yeah. So we people.
This is my favorite like inconsequential thing that annoys me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
So we had Colby Jones, we had Mason Jones, we had Scal, we had, was it Isaac Jones was on? Like I don't know.
Maybe
there was a lot of Joneses on the court.
So many Joneses.
But I think it's funny because it wasn't even like, first of all, Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, Jordan McLaughlin, and Devin Carter aren't allowed to play right now. And the entire summer, Malik Monk was not allowed to play 5-on-5 because of his knee injury at the end because Luka sat on him.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't able to play all summer. So he's getting back into shape, and not just like he's in great shape, but he's not in basketball, quote unquote, basketball shape. So they weren't even, again, that's not who you were up against. You're not up against the like second 10. Like Alex Len wasn't on the court. Like that. So either way, it's just fun to look at basketball and say, hey, look, we're excited as basketball's back. Let's just not break it down. Like I do not want to see like someone chart.
I'm so ready. I love that stuff during the year.
Yeah.
When I see people breaking down, whether it's Kings or whoever, Mo DeKiel, we were talking about him earlier, does a ton of great film work on Twitter. I love that. Doesn't matter. It is such a fun. Low angle practice footage. Day 3 of training camp.
Get excited, everybody. Get excited.
Be excited.
Basketball's
Be excited,
back.
no doubt.
Basketball's
Let's
back.
wait for the film breakdown. Oh, hey. Wow. Look at the time. Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqi. We are answering your fantasy football questions. We have some of our own, but we want to answer yours as well. So hit us up at youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can jump in the chat, drop your question there, or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can drop your question in there, and we will do our best to get to every single one. You guys crushed it last week. We had so many questions we couldn't even get to all of them. So go ahead and start sending those in now, and we will get to those with Faraz Siddiqi. Let's win you a fantasy matchup this week in fantasy football with one of our very favorites, Faraz Siddiqi of Upper Hand Fantasy. He joins us next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you till noon on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. Okay, a couple things. One, it's not even, dude, it's not Kings fans. It's everybody. It's 49er fans. It's Giants fans talking about spring training. This is preseason. It's training camp.
Yeah.
It's cool to be excited. I just don't need a full breakdown of what's happening.
And what do you guys got? Start throwing your questions in the chat for fantasy football. Oh.
Also, I saw somebody in here say Brentwood isn't the Bay. I guess technically, but it's in the 9-county Bay Area, so I just don't. What else do I? It's kind of a little bit east of the Bay. Like it's. No,
I grew up in the foothills. That's how
I just
like
say
we describe
just
it.
say it's a just say the Bay Area. It's in the 9-county Bay Area. I
Yeah.
don't know what. People are weird about that though. I went to college with somebody who's like, if you're not in San Francisco or Oakland, you're not in the Bay Area.
Oh wow.
Like, okay.
What about Marin?
Not in the Bay Area.
What?
Not
what
San
about
Francisco.
San Rafael?
Not in the Bay Area.
What?
Not San Francisco. Not Oakland. Hard and fast rule. Boom.
Oh my gosh.
And especially when I lived in Arizona, do you know how many times I had to tell people I'm from San Francisco when I lived in Arizona?
Oh no.
I am not from San Francisco.
No.
But I'm just like, yeah, I'm from a town called Brentwood. And they're like, oh, where's that? And I'm like east of Oakland, 45 minutes east of Oakland.
Have you ever met someone who was born and raised in San Francisco who's not like super pretentious?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Because most people that I know that like were born and raised in San Francisco, there's like something about like
there's different there's different cultures and areas you can grow up, I'm sure, but no, I know people from San Francisco who don't suck.
Okay.
And then the other thing I saw was somebody said it takes them 45 minutes to get from Sacramento to Antioch. One, that is mobbing. Two, it takes me 2 hours, A, because we're in Roseville. B, there's a ton of construction going on 160. I usually hit some of that. There's a little traffic getting out of Roseville. There's a little traffic getting from 80 to 5. So I just wind up. It's probably closer to like an hour 45 or an hour 50, but you just wind up.
They've been doing a lot of construction on 49, so I keep getting hung up. Oh, my wife just hit me up. She said
mobs when he drives. Go ahead.
She said she's putting in a Costco order, and Costco sold out of toilet paper because everyone's
freaked out about the
that's already over.
It ended.
And toilet paper is made here in America. It's not getting brought in it's through the docks. What are we doing, people? Stop buying all the toilet paper. Weird. I have to install bidets all over my house.
That's the thing. Hey, where's for us?
Well, that's a good question.
Uh-oh.
You did send him the link?
Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Stop buying all of the toilet paper, you weirdos. I understand it's a necessity. I totally get it. But when you go to Costco, do you know how long a Costco-sized thing of toilet paper should last you?
Yeah.
Unless you have something going on.
Even if a family of 4.
Which, like, that's fine. Okay, if you got stuff you're doing, okay, that's one thing. But, oh my God, there's a longshoreman strike. I need to go buy every piece of toilet paper in existence. Strike's over. I'm sorry, not over. Suspended.
Suspended.
They're going to renegotiate after they're going to continue negotiations after the election. They have agreed to a 60-something% wage increase over the next
6 years.
6 years. And then there's other like things they want to work out, but they're going to wait till after the election to do that.
Of course.
The toilet paper's back, y'all.
Stop buying all the toilet paper at Costco.
What do you think would happen? Like, let's say I was one of those people that's like, I need to go get all the toilet paper.
Oh.
And I go get 8 things of Costco size TP. Do you think if right now I was like, oh, dang, I didn't need all this. Can I take it back to Costco? Can I return unwrapped toilet paper to Costco?
That's a good question.
Because honestly, here's a weird thing about me that I just learned as I thought about this and talked it out. I don't think I would want to buy that.
Somebody else's return toilet paper.
Yeah, like if you James, like I and this is you, I know you, right? If you went, yeah, hey, in fact, you know what? Here, if you went, yeah, you know what? Hey, we bought too much toilet paper. I'm going to take this back to Costco. And then I go to Costco and they go, oh yeah, hey, James returned this earlier. Do you want to buy it? I'd be like, absolutely not.
No.
I don't want that. I want fresh TP that has not been taken home to say, even though it's in the rat. If they hadn't told me, I wouldn't know. But just knowing that, I'm out.
My favorite.
I know that's weird. That's a weird thing for me.
My favorite is I know someone that during the pandemic they bulked up and they bought so much, and I didn't know they were kind of a survivalist. And we we go into his basement and he has like a whole wall of toilet paper. And then I looked and I'm like, okay, first of all, that's a lot of toilet paper. So I don't know what you plan on doing.
There is so much TP.
But the other problem is, look, man, if you're gonna load up and have all that toilet paper, hey, Faraz Siddiqi's here. If you're gonna load up and have all that toilet paper, please don't buy the junky stuff, because now you're stuck with it. You know what I'm saying?
100%, man. Don't buy the junky stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
I judge, dude. Do you know how harshly I judge a restaurant? I'm sorry. We'll get to fantasy football. Faraz Siddiqi here from Upper Hand Fantasy. Faraz, we can cut that in post if you don't want Upper Hand Fantasy associated with what I'm about to say. I'll judge a restaurant or a person's home based on their TP.
Oh, heck yeah.
Like if I go to a spot,
oh yeah,
and the toilet paper is that like one ply like sandpaper.
Oh,
I'm out on that place.
When we were traveling,
how good the fillet is.
When we were traveling in Europe, I literally had built an entire stand-up routine that if I were ever to do stand-up, it would be about the crappy toilet paper in Europe, and why they're so angry is because of the toilet paper.
I can't wait to hear this set, but we're gonna have to put that on pause because it's time for Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, upperhandfantasy.com. You can follow him on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing well, and I totally agree. I've lost friends over TP before, and I'm 100% with you.
Wow. Love that. Love that we're all on the same TP page. Hopefully we can get on the same page with fantasy football this week to get us a couple of W's. Not to brag for us, but James and I are running a team together here for the Odyssey Sacramento League. 2-2, but second highest scoring team in the league right now. So
Not
really
bad.
proud of us.
Not bad. It seems like you guys have the upper hand.
Oh, look at that.
Really good joke.
Bravo for us.
It was right there.
It was.
I want to start locally here before we get to our listener questions. And again, if you want to send those in, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, jump in the chat, drop your question, and we will do our best to get to it. Do you just have to keep starting Brandon Ayuk?
I think
like
so.
You just got to keep him in there and hope that the breakout happens?
Yeah. We talked about this before. There's so many weapons on this 49ers offense that it's one of those things where he's not going to get the ball every time. Listen, he had 75 catches last year or whatever it was for 1,400 yards almost. That wasn't sustainable. His yards per catch wasn't his career, anywhere near his career average. And you just have to keep starting him because the ball is going to find him. Here's the thing. Brandon Ayuk is separating better than almost every other receiver in the NFL right now. He is doing his job. He is playing at an extremely high level, at an elite level. He deserves every cent of his contract. The ball isn't just going in his direction right now. Brock Purdy is playing really, really good football right now, and the ball is going to find him. And we just have to wait. I do have him a little down in my rankings. Like I have him as a low-end wide receiver too, because of the fact that George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, these guys are going to also get the ball. So, but yes, I do think in most circumstances he'll be in my lineup.
Faraz, we're looking at the Texans as like one of the highest powered offenses. They haven't really got it going yet, but they also have this weird backfield situation. Where are you going with that backfield this week? And is it worth even going out and combing the waiver wire and seeing if Cam Akers is available and throwing him in your lineup this week?
Cam Akers, he seemed like a good start last week. He seemed like a good start the week before. The problem is that he's barely involved in the receiving game, and the Texans offense is just straight up saying that, hey, we don't care about running the ball, when Joe Mixon's not playing, So yes, it is a decent matchup, and the Bills are a little bit short-handed in terms of, trying to stop the run. So I think he's a flex play, more so a desperate one if you really need somebody. But plugging him in as my RB2, unless my guys are on bye, and I'm extremely desperate there. That's the only reason why I would go there. I think Darrell Ogunbowale is their passing down back, and when he's on the field, like he's gonna potentially get some receptions. And they also they elevated JJ Taylor last week. He's probably going to play again. He stole some carries away from Akers too. So it turned from a two-man backfield to a a little bit of a 3-man, with JJ playing a little bit too. So it's I'm hope if you have to, it is what it is. It's not easy to find a running back on the waiver wire.
Talking fantasy football with Faraz Siddiqi, answering your questions, of course, at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Upperhandfantasy.com is the website. We learned last.
I'm so sorry. Can I just mention one thing? I think this will help people. Kind of back to your question, James. Antonio Gibson, is somebody you can potentially pick up off the waiver wire. You have Alexander Madison as well. Zamir White has an injury. Also, Devin Singletary, he's banged up as well. He might not play. So I would highly stress picking up Tyrone Tracy, the dynamic rookie who's been playing behind him. So just wanted to mention a couple waiver wire running backs who could be available before we move on. I'm sorry. Please go ahead, Kyle.
No, it's perfect. We're going to ask you that exact question later on. So that's good foresight by you. We learned technically last week that Christian McCaffrey is now dealing with bilateral Achilles tendonitis, or he has been. Does that change your stance on when you buy or when you sell, or do you have any hard opinions on what to do with Christian McCaffrey?
Not much changes for me. I don't think the team was unaware of this information. The doctors were unaware of this information. This is information that they've had and they've dealt with this entire time. So it's new for us. Right. But it's not. I don't think it's new for them at all. I think they're dealing with it the same way. Apparently, he's dealing with. He's kind of has that issue more so on one side than the other. I am not. Again, to kind of what my stance is right now, it's if I have Jordan Mason, I'm enjoying the production, but there is an impending return of Christian McCaffrey this year. When that is, who knows? Maybe week 8, maybe week 9, but it's going to happen at some point. If I can get a high-end RB2 for Jordan Mason right now, that Joe Mixon, he's hurt right now, so maybe it won't trade for him. But Josh Jacobs, James Cook, let's see, all of those guys, Aaron Jones, the guys in that range. If I could get one of those guys for Jordan Mason at some point, I would do that. This week he has an absolutely amazing matchup against the Cardinals. So you're so tempted to play him, but keep in mind that the more games you give him away with, the more you can get back. Okay. The further you get along, the less you can get back. Okay. So I only want to get back something awesome. I won't be, selling him for pennies because Christian McCaffrey is going to return. I do think eventually though, he does return, and Jordan Mason's value obviously will plummet.
For us, you're with the Mason situation, because I think a lot of people who have McCaffrey don't have Mason. That's how we are in our league. But we've done something where, again, if you have IR spots, is there someone out there like Nick Chubb or who's the running back for the young running back that's
Jonathan Brooks?
Yeah, Jonathan Brooks. Is there someone that you should be maybe stashing, or a running back who, again, this last week, Swift blew up and got, a 20-point week, but is there someone that you should be chasing like that you could stash and say, okay, when Mason peters out midway through the season, is there another back that maybe can carry me the final 6-8 weeks of the season?
Yeah, actually, that's a really good call out. I do like that. I don't think DeAndre Swift is going to be that guy. If I have DeAndre Swift, I would probably try to trade him away right now. After that big blow up game, I don't think that it's going to be something that continues. I don't trust that offense at all right now, and I don't trust DeAndre Swift. We've seen this story with Swift before, and I wouldn't do that. I think Devon Achane is somebody who I would be going after right now. All signs are pointing to Tua coming back, in a few weeks. And when he does, that offense is going to get back on track. So Devon Achane right now, he's going to be on a lot of benches this week, right? And he's somebody that you could potentially trade for, somebody on, somebody who is planning on being benched for the next couple weeks. And, that is not going to hurt that team's roster, right, over the next couple of weeks. So you can take him off other people's benches, and then you can give somebody else a starting player for Devon Achane. And then by the time Jordan Mason's out, you potentially have a high-end RB1 on your hands in Achane. So he's my number one target for anybody who wants a running back who you can start later on, in the season.
Talking with Faraz Siddiqi on a Fantasy Friday. Upper Hand Fantasy is a podcast. You can find that wherever you get your pods. I'm going to jump into some listener questions here. Our guy Jared Brown wants to know, Kareem Hunt or Trey Sermon? What a wild sentence.
I know, right? Seriously. I'm probably gonna go Kareem Hunt. This is definitely close. The head coach did come out and say that this is going to be a running back by committee this week in Indy, which is not what you want to hear when you picked up Trey Sermon off the waiver wire and expecting him to be the guy. I personally, like, if I had to put a real number on it, I would guess Trey Sermon plays like 65% of the snaps in this one, at least. He was already getting the passing down work with Jonathan Taylor on the field and in the game. So I would expect him getting a solid amount of work on early downs, and then getting some work in the passing game. But Kareem Hunt, after what he showed last week, he looked decent enough. And now, like, he seems like he could be the guy. We'll see. It's a shaky backfield right now, in my opinion. But he has a chance to cement himself as the guy moving forward.
Faraz, I'm going to stay there with the Chiefs because Patrick Mahomes has just been, so far, he hasn't been good. He actually, to be honest with you, he's been a bad game manager. Like for the first 4 weeks, they keep winning, and it's hiding the fact that he just hasn't played well at all. Number one, what do you do if you're a Patrick Mahomes guy like myself? And number two, what do you do next week when he's on bye and you don't even have the decision? Is there a quarterback out there that you think is maybe a little undervalued for next week that would make sense?
Yeah, I'm selling Patrick Mahomes. Any chance I get. He hasn't been a top 12 quarterback since week 10 of last year, and it's not going to get any better. Without he has Travis Kelce, or what's left of Travis Kelce, and Rashee Rice is going to be out for the foreseeable future. I don't see a scenario where Patrick Mahomes, the way he's playing right now, where he bounces back to become anywhere close to a top 6, 7, 8 fantasy quarterback. So I am willing to move him. Go get, if you're looking for like an undervalued quarterback. I'm thinking maybe Geno Smith can be somebody like that. He's on pace to throw for 5,000 yards this year. He's the only quarterback to do that. Maybe, well, even with Kirk Cousins' 500-yard game last year, I still don't think he's on pace. But I do think that Geno Smith is somebody in a pass-first offense right now. Joe Burrow is another one who could end up being a high-end quarterback this week. His team is pass first. He's going to end up being going up against a pass funnel defense as well. You want to pass it against the Ravens, not run it. So Joe Burrow is somebody, who he's averaging, top 5 quarterback numbers when he's healthy, when both T. Higgins and Jamar Chase are in the lineup. So I personally, he's a high-end quarterback that I would be going after. So yeah, I'm selling Patrick Mahomes wherever I can, man. He's just not a good fantasy quarterback right now.
Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. Let's stick in the quarterback realm for now. Are we trusting Anthony Richardson? It sounds like Joe Flacco might start this week. Are we riding with Sam Darnold?
It does look like that. He got the first. Joe Flacco's getting the most first team reps today in practice for the Colts. So the expectation is that Flacco will get the start. Which, if you have Michael Pittman or Josh Downs, you're like, okay, here we go. Now we're talking. But I would trust Richardson in terms of like his long-term upside. Coming into the year on a per dropback basis, he had the highest fantasy points per dropback last year. Coming into this year, a similar thing early on, and then he had a bad couple of games last week before he got hurt. Guess what? Number 1 in the NFL among quarterbacks in fantasy points per dropback before he ended up leaving the game. He looked relatively good before he left, passing the ball to Michael Pittman a couple times, once to Josh Downs. But this week, obviously if Richardson's out, I'm going Sam Darnold. If Richardson plays, guess what? I'm going Richardson. Sam Darnold going up against the Jets this week. A little bit of a tough matchup. I still trust Sam, and I trust that offense and that head coach. But I think I might go Richardson if he starts, which I doubt he will.
I think we're going to have a t-shirt made said, I trust Sam, Faraz Siddiqi.
It's tough, man. It's tough for me. It's so tough. It's such a bittersweet thing. Like, I'm going to be watching this game, the Jets and Vikings, on Sunday morning, and I am going to be rooting for both teams. Like, I'm going to be rooting for Sam because I feel bad for what the Jets did to his career. Okay. And I'm rooting for the Jets too.
Okay.
So
let's
get to you. What a guy.
Let's get to this question from Jared Brown. He's got to start 2. He's got Wicks, Brian Thomas Jr., A-Chain, or McLaurin in a full PPR league.
Find a way to get Dontavian Wicks in your lineup this week, guys. I don't care how you do it.
Bet.
I don't care who you got to bench. Find a way. Out of these 4, though, I'm going Wicks and Brian Thomas Jr.
Oh.
Big Brian Thomas Jr. guy.
Oh yeah.
Love that.
This week in particular, such a good matchup against another team that goes single high a ton. Yeah, both these guys are just, I love them this week. Love them.
All right, need some help with a trade from our guy P Dub. I think this is an old meme. I don't think P Dub is an actual baby per his profile picture here. If you are a baby, wow. Should he trade Jordan Addison and Joe Mixon for Bucky Irving, Jordan Mason, and Mark Andrews?
I don't think so. I think Joe Mixon is going to be back at some point. Jordan Addison, hopefully he will be back at some point. Hopefully he didn't re-aggravate anything. If you need wins right now, I can understand it, but you won't be able to play Bucky this week. Jordan Mason, yeah, he's going to get it done for you for the next several weeks. So if you're like 1-3, 0-4 going into this week, I'm cool with this. You know what I'm saying? Get Jordan Mason. He's going to help you get some dubs, over the next couple weeks. So I'm totally with this. I'm with this deal if you need it. Now, if you're winning, I don't think I would do this deal because Mark Andrews, he's cooked, right? Well, not him, but his fantasy value is. He looks really good, actually, when you watch him run. But Jordan Mason's that guy. I think Jordan Addison, he came in last week and just started to, he was in the game plan fully. So, yeah, I would do it if you're losing. If not, don't do it.
All right, let's get to this question from Wilson. He's got Smith and Jigma, Ayuk, or Garrett for 3 spots.
I would play all of them if it's 3 spots. I would.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Like, well, you got 3 spots. Why don't you just play them all?
I'll rank them. Okay, I'll rank them. Fine. I'm gonna go with Garrett, Ayuk, JSN. That's how I would play it.
Oh, okay. Kyle, what do you got?
Garrett, Ayuk. Is that Garrett Wilson?
I'm thinking Garrett Wilson.
I'm assuming it is. Is that Garrett Wilson? Yeah, man. Is this where we're at?
I was trying to think because it's last name, and then last name. I'm trying to. Miles Garrett is the only Garrett.
Okay, I got you.
I can think of.
You
So maybe it's a weird
Miles
wide receiver,
Garrett.
individual defensive player flex spot. Okay, so you said Garrett, Ayuk, JSN.
Yes, that's how I'm rolling.
You mentioned Devin Singletary earlier. Devin Singletary or Javonte Williams? Sounds like Javonte if Singletary might be out, right?
Yeah, I got to go Javonte. Even if Singletary plays, I don't know how limited he's going to be, and Tracy's dynamic. I would go Javonte this week.
Cool. We've got let's see, from West Sac Kings fan, Rashid Shaheed or Juwan Jennings in my flex spot.
I would go Shaheed here pretty easily. Jennings got it done last week, and he blessed you. If you have him, he blessed you with another solid week in the game log. I would go and sell him right now if you can. Otherwise, he's going to probably turn to dead weight on your roster. Assuming that Debo, Ayuk, Kittle all stay healthy, CMC coming back at some point, earning targets too. Shaheed he's a buy for me, even though he's been doing his thing because he is running routes. Not like a deep player. He's running routes like an actual wide receiver, big boy routes. He's running crossers, he's running ins and digs. He's doing it all. And obviously he has that deep threat ability too. So he has a very high target share this year, and I'm sticking with him. He's an every week wide receiver too right now.
Is it the week 3 where he was just a total bust that has made people a little gun shy on him?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what it was. But still 25% target share in that game. So I'm not. It's one of those things where it's like you look at the utilization, it was there. It was just an unfortunate result.
Let's stick in the wide receiver realm. We just talked about Rashid Shaheed, but Loki Trickster wants to know Rashid Shaheed or T. Higgins for their flex. And then also, should he sell Garrett Wilson for pennies?
Good question. Shaheed is pretty close, but I do have Higgins higher in my rankings. Higgins has out-targeted Jamar Chase over the last 2 games. He had more air yards. He has more end zone targets. Joe Burrow's looking for him over the past 2 games. His expected fantasy points is about 100% higher than his actual fantasy points over the last 2 weeks, which means that there is a correction coming. So Higgins against the Baltimore defense, who've been giving up a ton of fantasy points to perimeter wide receivers over the first 4 weeks of the season. Higgins is somebody I love this week. So unfortunately you have to bench Shaheed for him, but I'm going Higgins. And then as far as Garrett Wilson, I'm not selling him right now, guys. Coming into last week, he had a 30% target share. The conditions last week were terrible. His matchups have been brutal. Now, I will say, I don't want to make excuses for Garrett, right? Like, at the end of the day, if you are an elite wide receiver close to it, in over a 4-week sample size of having bad matchups, you have to come through at least once or twice, right?
Yep.
This upcoming week here, going up against Brian Flores, a defense that notoriously takes away the number one wide receiver. So another tough matchup for him. They shut down. It's not shut down, but they limited Nico Collins. They limited Malik Neighbors, and there was another wide receiver who they also limited. I forgot who it was, but it's not great. So I wouldn't be surprised if he has another week. But listen, he is getting an elite target share. He's Aaron Rodgers' guy for now, until Devonta Adams gets there. But I would not be selling Garrett right now, and I would hold steady, and I would not necessarily panic just yet. He can come through at some point.
Let's stay there with that just real quick. If you're a fantasy owner and you're looking at, you think Devonta Adams is going to go to the Jets, and what do you think that will do for Rodgers' value, for Breece Holmes, for Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall? Sorry.
I think so. For Rodgers, obviously it would be great, right? Because he has two bona fide wide receivers. Right now, Garrett Wilson's getting all of the attention, right? And I do think this would actually help Garrett, even for fantasy. The target share will come down a little bit, but this will likely be a top-heavy target distribution between Devonta, him, and Breece Hall. And I like it because the offense will get better. More scoring opportunities. You pick your poison type of thing. Like, look at last week, Jamar Chase. He got a lot of attention. T. Higgins was just gobbling up targets. He had 10+ targets last week. So similar type of situation. I do think he might be more dependable. Maybe his ceiling goes down just a little bit, but in terms of like higher floor, I definitely think that's in the cards for Garrett Wilson. Devonta Adams, we'll see. Is he the same player? I have my concerns just because if you look at the numbers in terms of his separation data, it's not amazing for over the first 3 weeks of the season. So before he got hurt. So we'll see if that sticks. If it's just a matter of him, not trying because he doesn't care to be in Vegas, that's a very likely possibility as well.
Gonna rapid fire these because we got 2 minutes. Last 4 here. Should our guy Filthy McNasty, who drives very fast, it turns out, should he trade Cortland Sutton?
Yes.
All right, get rid of Cortland Sutton. Johnny G has an unsexy question for you. Cole Kmet or Zach Ertz at tight end?
Probably go with Kmet here. Ertz is just safer, but Kmet.
Tyreek Hill or Chase Brown in the flex?
Oh my goodness. I'm going Tyreek Hill.
Yeah. It's
That's
so hard
tough.
to put a guy like that on your bench.
I like Chase Brown too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Last one. Bengals running back or Ramondre Stevenson?
Yeah, I'm going to go Ramondre this week.
All right, very good. That's all the questions we have. Well, that's not all the questions we have. It's all the questions we have time for. Faraz, you're the very best. Thank you so much. Visit upperhandfantasy.com for the very best fantasy info. Of course, he answers our questions here, but there's plenty more answers at upperhandfantasy.com and on the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast, wherever you get your pods. Faraz, thanks, man. Talk to you next week.
100%. Appreciate you guys. Talk soon.
Hopefully, Devonta Adams is a Jet by that time.
That's right.
Let's
Fingers
go.
crossed. We're rooting for you.
See you guys.
See you for us. There he goes. Faraz Siddiqi, upperhandfantasy.com. That's, I think, my favorite segment of the week.
Oh yeah,
It's
man.
so much fun.
It is so much fun.
Should we just start answering people's questions? If
Sure.
any? Is Wan'Dale Robinson a must start with Neighbors out? Yes.
Oh,
If you're in PPR, yeah. Wan'Dale Robinson is one of the highest scoring PPR players because it's Neighbors. If he's covered up, all right, he's throwing it to Wan'Dale. That's all I got.
All right. Do we have any others? I'm sure there are.
I don't see any that I'm not going to go scroll through and find. If you're going to scroll through and find them,
What you should do with Devonta Adams is I would just sit him or go pitch him to the guy who has Aaron Rodgers or a Jets fan in your league.
yeah,
because
I don't think he's playing this week, so you don't have to like start him.
Nope.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bengals RB or
We got that one already.
oh yeah, we did. Okay.
Raiders or Patriots defense? Ugh.
We don't ask those questions.
Who do the Pats play? They play a not good offense.
Yeah.
Because we thought about picking up their defense in fantasy.
Yeah, we did. They're
Cleveland?
playing Miami.
Oh, Miami. Oh.
Ooh, yes. That's where I would go.
Are you sure? The Raiders play Denver.
Yeah, but Denver, they're not as bad as we thought they would be. To
Their
start the
offense
season.
stinks.
Yeah.
Their defense is sick.
Yeah.
But their offense is not very good.
I get that.
I don't know. I have a hard time trusting Vegas. I just
Yeah. No, I'm
don't
with
know.
you. They're about as hit and miss as you can possibly get. I mean, and it's
not that
funny.
the Patriots are good. That's a tough spot.
The Raiders and Niners are both 2-2, and
Yeah.
I don't think there's one team you trust, one team you wouldn't. I think we have to go to break.
I got it. Josh Downs. Yeah, I would start Josh Downs, especially if Joe Flacco is going to play.
Okay.
And then Wicks or Kareem Hunt. I'd start Wicks.
Yeah, Wicks is where I would go to. The Chiefs just really their offense is not flowing at all right now, and it's possible the Kareem Hunt gets like a 2 or 3 touchdown week, but I don't know. Let's turn back the clock.
Yeah. All right, we'll have more on NFL Week 4. We're gonna move away from the fantasy stuff. It's always sprinkled into our conversations, but we got Niners-Cardinals this weekend. The Raiders in a prime spot to get above 500. We'll talk about all that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. All right, we're back.
Interesting, Tyler. I did not see this. That Adams tweeted a picture of Edgar Allan Poe and asked if he is a Raven. I did not mean to do that.
Did we have the discussion on here that I didn't know that Edgar Allan Poe was an American dude?
Oh, no.
Had no idea.
Okay.
My entire life, I thought he was an English-ass dude.
Okay.
Turns out he's not. I didn't know the Ravens were called the Ravens because of Edgar Allan Poe.
No. I didn't know that that's why they're called the Ravens.
Yeah, had no idea.
Okay.
Their mascot, turns out, it's called Poe.
Oh.
Didn't know.
Okay.
Learned this all last year.
All right. Now I'm learning something. I did know that Edgar Allan Poe was.
Had no clue. Zero
Yeah.
clue.
Uh-oh. Oh, he actually posted a picture of Edgar Allan Poe. Interesting.
Yeah, we watched 10:30. What was we watched some movie about, it was like a fictional movie about Edgar Allan Poe being at West Point. And then we watched that Fall of the House of Usher on Netflix. So I did a little Edgar Allan Poe deep dive on Wiki.
Yeah. No, I'm a Poe fan. Taking short stories, classes and stuff in college.
If I was a professional athlete and there were trade rumors about me, I would tweet the wildest shit.
Yes, just nonstop, just random things that make people think
yes
that you might be going somewhere.
I would you would have no idea.
Me and a friend took a short story class years ago, and
there we go.
Oh, we're back.
Hour number 2, one of my very favorite things is going on right now on social media. That's James Ham, I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon, then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you into the weekend right up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We have happenings in the Davante Adams trade saga. Davante Adams posted on his Instagram story a photo of Edgar Allan Poe. Of course, Edgar Allan Poe. I don't think he's from Baltimore, but he died in Baltimore. He's buried in Baltimore. The Ravens are called the Ravens because of Edgar Allan Poe's poem, The Raven. I think their mascot is named Poe. Or there might be 3 mascots and their names are Edgar Allan and Poe. Something like that. I don't know. So now the speculation is that Davante Adams will either go to or wants to go to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, I honestly think we should just do dramatic readings of the Raven here for the next 3 minutes.
Go on.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary, over many quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping. I'm not going to keep reading, but that's okay.
Pause. If I was an athlete and there were trade rumors about me,
Yeah.
or if I was bored, catch me doing this all the time. I would eyeball emojis, just a random fire emoji. Here's a picture of Teddy Roosevelt. Like just anything I could think of to make people take a screenshot and post it like, ooh, what does this all mean?
I think it would be awesome if you were a NFL player and you just posted like random pictures. So like horses running. And then everyone's like, oh no, is he? And maybe a bird watcher.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. But
Yep.
horses is like, is he going to the Broncos? Is he going to the Colts? Like, where is he going? And then birds is like,
Oh God.
it could be the Falcons or the Eagles or the Ravens. Just like mess with people. That's I think
1,000% what I would do.
that would be spectacular.
Yeah. That would be. You started to tell a story at the break, and then I had to cut you off. What story were you going to tell?
Oh,
About being in a creative writing class.
I took I think it was a intro to short stories, and we had a professor, which I'm assuming he's probably no longer with us because he wasn't very young then. He called himself a trained reader, and we would go to a college course, and he would dramatically read all of the short stories. So we sat there like Bartleby the Scribner or the Raven, and we would just sit there for 45 minutes, whatever the class time was, and he would just dramatically read the short story of the week. And that's what our class was. We're like,
did you have to write about it? Was there a test?
There were some tests or something, but it was all very short. And we just sat there like, okay, this is weird.
This dude wanted to have a personal talent show.
Exactly. Every day.
But there's nowhere to do this because you can't go to an open mic and take up an hour.
Or like the library was like, look, man, the 6-year-olds don't want to hear Bartleby the Scribner. Like, no.
So my man became a college professor just so he could force a bunch of college students to sit in front of him for 45 minutes while he did his dramatic readings.
Exactly. Bill Howarth. Shout out to Bill Howarth, wherever you are.
Hell yeah, Bill.
Yeah.
I kind of respect it.
We had a good time with it. We just would sit there and like, you know.
Dude, bring some popcorn, bring something to drink.
Looking at each other like, what is happening here?
Absolutely, dude.
Every single class. And it wasn't like one of those things where it's like, hey, I want you to read and we'll just go around the circle. Everyone read a paragraph and then the next person take up. No, I've had that too, but like this was
like popcorn reading. No.
No, that's it. That wasn't great. This was just him. Like he had a little John Clayton ponytail. And he would just sit there. And
of course he did. Why wouldn't he? Did he wear a vest? He probably wore a vest.
He wore shirts that were very tight, like across the chest. Like it was
bow tie.
It was an awkward class. No, it wasn't a bow tie thing. It was more like Ren Fair-esque, like dramatic readings.
Oof.
Yeah. Rip Van Winkle. Like I can hear his voice in my head still. Rip Van Winkle.
I made the mistake of making a joke on the internet.
Oh no.
Made a bunch of Ravens fans angry. So
today?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute.
Oh, Kyle.
So our guy, my guy Kevin Ostricher, who Ostriker, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, took a screenshot of the Davante Adams Instagram story, Said Devontae Adams posted a picture of Edgar Allan Poe on his Instagram story. A Ravens sign? And I said, what makes you think that? And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 responses from people letting me know what's happening here.
That's amazing.
Also, nobody cares about this, but whatever. My Twitter bio says commentator, not journalist.
Oh,
that is a line from the homie Nate Goodyear. Salute. But somebody said, maybe because The Raven, written by Edgar Allan Poe, which the team is based off of. You're a journalist? No, I'm literally not. I'm literally not a journalist. I do not claim to be.
that's funny.
Anyways, I can't wait to respond to all of these people and make fun of them for not understanding a very obvious joke. Anyways, Devontae Adams, his trade saga goes on. Whether the Raiders deal him or not is TBD, but he's out with a hamstring injury. He's not going to play this week. And we will continue to monitor that situation. 49ers-Cardinals tomorrow. I want to get to the 49ers and the Raiders here. This is a massive game for the 49ers. And I think that's just going to kind of continue to be the case because they need to show something, some kind of signs of life of a team that's a Super Bowl contender and not a team that is going to lose a close game to a bad Rams team and then get beat by the Vikings in Minnesota. They can't fall further behind in the NFC West. George Kittle and Fred Warner both didn't practice Wednesday and Thursday, although it sounds like they might play. That's question number 1 for me. I think they can figure it out without George Kittle because the Cardinals defense stinks. If you remove their production from the game where they beat the Rams, where they just got to pin their ears back and go the whole game because they were up 21-0 in the first quarter.
Yep.
They have like no defensive production at all. Not a good defense. But I don't know that the 49ers can win a game if Fred Warner's not playing.
Oh, I would agree with you. I don't know how they do without him. I mean, that team relies on him for the dramatic play, the game-changing, momentum-changing moment of every single important moment this season has basically hinged on Fred Warner doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know how that they can, especially with Kyler Murray back there. Like, how are you going to stop him if like some of their linebackers, they just can't move.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not like fluid through the hips. They're not guys who can chase a player like that. And so what are you going to do unless you're going to go small and give some of your young safeties an extra opportunity to like basically tag him, just follow Kyler the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
If not, I don't know how you handle that.
Yeah, I don't know how I don't know how they played. Like Devondre Campbell can't survive in this game. So
No.
maybe it's D Winters, the second-year linebacker. Maybe it is Malik Mustafa, the rookie safety, playing as a third safety. I don't know. I'm really interested to see how they go about this because the Cardinals' offensive line isn't great, but it's significantly better than New England's. So I don't think the Niners are just going to be able to get after the quarterback like they did against New England. And Kyler's superpower is that escapability, getting outside the pocket, and then turning what should have been a sack. How many times have you watched Kyler Murray and gone, wow, he should have been sacked 3 times, and instead there's a 65-yard touchdown?
Yeah.
It feels like it happens once a game. So that's the man. That has nothing to do with Fred Warner, really. You mentioned everything with the linebacking core. If you don't have Warner's athleticism in the second level, you're either playing a super young player or Devondre Campbell who can't move well enough to keep up in a game like that. So I have big time concerns about the Niners defense this week.
They did bring back the linebacker from the 2023 draft, right? That had left.
Jalen Graham.
Yeah. So I mean, look, I'm willing to give him a shot. I'm willing to give a couple of guys a shot here, but it doesn't, like, without Fred Warner. I mean, he is so incredibly impactful. I think right now he is a top tier, like, defensive player of the year candidate.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't know where he ends up. The 49ers need to win more games in order to for him to be that player. But what he's done just to keep them in games and to make them as where they are right now, the 2-2 is a lot because of him.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I think they can't survive without Kittle, especially if Debo's back. Jennings again. I would like to see Jennings run some of those tight end sets. Like, why not? The guy's huge. Like run him out there in the patterns if you need to. Like I just don't. I don't really need to see what's the backup.
Eric
tight end?
Saubert.
Saubert. I don't need to see Saubert going in the pass route.
Yeah, this is just there's nothing off the table for me for the 49ers if Warner and Kittle are out.
Yeah.
Like that's just those are two players who are so unique in what they do on their respective sides of the ball. And the Niners have so many weapons offensively. If George Kittle's out, you can figure it out. You can survive that.
Mm-hmm.
We saw in the Rams game, their offense was not a problem. And George Kittle and Deebo Samuel missed that game. Offense, not a problem. But defensively, I just don't know. I don't know what they do without Fred Warner. We gave a bunch of suggestions, but none of those combinations of players we mentioned are going to be good enough.
No.
So,
yeah, intriguing.
What do you think about Kyler Murray? Where do you land on Kyler as a player?
I don't know. It's really tough because he's got all the talent. He just doesn't he clearly doesn't have the size. But he's entertaining to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like there's too many times where his focus isn't where it has to be for an NFL quarterback. And like, again, he's made his money and all that stuff. I think he would have been a great baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly think that, if I were starting a franchise, he would be really, really, really low on my list of who I'm starting a team with.
Why?
I just don't know that. I don't know that you can build the team around him and have it be that highly successful. I think right now, like, it's okay to get through this portion of who the Cardinals are,
mm-hmm.
and like just figure out like this is who they are for a couple of seasons.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's the guy that leads you out of anything. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I'm okay with him. But again, like, where would you put him in the pantheon of NFC West quarterbacks right now? He's the fourth best quarterback. I'm taking Brock Purdy over him. I'm taking Matthew Stafford over him, and I'm taking Geno Smith right now over him. I don't know, and that's just NFC West. So
I'd be interested to see what he looks like because he's playing at what I think is a high level this year in his second year back from the torn ACL. I'm stuck on the NFC West thing because I'm of the mind that Kyler individually is a better player than what he's gotten to show in Arizona as they kind of go through this weird rebuild.
Yeah.
And I think in the right spot, he could be really, really excellent. And he's the type of player, whether he's as good as Matthew Stafford or Geno Smith or Brock Purdy, that's inconsequential. Where I land on Kyler is he terrifies me. When the 49ers face the Cardinals, I think the Cardinals are going to have a shot to score a lot of points because Kyler's their quarterback. He just does so. He is unique in the way he moves around the pocket and out of the pocket. When he runs, he's just really hard to get on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
His athleticism is just different, and he's obviously such a compact build that he's just hard to he's hard to get on the ground. And that's why maybe if you're doing just a ranking, he's in the middle of the pack. But man, there's not that many quarterbacks that with 2 minutes left in a tie game. There's not that many quarterbacks I would not want to. Kyler Murray's way up there in the dudes I don't want to face in that spot.
I mean, that's an interesting way to think of it. I'm not sure that I have the same faith in him. And again, I think when you add Marvin Harrison Jr., you're giving him like something elite, a guy on the perimeter that maybe can change things for him. They had Hopkins there. I mean, they've had other wide receivers there, but this is a different, you're giving him an opportunity to throw to somebody who has like all the talent in the world. And I think that so far, like, he missed some throws early, but now we're starting to see that sort of grouping change and like how good Marvin Harrison is. I want to see when teams focus and try to take away him, Marvin Harrison, what Kyler does, because he doesn't progress well. Like he does, like, yeah, he's got elite running skills. He can move around the pocket all over the place, but I also feel like there are so many times where he's doing too much of that and not enough looking downfield and figuring out what the actual play should have been.
Mhm.
And everything feels like improv. And at some point, he's got to be able to learn what it is to run an offense truly and give it a shot to work, as opposed to just improving about, half the time. And maybe I'm wrong. I mean, again, he's incredibly athletic. He, like what you say, he's very tough to get down.
He's got great. He's got all the arm talent. Like that's where I don't know enough about the Cardinals to know what their offensive structure is supposed to be and what he plays within and what he doesn't. I just know that when he gets outside the pocket and he sets his feet and winds up to throw, I am terrified.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. And host of the Chatty House After Party, Don, is joining us now. What's up, Don?
What's up, guys? Hey, so I don't want to be doom and gloom, right?
Please.
I'm a big Bears fan, so obviously I've had a lot of doom and gloom. But I've watched this season of the Niners from the get-go with some worry in the back of my mind of this happens a lot in the history of the NFL where there's teams that are built for that championship for a bunch of years, and then there's that 1 year where everything doesn't go right. It doesn't mean that they weren't, prepared for it, but like you have the injuries, Warner possibly being out this week, and there's been other guys. And every time I see stuff like that with them, even though it's like little things here and there, like in the back of my head, I'm like, man, has that window, like, are they going to have to really re-up after this season? Because this is just like a domino effect of little things that happen that cause a season to go spiraling.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks for the call, Manny. Appreciate you. That I am right there with Manny. It's not doom and gloom. It's not. So I wouldn't even classify his call as that. It's just like if you're mapping out this season and you're just putting together a bullet point list of things that like, hey, here's what's gone right, here's what's gone wrong. The list of things that's gone wrong is just so much longer than the list of things that have gone right. And it's only week 5.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, there's time, maybe they get healthy and maybe they go make a run and everything's fine. And we're sitting here talking about the Niners in the Super Bowl going into February. Like, yeah, maybe, like for sure. But also when you're realistically looking at it like Manny's talking about, I don't know how you look at all the things that have gone poorly this year and go, oh yeah, no, everything's fine. Like it's objectively not. Maybe it will be, but right now it feels like they're teetering a little bit.
I can see that point of view. I can also look at this team and say that okay, so you have NBA teams, right? They go out and they win like 60 games and then they get to the playoffs and they burn out, right? Even like the 70-73 win Warriors team didn't win a title, right? And they learned that what it takes to be that good for 82 games is not what it takes to win a title. And so I think the 49ers are dealing with adversity and some of the self-made adversity that they had through training camp. They're still dealing with the residuals of that. We're still seeing Brandon Ayuk not at 100%. We're still seeing Trent Williams have great games and then a subpar game here and there where, certainly not what we're used to seeing from him. You're seeing McCaffrey who's out. You're seeing Debo miss and Kittle miss. And like all of these things are kind of sitting there. But I also look at them like the first 4, 5, 6 games of this NFL season as almost like preseason for this team. Their goal is not anything that's happening right now. Their goal is to make sure that they've situated themselves that when they get to a certain point in the schedule that they can take off and start being the team that they're going to be in the playoffs. And so that's where I'm at with this team. Sure, could they have more catastrophic injuries that set them back and like tailspin their entire season? Yeah, like if Brock Purdy goes down, like they could be done for this season for sure. Right? If Trent Williams goes down and, their season could be over for sure. But at the same time, I kind of look at this as a team that's like slow playing the season a little bit and getting everything right because nothing is right so far. And you're, again, waiting for McCaffrey to get ready to get back. You're waiting for Ayuk to figure out, his chemistry, and all of these things, they will come. But for right now, the sense of urgency isn't there because
and that's a problem.
Well, it is a problem, but it's also, maybe it's not, because they've been here before. They understand what the assignment is. They know that, yeah, they can't withstand another like big swoon in the season where they lose 3 in a row. But they look at the schedule. They know what their sort of the game plan is moving forward, and they're like, okay, we can get this win, this win, this win. We can get to 11, 12 wins, and it won't be a big deal. And then what you've done is you set yourself up where you're going to have to go through Detroit or through Minnesota, which is not a good thing in the playoffs. But there's still time for them to recover and still time for them to be a number 1 seed. It's just not going to be easy. But they're also a team that understands what it is to go on the road. They're a team that understands.
I get all that, but they didn't lose to Minnesota because they were going, hey, you know what? We can drop this one. Look at our schedule. We can lose this one. They didn't lose to the Rams because they went, hey, we're up 10 in the 4th. Hey, we can trick this one. It's all good. Division game, we're fine. Like, no, that's not like they're losing these games because of injury issues.
Yep.
They don't have Javon Hargrave coming back. Christian McCaffrey, I'll harp on this until the day he returns, but like, I'm not banking on Christian McCaffrey being back, and that's not even their problem. Like, offensively, they're cool right now. They're fine.
Yep.
A little different than it's been in the past, but they've been. It's not like they're not moving the ball and scoring. But defensively, they've had some injury problems. They got to figure out their third cornerback spot. I don't know if their safeties are good. Like, they have real issues to figure out. And maybe they do. Maybe they do look at this Cardinals game and the ensuing game in Seattle on Thursday night and go, all right, we got to lock in. And maybe we see the Niners hit a different level. Maybe they hit that level they typically hit in November and December. Maybe they hit it now, and all of a sudden they rip off 8 straight wins. But for me, there's no evidence. Nothing has happened this year that makes me think, oh yeah, no, they're just sleepwalking. They're going to flip the switch eventually.
Yeah, I think my rebuttal to that would be like, look, first of all, the interior defensive line is an issue, and they have to actually go out and get somebody.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
But outside of that, like, Hufanga will be better in week 6 and week 8, barring a massive injury setback. The other young guys around him will also continue to get better. The defensive backs that we're talking about, they will continue to get better because that's kind of how, they're figuring out the ropes. They're trying to gel as a unit and all that stuff. I also think that the Winners and who's the other linebacker they just signed, like, those guys are going to be better as we get through the season. And then there's always a potential for Dre Greenlaw to come back and actually, solidify the middle of that defense. So there's a lot of things that are happening, but I also feel like just the general flow of the team hasn't been great. And whatever major issues they have, I think the only thing that they have to address is the interior defensive line. And that's due to the number 1, they were shorthanded coming into the season, but number 2, they had the big injury happen, right? Outside of that, I think that they're just a team that's growing, and they're not worried about the growth of the team today because they're looking at it as a 17-game season that all they have to do is hit this benchmark and get into the playoffs. And then when they're in the playoffs, they have the experience, they have the talent that they can beat anyone.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's there's huge stretch of games here with Arizona, Seattle, Kansas City, and then Dallas going into the bye week. If they have not figured it out by the bye week, I'm going to have some pretty major concerns. All right, we got mad props to get to, and I saw this ridiculous stat that I genuinely could not believe it when I read it. We'll tell you what it is next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader.
What do we got? So they've got Arizona. They've got at Seattle, Kansas City, Dallas. And then they have 4 really tough games coming out of the bye.
Yeah.
What's going on? Oh, there's some really good spots in Sonoma. Yeah, Spencer, there'll be a pod this weekend, most likely. Yeah, we got training camp and all that stuff. Miles, training camp is at 1:00 today. I will be there. And then I will race back because we have a big event here at the studio today. Yeah, Scooter, this is a good question for Kyle. Kyle, what is Greenlaw's status? Is there any update after the bye?
Literally no. Kyle Shanahan said he didn't have an update.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of those. I mean, usually it's a full year, and he got hurt in the Super Bowl. I don't know if we're gonna have watch parties. That's a good question, Russ Dog. Kings away games. We'll work on stuff. Again, we have a big thing here at the studio today, which eats up a lot of the brain power of everyone around us. And then after this, that's when things kind of get rolling. Oh, boy, this is a heck of a game, Kyle. This Boston-Denver game. Oh, I didn't get to hear what happened last week with the Mad Props. What? Oh, hell yeah. I didn't hear Kata scream. Why was Kata screaming? Securing a Bagley. This is such good training right here. 7.9 seconds remaining. Denver's up 104. Boston 103. It would make sense that Jesse would come in and we'd watch his team lose just because of the way the Dolphin season's gone this season.
Great point.
They're really good.
I felt like I was watching the Olympics because Jason Tatum isn't playing.
I guess.
Am I right?
I guess. Luck to your guys' teams next year.
I guess Jaylen Brown has looked awfully swole. Is that what everyone's saying?
What's up, Chatty House?
What else is going on here? Oh, yeah, there's Jaylen Brown. He did look.
Celtics are taking this super serious right now.
Yeah.
They're locked. They're dialed.
Uh-oh.
They're taking this super serious. This is like a late season game against the Kings.
He tagged me. Oh, man. Oh, clock ticking down.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
It's Friday. It's 10:30. Excuse me.
11:30.
Re-rack that. We'll fix it in post. 3, 2, and 1. It's Friday. It's 11:30. So you know what time it is. I said, so you know what time it is.
I know what time it is.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which
We'll
number
figure
will
this
be
out
higher?
someday.
That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's Mad Props.
Got to wait a little bit for the Kings, but we're still going to do this with the 49ers and Raiders, trying to mix things up. I might pick a different game next week
That
than
sounds fire.
than
Sounds
the
like a good
Raiders.
idea.
Like I might just mix it up, go full NFL or something.
Well, it's tough. It's like, oh yeah, the Raiders going to have more than 30 rushing yards or something else. Like, come on.
Yeah, right. So I'm trying to mix it up a little bit. So we'll see how this goes this week. First one, James. I've got and again, I make up these props and we got to pick which one's going to be higher. Brock Purdy passing yards or Raiders total yards?
Brock Purdy passing yards.
Brock Purdy averaging 282.5 passing yards per game this season. The Raiders averaging 288.8 yards per game this season.
Yeah, I'll go Brock Purdy passing yards in that one. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game.
Yeah, I'm going to go right there as well. The Broncos defense is very good, and the Cardinals defense is not very
The Raiders
good.
just have Brock Bowers.
Shout out to the Brocs.
Jacoby Myers is good too, I guess.
Jacoby Myers, good player. Trey Turner, don't sleep on him. 49ers, Cardinals, Jesse, this one's for you. 49ers, Cardinals, total points, or Jacoby Myers, receiving yards. No Devontae Adams this week.
Yeah, I'm going to go
10 targets for Jacoby Myers last week.
I'm going to go Jacoby Myers. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game with the Cardinals and 49ers, but someone's got to get those targets in Las Vegas.
So give them to me again.
We've got Jacoby Myers receiving yards or 49ers, Cardinals, total points.
I'm going to go Jacoby Myers.
Okay, just for the sake of being different, I'll go 49ers Cardinals total because I think that we're going to get like 60 plus points in this game.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a
I think we'll get 60
lot
plus
of
points,
offense.
but it'll be like Jacoby Myers have like 75 yards receiving or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of offense, I think, at Levi Stadium on
Okay.
Sunday. James, 49ers punts against the Cardinals defense or Raiders sacks against the Broncos.
I'm going Raiders sacks against a rookie quarterback.
Jesse?
49ers punts or Raiders sacks?
Yes.
I'm going to go Raiders sacks. I don't think the 49ers will punt much in this one.
I am going, I'm putting the number at like 2.5 for both. Yeah, I'm gonna rock with you guys on this. I'm gonna follow and go with Vegas. Yeah, I think the Niners probably punt it like twice.
Yeah.
If they're not punting, it's because they're turning it over. Is what I think is gonna happen. Jordan Mason touches. This is for Jesse. Jordan Mason touches. So it's receptions and carries, or Raiders total points.
Oh, Jordan Mason touches.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
That's
Raiders
easy, I
total
think.
points.
Really?
I am.
Yeah, at some point, like they're gonna stop giving Jordan Mason 25 touches a game.
See, I disagree. I said we go 25 at least here.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the number I got, 24, 25. And I don't know that a lot of teams in general are going to score 24 plus on the Broncos the rest of the way, much less a Raiders team without Devontae Adams. So I'm going Jordan Mason.
You might be right, but I'm sticking with the Raiders.
I love that. Love that for you. James, Nick Bosa pressures. Well, according to Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus pressure measurement.
Okay.
Or Brock Bowers targets.
Ooh. I'm going to go Brock Bowers.
Okay. Jesse?
Yeah, I'll go Brock Bowers on this one too.
Yeah, I'm going to as well. Bosa had a ton of pressures last week, and I think he got credit for 7. Bowers is the kind of guy who should get 8+ targets a game right now.
Yeah.
Last one. Kyler Murray rushing yards, Jesse, or Bo Nix pass attempts.
Oh, Kyler Murray rushing yards. Yeah, give me that one easy. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
James?
I'm going to go the same. Yeah. I don't want to.
I can see Kyler going for like 40 yards rushing at least.
Yeah, I would agree. He might even get a little more than that.
Yeah. Bo Nix is throwing the ball 40 times. We're in trouble.
I want to pick something because I feel like we've gone the same on
A lot.
1, 2, 3 of them already. So for the sake of the bit, I'm going to go Bo Nix pass attempts.
Oh.
Niners going to keep Kyler Murray in the pocket, bottle him up.
Big
They
Bo
always
Nix
have
guy, I guess.
They always have a good plan for him. Bo Nix will put it in the air 28, 30 times.
What is Bo Nix? Do we like him? Is he
No,
just there?
I think Bo Nix is just there.
I think he's okay. Like, I think he'll be an NFL quarterback. Like, I think he'll be a starter for like 4 years. I think he'll be in the league for like 8, 12. Yeah. I don't know. I like some of the early returns from him.
I'm out.
Yeah, I think I'm out too. They're winning games, but I don't know how much of that has to do with just their defense. They can't run the ball at all. It's just frustrating.
Yeah, but he's kind of a gamer. He's one of those dudes where, like, if you need
So was Tim Tebow.
12 yards.
Hey, Tim
no,
Tebow won ball games.
No.
Tim Tebow was a moment.
Yeah, but if you need, if
Tim
you need
Tebow or
him to
Bo
scramble,
Nix?
yeah.
Tim Tebow Nix.
Tim Tebow or Bo Nix. Hey,
Bo
one's got a playoff win.
Bo Tebow.
Bo Nix is completing 60.1% of his passes. It's like, okay, not bad.
Okay.
1 touchdown, 4 interceptions, and he's at 4.8 yards per attempt.
That's
Okay,
not great.
yeah.
He
Oh,
stinks,
yeah.
bro.
How many yards rushing does he have?
110. 2 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah. He's at least he's shown an ability to go out and get it. Like when they need him to do something, they
Can I-
need him to go get a first down.
I have a theory.
What was that?
When you say, "What do you think of that player?" and the first thing that gets said is, "It's got that dog in him." That's a thumbs down for me. That's a thumbs down for me. At least in the NFL.
That's
Sometimes
funny.
in the NBA, like that's the first thing someone's like, "Hey, what about Keon Ellis?" Like, dude, dog.
Well, we
Okay.
also know Keon Ellis can shoot the 3 ball well or play defense and all that.
Yeah, so it's
Bo
different.
Nix is like,
but
dog,
when-
what else?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Just he gets after it. Like, yeah, no doubt. I don't disagree with that.
Mhm.
I just don't think it's going to lead to anything because I don't think he's that good of a player.
Yeah.
He's obviously a good player. He's in the NFL. I don't think he's that good of an NFL player.
Makes sense.
That's all.
All right.
Like Caleb Williams. I've seen the flashes with Caleb Williams, right?
You could tell with Caleb
You
Williams.
could tell with Caleb. Jaden Daniels, obviously.
Ooh, so
Just
good.
ridiculous. I have a Jaden Daniels stat for you that I'm about to read. Jesse, you can stick around if you want.
All right, I'll stick around.
Jaden Daniels obviously got it. We haven't gotten to see Michael Penix yet. And then there one more rookie starting. Am I missing someone?
No, because Drake May's on the bench right now.
Yeah. All right. I saw my shout out to TSN in Canada and hat tip to my dad for sending this to me. Jaden Daniels this year in 4 starts has 2 games with no punts and no turnovers. Okay. So 2 of his starts, his team has neither punted nor turned the ball over, which means they've scored every time or gone to the end of the half or end of a game. Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, and Patrick Mahomes have 2 such games combined in 1,094 starts.
So what do we do with that? Like, are we just like Jaden Daniels is going to be
He's
good? We're
taking
sold.
over the league, bro.
Like, we don't have to say he's the best quarterback, but we're just like, yep, he's going to be good. I feel like when you're on those lists with those players, usually it works out.
Right. And that's what it's like. At some point, there's the like, well, they're going to get film on him, right?
Mhm.
And they're gonna figure this offense out, and they're gonna have to make adjustments. And what then? And I totally get that. I don't think he's gonna complete 82% of his passes for his career or anything. But at some point, you're playing so well that even when teams adjust, you're still gonna be playing really well.
Yeah.
You know,
I feel
Like
like they're going to have film on this guy next season. That's the most overrated excuse or whatever, I feel like.
yeah, right. Because defenses adjust and then offenses adjust back. Like
Yeah.
that's the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, watching him in week 1, you're like, oh, he's got it.
Yeah, there
Like,
were
it
the
was like
flashes.
so quick. You're like,
Mhm.
oh my goodness. I mean, he had like 280 yards passing, and he had 88 yards rushing.
Yeah, it was a little frenetic, but it was a guy making his first start, and he was really good.
Yeah, but you're just watching, like, his understanding of the game is there. His feel for the game is there.
Mhm.
I think he's going to be tremendous. Like the first time I watched him play, I'm like, oh man,
Week 1,
they got something.
Week 1, he went 70.8% completions, 184 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. But he rushed for 88 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And I was with you. You watched that game and you went, man, this guy gets the position.
Feels like their offense is starting to like get better too as each week goes on.
Yeah. Yeah. As he
He's
settles
found
in
McLaurin.
there. Yeah. Then against the Giants, they sneak out with a win, but he completes 79% of his passes, 226 yards, still no touchdowns, still no interceptions, with 44 rushing yards. Which again, rookie quarterback, you're taking those numbers.
Mm.
First 2 starts. And then Cincinnati was when he broke out on that. Was it Monday night?
Yeah.
21 of 23, 254 yards, 2 touchdowns with 39 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown.
He made so many big time throws that game.
Just
too.
that-
putting the Bengals away too at the end.
Ridiculous. And that's where you go, oh, this guy on Monday Night Football is having this awesome game. And every time the Bengals, who have been to a Super Bowl and have this awesome defense with this awesome defensive coordinator and Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels just keep slamming the door.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Shout out Jaden Daniels.
What a player.
Yeah, for me, really, it's he's just now starting to find his guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, how do you complete 80% of your passes on the season? But the first 2 weeks of the season, you could barely find Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 4 targets, 1 game for 2 catches. He had 6 targets, 6 catches, but 8 targets, and then 6 targets and 4 catches,
Mhm.
like in the first 3 weeks. And now it's like, he found him. So he's 10 targets last week, 7 catches. I mean, he's got potential to just.
Has he
Yeah.
done enough to make you believe that they won the NFC East this year? Dallas, I'm I'm pretty out on Dallas.
Here's the thing.
Eagles. The Eagles, I'm like kind of holding on to them still, but it's like I'm so out on Nick Sirianni. I'm just
That's it.
Like,
I think
Jalen
they're
Hurts-
out on Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, I think that's true too.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just
I was
saying,
just
like
agreeing
Jalen
with
Hurts
you.
hasn't like really looked. He's not bad. He doesn't look bad. But he hasn't just looked great or whatever this season. Just,
Mhm.
They just haven't looked good, honestly. Like 2-2, but for what they're supposed to be.
The only thing holding me back from saying yes, it's not their offense, it's their defense. It's like I just don't know if they're going to continue to get stops.
Yeah.
And that would be but like, what have the Cowboys done this year that would make me say like, yeah, hey, the Cowboys are just waiting to break out? Or
Yeah.
same thing with the Eagles. Like I feel like they kind of are what they are. And Washington might just be this kind of juggernaut for the first
You might
half of the
honestly
year.
be able to win that division with 10 wins.
Yeah, maybe.
It's possible. I'd also point out too that Philadelphia, they started the season with the Packers and the Falcons and the Saints and Bucs. All four of those are really, really high level
good team.
passing
Yeah.
games.
Yeah. Good point.
And then after the bye, they have a bye this week. They go Browns, Giants, Bengals, Jags. I mean, they could easily pick up three wins right there. Just boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
So like that team has potential, especially if you run up against other teams that aren't just built to like sort of your biggest weakness.
Check out Washington's schedule coming up. Cleveland, at Baltimore, Carolina, Chicago, at the New York Giants, home Steelers.
Oh my goodness. They could be the team, like 8-2, right?
They could be 9-1 if they win all 6.
Yeah.
But yeah, 8-2, 7-3 going into. Then it's at Philly, home Dallas, home Titans going into their bye week.
You mentioned the Ravens. You see Devontae Adams posting Edgar
Yes.
Allan Poe. How do we feel about that? I feel like that's something maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Would he make it that obvious?
Yeah. Why not? And then you got Ian Rappaport tweeting the little eyes or whatever, quote tweeting it. Kind of adding some legs to it or whatever. Like, what's going on?
We did dramatic readings of the Raven.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. So, well, at least the first, like, I don't know, 4 sentences.
Shout out Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know. Like we learned about him in school. I'll give him a shout out.
Where'd the Edgar? All right, that's the insane stat of the day. Jaden Daniels, quite a player. If I don't know what kind of value you can get on it, but I think looking at their schedule, I think I would bet on Washington to win the division.
That's fair. Like they have a good defense. Dan Quinn's a good coach. I think Jaden Daniels is gonna at least be the rest of the season. Not necessarily top 5 quarterback or top 10 quarterback, but just good enough to win them ball games and all that.
Yeah, there's
if he's this good the rest of the way, he's going to be the MVP.
Yeah.
No, it's just straight up.
Not
That's
even close.
yeah.
I think the
totally
one
agree.
I think it's really hard to divorce like great rookie quarterback with Washington from the RG3 thing, because that just went south so quickly.
Yeah.
And that's just what's always in the back of my head when a rookie quarterback just comes out on fire. Like Justin Herbert with the Chargers, it's like, okay, well, like awesome, but I need to like if I'm going to project this over the next few, I need to see another year of it before I buy all the way in. But this year I'm in. I think Jaden Daniels is awesome.
Well, the Eagles too. They didn't look good all of last season either.
Who?
The Eagles.
Were they 10-1?
They were 10-1,
But
but
they're a fake ass.
yeah.
10-1.
So 10-1 was kind of like they're kind of just barely getting by right now, and then it's all just fell apart after they lost to the 49ers.
They were a 7-4 ass 10-1 team.
Exactly. They were like the Steelers that 1 year where they got blown out by the Browns in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, would they start like
They started
10-0?
11-0, I think.
10-0?
Yeah.
Man. Well, hey, Jesse, thanks so much for popping in.
It was a good time. Happy Friday.
D'Lo and
Yeah.
Casey's producer. You can hear him from noon to 4. Thanks, dude.
That's correct. Later, guys.
Appreciate you. There he goes. Jesse Tapia, everybody. Kyle,
what are the standings for Mad Props now?
Oh, the standings. Yeah. You are in the lead.
What?
I think
You guys had
I've got to run the winning percentages because Jesse's 2 weeks behind us.
okay.
But you're at 13-8-3. I'm 12-9-3. Jesse's 7-4-1.
Okay, so you had a bad week last week.
Yeah, I went 3-3.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I went 3-3, but you went 5-1. You gained 2 games on me.
Yeah.
And then Jesse went 4-2, so he gained 1 on me as well.
Okay.
So we've that's where Mad Prop sits through 4 weeks heading into week 5. I should publish this document so people can look.
There it is.
Anyways, He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show podcast wherever you get your podcast. It is this show in podcast form. We upload each hour and then the whole show. So if you miss anything, you want to revisit anything, or if you just want to help the homies out with their downloads, you can subscribe wherever you get your pods. We would appreciate that immensely. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Jesse brought up Davante Adams.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to put aside the Ravens thing for a second. Nothing makes an NFL fan more irrational than a wide receiver who's available.
Yeah.
Whether it's in free agency or whether it's in trade. It would cost the 49ers quite a bit. Forget the financials of it. But I'm going to put aside the salary cap stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The draft capital it would take to acquire Davante Adams from the Raiders. Davante Adams a great player? Yes. Is he still really good? Yes. Is he going to the Hall of Fame someday? Yes. Is having more good players a good thing? Yes. But the draft capital that the 49ers would spend to acquire Davante Adams would be so much better spent helping out their offensive line or their defensive line or their safety room or helping out at linebacker. They could probably, with the draft capital that they would use to get Davante Adams. And keep in mind, their offense is not a problem this year.
No.
I've not watched the Niners and gone, man, you know what they need? They need another receiver.
Are we talking like a third and a fourth? Or are we talking a second and a third?
I'm guessing it's going to be a second and other stuff.
Okay.
Depending on how the bidding goes, I think it's probably going to be like a second and maybe a future second or a future third. It's going to be a lot and deservedly so. But it's just, watching the Niners this year and the Ayuk thing, Ayuk for Adams, take it off the table. The Ayuk conversation has so jumped the shark.
Mm-hmm.
Has he had a slow start after making a stink about getting 30? Yes. He made his contract a deal, or he made this whole thing, made it harder than he needed to, et cetera, et cetera. It's 4 games.
Yeah.
They have him for 5 more years.
I think he's really, really struggling with the pressure that comes with getting that big contract and with sitting out and
I don't even think it's that.
I think he'll be absolutely fine.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, he might only have 1,000 yards this season when it's all said and done. Like he might be 900 yards, 1,000 yards, and people are going to freak out. But in the long run, he'll be perfectly fine.
I don't, hang on one second. Hey, you're good. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're all set. We're talking about Davante Adams and the 49ers. Your shirt is sick, by the way.
Yeah, that is. That's
okay.
Nice.
Yeah, no, hang out. We're good.
All right.
We're talking about Davante Adams and the 49ers and how it doesn't seem like a wide receiver is the thing the 49ers should probably be going to acquire. And then we got into talking about Brandon Ayuk because the conversation about Brandon Ayuk has jumped the shark entirely. We're acting like the guy sucks at football now. When he first started missing camp, the conversation was, hey, if he misses camp, like he might get off to a slow start.
Yeah.
Like James
it's happening.
James brought it up. He's like, Debo got off to his and Nick Bosa. And that was like early in camp.
Mm-hmm.
He missed all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, of course he's getting off to a slow start. Everybody knew this was going to happen. And now people want to trade him and eat $70 million in dead cap.
Nope.
No chance.
Yeah, no, there's no need for that.
It's crazy.
There's absolutely no need for that. But it's also kind of like people were waiting to pounce. Like, oh, held out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, slow start, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people, I mean, when this happens, people they're ready to react.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Put a target on your back.
Yeah, it's like I mean, and the fact is, he could have signed in February and gotten off to a slow start.
Yes,
he could have.
Yeah.
Now it's a convenient excuse, and then when he's saying things like, "Oh, you know, about 85% of myself," and Kyle's like, "No, that's not what he meant." No.
He's like,
no, he meant what he meant was he's playing about 85% of what he'll be playing. Like he's trying to cover that up.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course you've got the situation with Trent Williams where Trent's like, yeah, this kind of sucks. I've never done this before. I've never missed camp before and just gone in there and just started playing football. It's really difficult.
Yeah.
So Trent, the veteran, the first ballot Hall of Famer, maybe the best lineman in the game. It's like, yeah, this is really difficult.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Brandon Ayuk is, trying to navigate all of these, excuses and all of these different things. And it's like, he's not going to get the same leeway a first ballot Hall of Famer is.
Right.
The idea that the 49ers need to dump him or trade him for Devontae Adams or eat $70 million in dead cap or whatever, it's silly. But him and Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan need to find a way to that 38-yard pass that he got last week. I was like, okay, all right, I think this is it. And then I think he got one more target, one more catch, and that was it.
Well, I think there's something else people are missing too. It's the draw that is Christian McCaffrey and what he does to opposing defenses in the passing game.
Yep.
That draws so much attention to him, and you just don't have that. Like, I love what Mason's doing. I think Mason's playing out of his mind, and he's starting to catch the ball out of the backfield. But it's almost like Keon Ellis shooting a 3. No one really cares if Keon Ellis is shooting a 3 until he hits 8 of them, and you're like, oh, we probably should guard that kid.
Yeah.
Where Kevin Huerter, the whole game, you're like, oh, man, is somebody chase Kevin? He's going to shoot a 3. And it's like, hey, one's shooting 36%, the other one's shooting 42%. But it's the idea of the player, and that's where Mason coming out of the backfield, I was like, okay, whatever. If he burns us for 20 yards, okay, we got to see him catch it like 3 times before we're going to really game plan for him at all. Where McCaffrey, all the focus is there, and then it just opens up everything else for the rest of the team. And you're forgetting just how big of a weapon he is and how Mason is sort of limited in who he is so far. As a runner, I might even take Mason right now over McCaffrey as just a pure runner, but it's the threat of the passing game with McCaffrey that changes.
Yeah.
And so I think it's tough for these guys.
Yeah, it's adjusting. It's adjusting to how defenses are playing you. And I think Scooter in the chatty house said the Brandon Ayuk breakout's coming this week. I totally agree. I think this is the week. What do you guys got coming up?
I'm with it, man. We got a lot. Chris Haynes is going to be with us.
Oh.
Mark Orr, athletic director for Sac State, is going to be with us.
Oh.
Of course, you're with us.
Yep.
James is with us. Eddie Gonzalez is with us. So it's
my God.
Yeah, it's a far busier Friday than normal.
Great.
Nice.
Can't wait. D-Lo and KC coming up next. James and I done until we're on with D-Lo and KC.
Yeah.
The Insider's done for the week. We'll see you on Monday, 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Boo! See you, chatty house. Appreciate y'all.
Bye, guys.
Have a good weekend. Be safe.
can. Chatty House, what's good, baby? First couple of breaks might be a little hectic for you, boys, so don't mind me if I'm looking over at this screen right here. Lots of KSFM business to attend to.
Oh, I see you, Coach Molly. I see you, Coach Molly.
Hey, anybody hungry? I didn't get to eat this morning. I'm gonna need to order something. Anybody hungry? I don't know. You hungry? Okay, we'll figure out something during the break. I haven't touched food yet.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What y'all want to do today? Hey, it's Friday. One more time. Hey, you know what? I didn't have a plan for this, but I know we got this in the tuck right here. Why don't we go ahead and start like this? Because, you know, music is the healer for all things, and I can tell my man has had a tough morning. He probably knows I'm a little pissed off at him, so we're going to run a little music right here. I'm going to need you to up the camera if you're going to do that gyrate note. Just up the camera a little bit.
Hey, D-Lo and KC.
It's Flashback Friday. It's Michael Jackson. Y'all know what it is. We dress like new money today because we are new money today. Come on, man. Let's do this the right way. Flashback Friday, dealing with KC. Come on.
Hey, pretty baby with the high heels on. You give me fever like I've never known. You're just a product of loveliness. I like the groove of your walk, your talk, your dress. I feel your fever miles around. I'll pick you up in my car and we'll paint the town. Just kiss me, baby, and tell me twice that you're the one for me. The way you make me feel, the way you make me feel, you really turn me good. You really turn me good. You knock me off of my feet. You knock me off of my feet. My lonely days are good.
We going verse 2, Mike. Come on.
I like the feeling you're giving me. Just hold me, baby, and I'm in ecstasy. Oh, I'll be working from 9 to 5 to buy you things to keep you by my side. Never done so before. Come on, baby, you're coming forevermore. I swear I'm keeping you satisfied. 'Cause you're the one for me. The way you make me feel.
Come on, man. Stop it. Stop
Knock
it.
me off a beat now. Come on, man.
Ooh!
Come on, man. Come on now. Hey, look. No, go ahead and go through the intros because I gotta set the record straight.
I'm Damian Barling.
I'm in God mode.
I'm Damian Barling.
Ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Said that man's KC right there.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Talk to me.
Hey, look, man. Hey, Kyle, I want you to look. Jesse, I want you to look. Chatty House, I want you to look. Don't talk about me no more. Don't talk about good old KC no more. You see what's going on the other screen. Don't talk about good old KC no more.
Who was talking about you?
Thank you. That's
No.
a great question.
No, we done with all that. We ain't talking about KC no more. You see the patterns. You see the patterns. We ain't talking about KC no more. Come on, man. No, that's Ric Flair. That's The Rock. That's $5,000 shirt type stuff right there. That ain't no short sleeve. That ain't no t-shirt. Don't talk about KC no more.
How much of your marble floor did you have to cut out for that?
Oh, look at you. You're such a turncoat.
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Oh, what is that? Look, what are you doing?
Just a quick.
Two little turncoats right there.
What's that? What do you have to get into like the stadiums with? Like the clear bag is like 16 by 8 or something like that. It's just
sounds right. Right dimensions.
That's all he needed to cut out. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot. There's big money over here, man. There's big money not over here, over there. There's big money over there, not over here.
Big baller barling over there.
No, let me know when you two are done.
I'm saying bankroll. Come on, man.
To be clear, for those listening on the radio, I do look incredible today. I want that understood. I do. I don't need to be like, oh, thanks, Casey. No, I look phenomenal.
You look rich.
I want that understood.
You look rich. That's the thing. Like there's day Tuesday. You look good. You look rich today.
Yeah, bro. Sorry, we can't do the regular man bit with you today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It ain't about looking good. I mean, you always look good. You look rich.
Okay.
Just saying what it is.
That's fine.
I'm blue collar.
Okay, pal.
I'm blue collar.
I will say I was deciding between two outfits, and seeing the way that you dressed today, I'm very pleased with the one I chose because we would have looked like a couple of jackasses if I had gone with all black the other way, which was the plan right there. And Soren says, well, that's that 106.5 and the money right there.
That's a good point.
It's different.
That's a good point. It hits different.
It's different. You start.
It hits different.
Man, if Kenny was right about me being a pop DJ years ago, boy, I'd be a different place in life.
It's different.
My goodness, man, what a Friday we have planned for you today. Kyle Madson's going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Chris Haynes,
yes, sir,
the hottest free agent in sports media, is going to join us coming up later on this hour. We got Mark Orr, the athletic director of Sacramento State University. Anything going on there y'all want to talk about? I'm gonna hit him with the Cody Rhodes. So what do you want to talk about? Then we got Eddie Gonzalez joining us. We got James Ham joining us. We got Cash Caraway coming up today.
I got to get back on the good foot.
We are thrilled that you are here with us, man. Our vibes are extremely high, and we're gonna have some fun today. What a football game it was last night. Man, I don't tweet often, but I was feeling really good about my boy and the way he was playing last night. They got that 4th and 15 stop, and I thought, I'm going to tweet a Baker gift. And I thought, there's a lot of time left. And right then, I think it was Al or Herb Street was like, hey,
it was Herb Street.
They got, they still got 3 timeouts. It was like, you know what? I'm not going to post this gift just yet. And man, I wasn't even mad. What a masterful job Kirk Cousins did in those final seconds. When he threw that pass across the middle, I said out loud, standing up, there's no way. There's no way. They're not going to get there in time. They're not going to get set. Salute to that offensive line, because it's always the offensive line or the receiver on the outside that messes it up. Nobody messed it up. There was no room for error in that. They got the spike, tied the game. That defense was gassed, absolutely gassed at that point. They kicked the field goal. They win the coin toss, and Tampa's defense stood no chance after that. A fantastic Thursday night game to start the week.
You mean it actually worked when somebody took the ball first? Because remember, that was just the Cardinals.
Well,
you should never take the ball first.
Don't understand how overtime works.
That's the wrong thing to do at all times.
I don't know about either team's defenses, but I feel pretty good coming out of that game about both teams. There's some pretty good teams in the NFC, I think.
Defense on a Thursday's whatever. I don't think it's if you made that proclamation on the first 5 weeks, that's fine. I'm not. Survive in advance is a Thursday night, and man, Kirk Cousins was just masterful last night. I heard Kirk this morning tell Cowherd at the barbershop. I wasn't sitting at home.
I was about to say, big FS1 guy, big Cowherd guy.
It was on the TV. I actually enjoyed the conversation. even though Cowherd's questions are way too freaking long.
Sacramento legend Colin Cowherd.
I guess. Jesus Christ, man. Shorten the question so I can hear Kirk. But his last question was like, I'll shorten it. Otherwise, I'd run out of time. Essentially, it was, how do you feel? He was like, I feel good. When I said in week 1 that I wasn't there yet. It wasn't my Achilles. My Achilles is fine.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't played football since week 8 of last year.
Mm-hmm.
All through camp, all through these practices, I'm in a red jersey. Like that's not week 1 football. That's not week 2 football. It's an entirely different thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm listening to him like, man, he got to be feeling good now. Last night was only the 25th 500-yard game.
Wow.
The 25th.
That's almost like a perfect game.
Matt Ryan had one of them on his night.
Yeah, poor guy.
And Kirk took his record.
Poor guy gets upstage, almost like Jerry and Tio.
On his night, took his record, man. I thought I'm with Jesse. I like both of these teams. I've come around on Atlanta, I think, pretty quickly. Back-to-back wins for the Falcons over the Saints and the Bucs. I loved that game last night. I thought my boy had it. I thought he was really good. 3 touchdowns for Baker, really, really efficient. Not a huge yardage, certainly not what Kirk did last night,
Mm-hmm.
but I love that game last night.
Those 2 teams, those are 2 really good teams, and I think they're a step above New Orleans in that division. New Orleans lately is looking like the odd man out in that division. But yeah, that was a great Thursday night game. Great Thursday night game. Great finish. The walk off. Then you talk about getting set and making sure nobody moves and everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's a sign of a well coached team.
Yep.
Disciplined team.
Absolutely.
They've gone over those situations a number of different times.
I love Raheem Morris' energy last night.
That was a sign of a well coached team.
Well, that man was so excited. He ran on the field. Everybody was celebrating. They forgot about the play clock and picked up a penalty. They picked up a 5-yard penalty before the field goal attempt. And I was a little bit, I think I know what Raheem Morris was saying. He was saying that the referee, the ball wasn't set.
Yeah.
The referee was there, but the ball was set. The referee was standing there. You wait for the lines to get set, then you move, or not completely set, but you wait for them to line up and they get out of the way. They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
They were kind of standing there, and then the clock expires and they pick up a 5-yard penalty.
But it all worked out.
But overall, the coaching was really good.
It all worked out. Hey, can I say something real quick? Because we got Kyle coming. We got a bunch of guests, all this other stuff. There may be no other time to say this today. And a great, fantastic Thursday night football game last night. The Major League Baseball playoffs.
Fire.
They have started.
Man.
Oh, my goodness.
Peter Lott, come on, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, give me that.
That was fantastic last night. And that is why I can make the argument, anybody can make the argument, pound for pound, Major League Baseball playoffs. I'm not going to say they're the best. I'm not going to put, they're just amazing.
It's fun.
They are just amazing. Did you see, I'm a nerd like this, but I spent maybe 15 to 20 minutes watching footage of people at Citi Field. They had a watch party at Citi Field. Oh my gosh. They were going crazy in Citi Field. The pop when the ball goes over the fence. Yeah, it was crazy. The playoffs have started.
I love that he knew.
Yeah.
Like he's like, oh, that's it. I got it. That
was a great moment. The Mets fans, like I said, watching the Citi Field stuff, it was epic stuff. Baseball playoff reactions, crowd reactions might be the best. It's basketball and baseball for 1 and 2 on that one. And that
was a decide, like that was there was some extra heat on that one.
Yeah.
Some extra heat on that one.
That was great. Like I said, I don't know if there's another spot for that today, but had to mention that because that was an all-time.
Yeah, and you might be right, man, because today's show is loaded. Kyle Madson coming up next, Chris Haynes right after that, Mark Orr, Eddie Gonzalez, James Ham, all with us. We're happy you are. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Who is it? Aldrin? I think Aldrin's a Mets fan, right? I don't think he's in here right now. I think Aldrin J's a Mets fan. If he is, salute to him. Salute to all the other Mets fans as well. You know what also I took from yesterday with the Mets game and the baseball and all this other stuff. I miss it. I miss it. I miss playoff baseball. I miss meaningful baseball. That goddamn Farhan, Charles Johnson, Buster Posey, figure it out. Because I miss it. I miss it. A lot of game. A lot of game. I need that back. I need that back.
Oh, I didn't call lazy. Shit.
A lot of game. A lot of hustle. Gonna be feeling like one of them ball playing dudes like Magic and Bird. A lot of game. A lot of hustle. Well, Peg Junker, we've got a lot of guests, so I'll address it right now. And that Mets crowd and that game that they were able to win when Pete Alonso hit that opposite field home run, it was one of the great moments. I'll tell you that for sure. And it's one of those things where if I was at Morton's, I wouldn't have saw it. But I just want to win a World Series so bad. It's just one of the things that keeps me up at night, that I want to win a World Series.
Can you just call him Mark moving forward, especially if you're going to do your impression?
Well, that's Jerry. Jerry does that.
Sounded awfully.
Jerry would say that.
I don't know. Peg junk just sounded really tough in that moment.
That's what Jerry would say.
Oh.
What up, y'all?
Madson.
That's me.
That man.
Oops.
That baseball game last night was ridiculous.
Man, that was great.
Can you imagine if you were a Brewers Buccaneers fan? Like if that just happens to somehow be your teams. Yeah, if that just happened to be your teams. Like that person exists. At least one person exists like that.
There's a Red Sox, Celtics, and Dolphins fan out there, so I'm sure that person exists.
That's a great point.
Well, at least you got two. So what would they have to be, like a Bucks, Brewers, Bucks fan? Bucks, Brewers, Bucks.
Yeah, maybe they're just being into bees.
But yeah, that was tough.
Hey, let's hit some air horns because Young Zell and Mrs. Young Zell.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome in a newborn. Hey, we got a new member.
That's big time. That's so
newest member of the Chatty House, man. Salute to our man Young Zell and his wonderful bride. That's awesome, man.
That really is, man. You love to see it.
That's beautiful.
Love to see it.
Absolutely beautiful. We welcome in Kyle Madson.
6 hours is probably too much screen time for a newborn, but I get it.
That's okay.
It depends on what you're talking about. Miss Rachel might be on the TV for 7 straight hours. Put her on there. Miss Rachel, Gracie's Corner, and Trolls. Just be one of them days sometimes.
Totally.
Hi, Kyle.
Hi, Damien.
49ers-Cardinals at Levi Stadium this weekend. Let's bring Kenny into the conversation we were having on the handoff.
I have something I've got to talk to Kenny about before this segment's over. Anyways, keep going.
Do it right now.
No, because we'll get sidetracked. So start with the Niner stuff, and then we'll do the other stuff.
All right. Well, it's okay. My bad.
Hey, let me tell you how to do your show.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
You and many others think Brandon Ayuk has a breakout game this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's happening.
Just on
this week.
vibes?
Just on, it's been
It's
4
time?
weeks.
Okay.
It's not like he's bad now. He dropped 2 passes in the first 3 games, and everybody decided that he can't catch anymore. No, he's still a really good player. And I think the conversation about him has jumped the shark entirely. Like, we're just deciding that Brandon Ayuk sucks now because of 4 games that we all knew were going to be slow games because he missed all of training camp. Like, that was the problem. Is the missing camp was, man, he's going to get off to a slow start. Let's look at Nick Bosa last year. We all knew this was coming. And all of a sudden, we're trying to trade him and eat $70 million in dead cap and
How's
undo
that
the work.
taste, John Lynch?
And undo the work that they spent all offseason bending over backwards to get done. Like, this is it's ludicrous. I get people are frustrated, and I totally understand why. But like, he's not bad at football now. He was an all-pro last year who's getting off to a little bit of a slow start. It's mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I still think he's a great player, whatever the case may be. And when people say trade him, mind you, I bought this up the other day when we were doing the handoff.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually do the trade, even if it was feasible.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd actually do the trade because I don't think wide receiver offense is a problem.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
That's
and
it.
That's one of the reasons for me. And Brandon Ayuk is still a great player.
He's 26 years old, coming off an all-pro season, and they just signed him to a 4-year contract.
He's still a great player. And even the only reason you even bring up something like that is because of how great Devontae Adams is, not because Brandon Ayuk is less than. With all that being said, though, he's got to produce.
No doubt.
He got to produce. He did a lot of talking either on podcasts, through agents, through media outlets about, how he felt he was one of those elite guys. And those elite guys, they show up regardless of, like, for whatever reason, like the targets or beating double teams or whatever happens, Justin Jefferson's always producing.
No doubt.
Whatever happens, CeeDee Lamb is producing. And that's the level he said he was on. And that's what's expected of him. I thought he was going to have a breakout game against the Rams. It didn't really happen. Thought it was going to happen last week against New England. Didn't really happen. I'll go into this week thinking it'll happen again. Like, it's going to happen at some point where he finds a groove.
Yeah.
And I just expect it to be something where it's going to be gradual that we see over time. It's going to be like, oh, today he had 7 catches for 98 yards. No touchdowns, though. Next week he had 6 catches for 85 yards. Okay. Damn, now 3 games in a row, he didn't put together solid. Like, it's not going to be a Drake London game or something like that. I don't think. It'll just be solid, steady production. And I think he'll be okay.
He's on pace for something like 700 yards right now. Do you think if I said the over-under is 999.5, are taking over-under?
I'll go under. I don't think he's going to be 1,000-yard receiver this year, but I think he'll be good. It'll be a good season.
Okay.
Will the 49ers have 1,000-yard receiver?
Man, if they don't, they have a problem. Brock's on pace for like 4,800 passing yards. You're not going to have a 1,000-yard receiver? That's an issue to me.
Well, but look, so you might have 4 900-yard receivers.
Like I was going to say, if he hits that marker and they don't have 1,000-yard receiver, is it a problem?
Yeah, probably.
Even
like,
if you
let me ask you
a question. Well, let me ask you the question. If you have no 1,000-yard receivers but 4 900-yard receivers, is that a problem?
So you have 4 9. No, probably not. I was overthinking it. No, not if you got 4 guys getting to 900.
No, I don't think those.
Brandon Ayuk's on pace for 710 yards. If he does just to bring this back to him real quick, if he does what you're talking about, where he starts having there's 76 yards this week. Oh, and there's 98. Oh man, he had back-to-back 100-yard games in weeks 10 and 11. Like, he's getting to 1,000. If he does what you're talking about.
Fair. Very true.
Anyways.
Very true.
Do you know what Juwan's on pace to? Or did you just do the math?
More than that.
Yeah, he's probably on pace for like 1,200.
Well, no, I figured, but like, so I guess maybe the other side of this conversation is, do you think Juwan Jennings keeps at this pace? And maybe
no, I don't.
Okay.
There's at some point now, if Debo keeps missing a game or two, and if the Brandon Ayuk slow start bleeds into week 6, 7, 8, like up to the bye week, then like maybe. But at some point, you figure this offense is going to lock in, and Juwan Jennings is going to go back to maybe more utilized than he was last year. 19 catches last year. He's already at, what's he at this year? 21. He has 2 more catches this year than he had all last season. So I think he'll continue to be involved, but he's on pace right now. 1,547 yards, 13 touchdowns. Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that.
Wow.
I'm comfortable saying that.
Let me ask both of you guys a question. Do you think that we have underrated Juwan Jennings? Like, this isn't just, he's hot right now or whatever. He's actually getting an opportunity, and he's good enough to take advantage of it. And the reason why I asked that, because maybe I know maybe I underrated him. I just looked at him as a third down type receiver, possession type guy. But he kind of seems like one of those guys that, he's a big body guy. He's not super fast, but he knows how to get open. He knows he's tough. He'll catch anything. And he's a big target for Brock. And yeah, he just gets it. He kind of reminds me of a little bit, workshopping this comparison a little bit.
Okay.
But a little like Musa Muhammad.
Oh,
Wasn't like this super burner, but he was just
underrated
a good
player,
receiver.
though. Underrated player.
He
For sure.
knew how to be a big time NFL receiver. And I wonder if maybe that's Juwan Jennings.
Let me amend what I just responded to Damian. I think if he continues getting opportunities like this, then yeah, I think that, not that he's going to go for 1,500 yards, but I think he's a good player. Like, I could think he could definitely be, 1,000-yard receiver type of guy if he's going to go get 80 plus targets.
Yeah.
But I also don't think that that's necessarily good. Like, he had 12 targets in that game against the Rams. He's probably not reaching that mark again. He had 6 targets last week, led the team. So that could definitely happen a couple more times where he goes 3 catches, 88 yards. But I think you probably see him fall more into that. Oh man, Juwan had 2 for 50 this game.
But why?
Because they're going to have a lot of mouths to feed. And at some point.
But if Brock and Juwan are legitimately getting comfortable with each other, why would Brock go away from that? Or maybe they're not. Maybe that's not really a thing. But
no, I think it is. He's very comfortable letting his guys go make plays. And Juwan Jennings, I wrote about this when they drafted him. He turns every catch into a boxing match. Like every catch is like, man, because he doesn't separate. He can, but there's a lot of times where there's really sticky coverage, and he's just winning a jump ball and then fighting off a defender and running after the catch and breaking a tackle. It's just crazy. So that physicality he can thrive in, and Brock is going to throw it up to him. But the reason I say that, Damian, is because if let's say Christian McCaffrey comes back, I'm not banking on that, but let's just say it happens. Kyle Shanahan already said they're not going to run more 3 receiver stuff. So it's going to be Brandon Ayuk, it's going to be Debo Samuel, and it's going to be Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk with George Kittle. Like that's going to kind of be the 5 in big spots. Now I do think you see Jennings maybe rotating in a little more than he used to. But I don't think necessarily, if those guys are all healthy, that Juwan is going to be a guy that, like, man, we got to get him on the field. I think they're probably going to keep him in a third receiver role.
Go ahead.
No, you're good.
You know who I want to see kind of go to work a little bit more is George Kittle. I want to see him as a receiver go to work a little bit more. And I haven't looked at what the targets are or whatever the case may be. But I want to get back to him being a part of this offense, in the passing game. He's a great blocker and all this other stuff, but utilize him as a passer. And I want to ask you about how this works sometimes. I know it's real life. I know it's not Madden, but I'm going to use a Madden analogy, right?
Perfect.
When I call a play on Madden, I call a play and I said, this is George Kittle's play. I want George Kittle to get the ball. So I'm going to run this play, this route. And if I get the coverage I want, he's getting the ball. I may not get the coverage that I want. They may have somebody there bracket him, and maybe it's like a drag. And if it's man-to-man, he's going to be open. If it's zone, it's tough. I got to go to option 2 or whatever the case may be. But why – first 2-part question. Do you think that happens when Kyle Shanahan calls plays? And if it doesn't, why not? Why not like, all right, this is Brandon Ayuk's play. I need to get him the rock. Let me run this drag for Brandon Ayuk. Do you think that's how plays are called, and should they be even?
No, because I don't think Kyle Shanahan views offense that way. He views it through the defensive lens. Like, what are their defensive rules? I'm going to run this play to break their defensive rules. And if a defender moves to the wrong spot, then the Brandon Ayuk play, the one that Brock didn't throw against the Rams, that wasn't supposed to be Brandon Ayuk's route, right? The defense broke down and Ayuk ran to the empty space. Like that's going to happen sometimes.
Right.
That isn't like, hey, if they break down this coverage, throw it to him. Like that's just kind of built in. So no, I don't think Kyle Shanahan looks at it and goes, okay, we need to get it to George Kittle on this play. I don't think Brock drops back going, okay, I'm going to throw it to Debo on this play. I don't think it's necessarily
Do you
that.
think that line of thinking is exclusive to Kyle Shanahan, or just NFL play callers in general don't do that?
I think if every NFL play caller had this amount of weapons, they wouldn't do that. But there's a lot of teams where it's like George Kittle would be their best player. And so they're going, hey, and the quarterback's dropping back going, hey, big spot, I'm throwing it to this guy. Because I don't want to throw it to.
We know one quarterback who does. Patrick Mahomes does that all the time with Kelsey.
Yeah.
Third and whatever. Hey, Kelsey, whatever route you want, I'm getting the ball to you.
Yeah.
And nobody can stop it.
Yeah. George Kittle, by the way, on pace for 96 targets this year, over a 17-game season. He missed a game, obviously. That'd be his most targets since 2019.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
What's missing is the big explosive run after catch plays. The teams are just defending the Niners differently this year, and the run after catch just hasn't been there.
It's missing. Yeah, it's missing from the whole offense.
Kittle's longest catch of the year is 26 yards.
Well, okay, but he didn't practice.
Correct. The last 2 days.
Yeah. So walk me through this. Like, what do we know about that? Because he missed a game, comes back and plays, and is out again. Is it ill-advised that he played last week? Like,
no, a different injury. He hurt his.
Oh,
rib,
good. He
but-
got hurt a different way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's
it's
certainly
good. It's
positive.
actually a silver lining.
No,
different
that's
injury.
great. There you go. That's fine.
So no, it's a hamstring in week 3. Yeah, hamstring in week 3. Played last week and hurt his ribs. Now, I was talking to I don't want to put people on blast, but talking to people who were at the facility and talking to players and stuff. They're under the impression that Warner and Kittle are probably going to play, and that the non-practices are, hey, we got a game Sunday and then another one Thursday.
Okay.
These are 2 of our stars.
Yeah.
We don't need them running around in practice, so we'll get them out through Friday's walkthrough. Now, if they don't do walkthrough today, then I'll be deeply concerned.
Sure.
But my guess is they'll both be questionable, and it sounds like they're both trending toward playing. But I don't know that for sure. That's just speculation.
Yeah, because they were on a side field, I think, yesterday going through workouts or something.
Yeah, so they were in pads and stuff for the opening part of the warm up, and then Fred Warner went to the weight room, and I don't know where George Kittle went. So I don't.
Has anyone seen him since, or did he just
just evaporated? No, they both. So they weren't in the portion of practice open to media, and then they were listed as non-participants. So they went and did rehab or worked out or whatever.
How you feel about this game?
I think it's going to be their highest scoring game of the year. I think Brandon Ayuk's going to break out. I think their defensive line is going to get exposed.
Niners?
Yeah. They cooked against the Patriots, but the Patriots stink. The Patriots offense is so bad. Specifically, their offensive line is so bad. So like Kevin Givens is not going to have 2.5 sacks again this week. Malik Collins is not going to be as impactful as he was. He's a good player, but I think their defensive line is going to get exposed a bit. But Kyler Murray is not good against a blitz this year. We've seen the Niners uptick their blitz rate.
Did they uptick it the blitz rate last week? Because that's what I asked a little bit more of personally. And I know they listened to me.
Yes.
I said
dialed into the program.
I said you're not getting home with
the
four. You got to bring a little bit more blitz and bring those corners up and a little bit more press coverage to get that work. Did you see that at all?
Yeah. So they blitzed 13 times the first 3 weeks. They blitzed 11 times last week.
Wow. Okay.
So they're ramping that up for sure. And they have to. It would be insanity to not, because it's really clear, especially without Javon Hargrave, they're not getting home with 4. So Nick Bosa is going to have his reps where he dominates and gets there, and Malik Collins will win a rep here, and hopefully Leonard Floyd does something soon. But to consistently get pressure, I think you're going to see him blitz a lot more.
Leonard Floyd was in on that pick 6. He got the pressure.
Yeah, he was a little better last week, but
Is there a better defensive player in the game right now than Fred Warner?
Man,
I feel like it's.
I can answer for you. I think it's no.
I don't.
Right
I
now,
won't-
today, I
won't-
don't think
The
there
only
is.
person the first person that comes to my mind, the only person that I'll hear an argument for is TJ Watt.
I think TJ Watt might end the season better than Fred Warner. Right now, I don't think there's
Brett,
anyone
they're
playing
just-
better on that side of the ball than Fred Warner.
So like Aiden Hutchinson, right? Having an
Oh, he's killing
awesome
it.
start to the year.
Yeah,
Awesome start to the
yeah.
year. He's been incredible.
Yeah.
Go Blue. And
What?
Yeah, you heard him.
What?
You heard him. Clip that.
that's
Blue
my new,
what?
You
that's
heard
my new that's my new sarcastic thing because Michigan fans make it their entire identity. And anytime you say a Michigan person, no, I have noticed that
better than
that
saying
only
the.
happens when OH baby. The only time that happens is when it's a good player. I've never heard a person be like, let me think, Ambry Thomas. Ambry Thomas, a healthy scratch today. Go Blue.
I think I did that for Ronnie
so-
Bell the other day. I showed love.
That's a bad
When-
drop.
when he
Ronnie Bell,
dropped-
healthy scratch.
When he
Go Blue.
dropped the ball and Jake Moody missed, I think I hit a go blue for both of them. 'cause,
Oof.
You know, it's still love, but
Oof.
that was awful. That was
That's a
awful.
tough goal. No, but Aiden Hutchinson is really good. But the way Fred Warner impacts games with the forced fumble at the goal line against the Vikings and the interception in the red zone against the Vikings
Yep.
and the pick six to get the scoring kick started against the Patriots after 2 field goals on trips inside the 10. Like it's just the impact he's having right now is I don't think there's a more impactful defensive player than him right now as of week 4.
Do you think he can win the defensive player of the year?
I think he can. He has to continue doing what he's doing right now, where it's forced fumbles, it's pick sixes, it's a sack here and there, and then he has to do it in like prime time. Like if he has a great year and then goes into that, I think it's Monday night against the Lions in week 17 and has a pick six in that game that seals it or whatever. That's the kind of like it's about moments, right? It's about it's the story, it's the narrative of the year for that player. And if the Niners wind up winning the division, and like I said, Fred Warner has this game sealing pick six in a huge nationally televised game late in the year, then the narrative kind of swings his way.
I waxed poetically about Fred Warner after week 1, and I want you to tell me if I went too far. You know my boy 52. I mean that come on, man, come on, that's Hall of Famer. I said I don't know. I think Fred right there.
Shasky said this to me like 2 years ago, and I was like, "You're insane." Like that's
Now?
crazy. Well, Shasky's still insane.
He is
But-
insane.
but-
That's
but that take
charmingly
specifically,
insane.
yeah, no, love Bonte and Joe. No, they, I don't. It's tough because I have the utmost respect for Navarro Bowman, for Patrick Willis. Those are the two guys that I saw a lot of. Like Julian Peterson was great when he was with the Niners too, but not quite at that level. I don't say it lightly when I say I agree with you. I don't know that anybody has played the position at this high of a level in the time that I've like really watched and paid attention to the 49ers. And I say that fully knowing that Patrick Willis is one of the best to ever do it. Fred Warner is right there, man. He is really, really damn good.
The thing that gets me, sorry, Dave. The thing that gets me with Fred that may put him over the top, and as you see, I haven't been able to form my words to actually say it because of the respect I have.
Dude, exactly. It's like impossible.
Yeah, I can't
He
say
set
it.
such a high standard. It's like you don't get to surpass that standard 10 years after he retires. Like that's crazy.
Right. I can't even form the words yet. But the thing that would set him apart is him going in coverage. The play, I've said it a number of different times, that just lives in my head is divisional playoff game. CeeDee Lamb goes streaking down the middle of the field, and step for step is defending him as Fred Warner. I'm like, yo, who's doing that?
Yeah.
Who's doing that?
Yeah.
At that position? We've seen a lot of great linebackers, and they're great. Maybe they do other things better than Fred Warner, but who's doing that? Who's covering the run the way he is? Who's meeting Najee Harris in the backfield the way he is, and then a play later going 30 yards down the field with CeeDee Lamb? It's crazy.
He doesn't. I don't want to say he gets credit. Like he is. I think if you went and took a straw poll of who's the best linebacker in the sport right now. I don't know that many people are not saying Fred Warner. Like, and so I don't want to say he's underrated, but there's his impact on the Niners defense really since 2019. It's been all about the defensive line, right? And it's like, man, Nick Bosa and DeForest Buckner, and Eric Armstead, and D Ford, and all these guys they've rolled through there to create this awesome pass rush. Yeah, for sure. But controlling the middle of the field the way they have has been in large part because of number 54.
I agree.
And I think his impact on their successes can't be understated.
Yep. You had something for Casey?
Relax on the practice videos.
What practice video?
I don't. The Kings practice video that came out yesterday, day 3 of training camp. Like, I like that set. I like that action they run.
That action was really nice.
Like, come on.
That
relax.
action was really nice.
Relax, dog.
It was really nice.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Ask him what happened a few years ago when Tristan was here.
That wasn't a shining moment. Shout out CBS, March Madness.
What happened?
TT got everybody all hyped up, and
Tristan Thompson.
And we thought it signaled a change.
Be careful when we say we.
Well, the Chatty House was in there too. I don't know if you were, but the Chatty House was in there. Everybody was hyped. I wasn't the only one. Don't do that. I wasn't the only one in Kings fandom that was hyped up.
You're the only one with a radio show, buddy.
It's not, and this is not exclusive to Kenny. It's not exclusive to Kings fans. It's not even exclusive to basketball fans. We do this every year in the NFL. We do it in the NBA. It is, whoa, hey, did you see Baker Mayfield to Odell Beckham? Oh, watch out for the Browns. And then 2 years later, Odell's out of there because his dad hates Baker Mayfield. Like, I mean, come on, man.
That was some nice action. I don't even think, but the thing that really got me hyped up about that is I don't think that was a play. That was just them playing.
Yeah. It was on getting out on the break.
I like that. Give
Yeah.
me more of that.
I will say,
iron sharpen iron with Davion and De'Aaron. So awful. Just so bad. So many different levels of bad.
So no, the training camp overreaction in any sport, spring training too, overreaction in every sport just kill me.
Good in his 2 1/3 innings.
What was it? Fujinama for the A's a couple years ago, just lights out in camp. He was so lights out in spring training that I was off the day he made his debut at the Coliseum, and I went, you know what? I'm going to the Coliseum. I'm going by myself. I'm going to go watch Shintaro Fujinama pitch. This is going to be awesome. He was electric. Gave up like 11 runs in 2 innings.
Oh.
Horrible. It was so bad.
Like you said, every year.
Every year. It gets, dude, I warn against it. And then sure enough, there'll be some guy who has a good camp for the Niners. I'm like, hey, he had a nice little camp.
What was my man, the receiver? They called him Alabama. What was his name?
DeAndre Smelter?
Was it Smelter? It was like
White.
I think it was White.
DeAndrew White.
Yeah.
I think is his
Alabama.
name.
He was lighting it up in training.
Dude, Ronnie Bell. You should have seen Ronnie Bell. The day I went to camp, Ronnie Bell just killing it. Contested catch, tough catch over the middle where he's getting hit. Another one where it broken play and he breaks off his route and he comes back to the ball in the middle of the field. I'm like, hey, Ronnie Bell, the light switch might have come on. Nope, it did not.
Well, look.
It did not come on for Ronnie Bell.
Shout out to my guys. They have a lot of fun with this. That's why we could say it. But the famous Bonte and Butcher video after they first saw Trey Lance. they were going.
Fred Warner took his helmet off and was shaking his head. I've never seen a player like him.
The Butcher Boy impression might be the best one on the show. Oh, that's incredible.
Damien, I'm telling you. I've never seen anything like it.
Easily my new favorite impression. That's the one right there. Kyle Madson, The Insiders, NinersWire.com for all of your 49ers information. Of course, Candlestick Chronicles as well. Chris Haynes, hottest free agent in the game, joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I just had the dopest revelation that's going to take Flashback Friday to a new level.
Nope.
Yes, sir. Hey, do you want something from Mendocino Farms?
I would love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to look at the menu real quick?
Yeah, let me do that real quick.
Casey, can you do the same? And,
Mendocino Farms. Never been there.
Get this.
Oh, it's
you'll
delightful.
like it. You've had it. It's been
here?
delivered before. Yeah. some of the sandwiches. We'll get you to eat off camera.
Yeah, you can't trust these jackasses.
I need one more. What do we need here?
Oh, hit me. Oh, salad?
What do we need here?
This is so clutch because the lunch I brought today did not keep well as leftovers.
Okay.
So I did not get to eat lunch today. This is big time.
That's always the
Hey,
worst.
I just panicked so bad at that F-bomb. I just, dude, the radio guy in me just like, oh. Ooh, the impossible taco salad?
You've had that before.
I definitely have. That
with
was, yep. Okay, here we go. Oh my God.
I'm sacrificing reading for looking good today.
I'm so hyped. Yeah. Okay.
This is how it's got to be sometimes, Casey.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm not above it. I'll be blind.
You want me to just text you my order?
You can just say it out loud.
I would like the impossible taco salad. Can you
Okay.
add chicken to that though?
Defeat the purpose.
No, because I'm trying to be vegan. Just tastes good.
Where are you? Impossible taco salad.
Actually, you know what? That's crazy. Leave the chicken off. That's nuts.
It's
I don't know why I
it's a
asked for
little
that.
nuts.
That's crazy.
It's
Don't do that.
actually not. Oh,
Don't
there
do
it is.
that.
I can add
It's on
chicken.
there. Don't
I can
do
add
that.
chicken.
Don't do that. I don't want to do that. That's crazy.
It's
do
not
that.
crazy. Do you want chicken or
No,
not?
I don't want chicken.
I'm
He's
here.
lying. He wants
There's gonna
chicken.
be
He wants
food. There's
chicken,
about to
but
be-
we
there's
run
about to
against
be-
it.
There's about to be so much food out here.
Yeah.
Is McCooney's coming back? That's gonna be good.
No, I think it's the wake up calls joint.
That
Garden
was
of
good.
Eden.
That was good too. Yeah. Let me go with what is this? A chimichurri?
Is it a sandwich or a salad?
It's a
That sounded like a Jerry
Foodie
Jones
favorite.
Accidental Jerry.
Oh, it's steak and bacon.
chimichurri?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Chimichurri, right? That's what it chimichurri. I don't know.
All right.
What?
I got it.
I don't know, man. What?
Hey, real quick before Jesse, how much time we got? Nah, all right, never mind. Goodbye, everybody. Have a great weekend. The Insiders, 10 a.m. Monday. See you there.
You know I'm ordering like $30 worth of cookies too.
Chocolate chip.
I got you.
Regular.
Come on, man. I've played this game before. 3010 Lava Ridge office.
I'm so excited for my outfit today, guys. I'm not gonna look rich, but I'll look better than I did last year in my flannel. Appreciate you, bro.
You gonna look rich.
See.
Yep. Huh?
You gonna look rich.
No, absolutely not.
All right, Chris Haynes. Yeah, we missed that. That's tough. Look, that's my fault.
That was tough.
That's my fault. I'm trying to I guess everybody had a morning this morning, so I'm trying to get food ordered for like everyone in the building. Hopefully I didn't forget anybody. I got Kim, got Complex, got everybody in here, so hopefully that went well. It's probably not the sharpest thing to do is try to order food for everyone while you're doing a radio show, but you know I try to help our people.
And that's why you're best in the game. That's why you're the best in the game.
It's debatable.
I mean,
It's debatable. Chris Haynes, hopefully set to join us here.
Yeah.
Coming up in just a little bit. Or coming up here very, very soon, as a matter of fact. Also, Mark Orr is going to be with us, the Sac State AD. Literally cannot wait to talk to my man.
Man,
We
moves
grilling
are
it.
being made.
He might not answer everything, but we're going to talk to our guy. That's for sure. Cannot wait for Mark Orr to join us here in just a little bit. Had a great start to Week 5 of the NFL season.
Week
last
5
night.
already. That's crazy.
It goes by
Come
so
on, man.
fast,
Week
bro.
5.
It goes by so
Jeez.
fast.
Yeah. Hell, it's October already.
Is it? 97 degrees outside.
When you don't look at the weather, it's
I
October.
guess it is. Oh, no, this man is in his car. We got this. Oh, no. Oh, man, what is going on, Chris?
Hey man, it's still the off season for me. It's still the off season for me.
My man Chris Haynes joining us courtesy of Charlene's Beauty Supply in Elk Grove.
Defense,
8694 Elk Grove Boulevard.
defensive stopper. You know what I mean? I saw him locking up PG over the summer. You know what I mean? Out in Fresno. I saw him locking him up. Made him go left.
Get down, man. Hey, man, hold on. What's this all this extra swag y'all got on the day?
You see him, Chris. You see him. I'm just trying to keep up.
It's a money day here around the office, Chris. So we gotta present. We're not all of us are the hottest free agents in the game, so we gotta be on point here today.
We're not all Brock Purdy, you know, where we're just making a little bit, but we know the $60 million deal is coming. That's Chris Haynes. He know the $60 million deal coming.
Chris,
you know what I mean?
Man, come on, man. Hey, y'all speaking it into existence, man. I'll accept it.
Hey, NBC calling, Amazon calling, ESPN calling. If I could offer some advice, just stay away from the last one because they'll have you work from 6 a.m. to midnight. And they'll just call it one day. They'll be like, oh, Chris got one day here. Like, man, he was working for 17 hours. That's all right.
That's what I'm about to tell Chris. Hey, get your family vacations in right now. Get all that in right now because it's about to get busy.
Chris reaction kind of, maybe we should lay off ESPN a little bit. That's all right. That's all right. We got the letters too. We good. We family. We family. Hey,
glad to be on with you guys, man.
Hey, let's start with I mean, the league is here. There's a lot to talk about with that, but you was on the Sac State story the other day. Sac State and Golden One, man. Chris, you know, you're worldwide with the NBA. Man, Sacramento is buzzing sports-wise right now.
No, that was that's a cool gesture, you know. So when it came across my wire, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna report this. This is pretty cool. And you know, I'm gonna tell a little funny joke that I got with my brother Mark Spears here in a minute. But no, I mean, we've known for quite a while the ambition of Sac State and the willingness to want to move to a FBCS conference, and the Pac-12 is the conference that they're eyeing. And they're trying to do everything that they can, from the facilities to, you know, generating funds to try to show these conferences that they're a legitimate player and should be taken seriously. And so you look at what the Sac-12 committee has done already. You see with the football stadium that's in the works, you know, with the NIL funding that they were able to produce in a short amount of time. We're talking about 30-something plus million already for that. And then with the Kings stepping in and offering the Golden One Center, and I want to make this clear. From what I was told, they're offering the Golden One Center for men and women's basketball only, and it would be for availability only. So if the arena is available, that arena will be available for Sac State men's and women's basketball, not volleyball or any other indoor sport. And so they're hoping that this will convince the Pac-12 in particular, but you know, all those top conferences, that Sac State is a legitimate player. Now, as far as Mark Spears is concerned, he's a San Jose State alum. I'm a Fresno State alum, so we always have this rivalry. So right before I tweeted the news of what Sac State was doing, I sent him a text saying, hey, yeah, San Jose State may want to step their game up, because Fresno State, we've already made that jump. Pac-12, baby. We left San Jose State. We left San Jose State right where they're at. And so I told him, like, you want to be a legitimate player, you better look at what Sac State is doing. So that's the little thing we got going on with Spears. But Sac State, they're pulling out all the stops. They're trying to alert these conferences that they're a school that should be taken seriously.
Yeah, and you bring up Fresno State going to the Pac-12, and I think about, because the first thing was, all right, I know, you know, it's great to be in the Golden One Center, but I don't know if they're going to get 18,000 every night. And maybe that may be unappealing to some. But I thought about Fresno State and the Save Mart Center. Very nice arena. And it's almost a little bit like an NBA arena, you know, more so maybe like a Thomas and Mack type vibe, but very nice. And you could tell me it probably fits about 15,000. And they don't always have like a sellout, but it's still good to have, and you have that opportunity.
You're being generous.
Yeah, I was trying to show respect to my people on the
Hardly
5.
Hardly ever do we have a sellout. You're being generous. Hardly ever. You know, they built that arena, the St. Mark Center. It was like at the height. They started building at the height of the Jerry Tarkanian era. And so the plan was to, you know, that's when Tark was bringing all those McDonald's All-Americans to Fresno, and it had buzz. Like they were playing at the Selling Arena. That was downtown. That venue held probably like 10,000, if that. And so that was the plan. And, you know, then the Tark stuff happened where, you know Tark's history. And it just never had that buzz. And it's never, like hardly ever, is that arena ever sold out. If it's sold out, it's for a concert, not for a basketball game.
Boxing.
So
with Jose Ramirez.
So with that being said, you know, you're talking about Sac State not being able to fill the arena. You know, a lot of times too, when it comes to these conferences, that players, high caliber players and fans will come when they get to an elevated conference. So when you get to an elevated conference and you play in these other elite schools, then that's how the recruiting efforts are much more easier to attract high level talent. You know, once they know, okay, this is who we're playing. Oh, okay. And this is where we're playing at. So all, you know, a conference shift or a arena shift, a venue shift, that helps a lot when it comes to drawing attraction, whether it's from recruits or, you know, to try to generate more of a fan base. And so I think those things will help.
I think they could get Sac State go to the Pac-12, even the Mountain West. I think they could get like the lower bowl filled up at Golden One Center. I think they could do that.
I think
the lower bowl. Yeah. You gotta start somewhere. All right. So hold on. So do you guys remember? Were you guys in town when the Monarchs were in town?
Absolutely.
Okay. So do you think if this comes to fruition, if they can get into the Pac-12 and then they're playing their home games at Golden One, do you think they can have a bigger draw than what the Monarchs used to have?
What the Monarchs used to have? Sure. I think it could be equal to. Yeah,
okay,
the Monarchs had really good attendance. Like that lower bowl, it wasn't sold out on a game-to-game basis, but it was regularly full. They had lower bowl sellouts. They had, you know, for certain games, they had Arco Arena sellouts. I think Sac State could do that.
Yeah, and that's pretty good. And also, there's probably more of a chance, you know, depending on the schedule, that, you know, you have some NBA players coming dropping in. There's not a lot of NBA players dropping in at the Sac State game where they're at now. You know, so
it's hard to hide at Sac State.
Exactly. So you got much more opportunity for things like that to happen. And it could be much more of an engagement, because, you know, you'll see LeBron. I understand it's his son, but you'll see LeBron dropping into a high caliber college USC, UCLA game. You see that in other regions as well. So, you know, maybe this can start a trend.
Chris Haynes with us here as we shift from Sac State and college basketball to the NBA. Before we get to the Kings and DeMar and everything going on in Sacramento, I want to bring Chris into the conversation we were having over the last couple of days about players that have pressure on them. They have something to prove. And like Joel Embiid was a name that came up. And I said Dame Lillard. And apparently when I left the room, they started a whole other conversation about how I was wrong about Dame Lillard, and Dame Lillard is certified and he's got nothing to prove. Now, I'm not talking about like Dame proving something to himself. I'm talking about when you're kind of on the outside and you're examining the league. I'll ask you, do you think Dame Lillard has anything to prove this year in Milwaukee?
Yeah, I think he has something to prove to himself, and he's a guy who's motivated off of people belittling his accomplishments up to this point. And I'm not saying that you're belittling his accomplishments, but no, he's definitely up to the task of showing everybody that he's a much better player. He's in better shape going into this season. Last off season was kind of tough. He didn't know where he was going to go. Since he had the trade request, he wasn't allowed to go and use the facility like he did for 10 or 11 straight years. And so it just threw his rhythm off. He was going through things personally, his ex-wife and all that type of stuff. So it took a toll on him. He's in much better shape. All this summer, he was, sending me texts, sending me videos of his workouts and what he's doing. Man, he sent me one video one day, like he was like pushing a truck, like really pushing a truck down the street. And I asked him, I said, how does this translate to basketball?
What'd he say?
He was like, man, just pay attention to what I'm doing. I'm like, all right, bro. My bad, bro. But no, he's motivated, man. He likes being, the fact that people are talking about the New York Knicks, Boston Celtics, even the Philadelphia 76ers, people aren't saying Milwaukee is one of the top 2 teams in the East. He loves it. He relishes being an underdog. Last year was his first time ever in his professional career. I wouldn't even say professional career. Maybe his whole entire basketball career, where there was these expectations that if they didn't succeed or reach a certain level, it was a failure. That was his first time being in that mode. He's much more comfortable being an underdog, and he feels it right now. But he's excited. He's ecstatic. He's ecstatic to go out there and prove that he's still one of the top guards, arguably the best point guard in the league. So I wouldn't say you were wrong in your assessment. I didn't have a problem with that. I don't think Dang would even have a problem with that, but because he knows that last year wasn't his best.
The pushback that I had on that is number one, it's kind of, and we didn't talk about this name, but it's kind of tough from the guard position to lead a team, to a level that proves that you a winning player or something like that. Steph is like one of the only ones. Other than that, like it would be Giannis leading the team somewhere. It's the bigs, it's the wings, things of that nature. So
I think it would be Giannis and Dame, though. I think they're locked together now, which was kind of part of my point.
True, but what I would say is Giannis and Dame can have great seasons. They can do damn near nothing wrong, and it still might be enough because I don't know if they have enough around them. Like that the cupboard is bare, and that's why I say if they don't reach second round or conference finals or something like that, I don't think it's an indictment on Dame or Giannis because Middleton can barely stay off the surgery table. We don't know what Brook Lopez is doing, and we don't know half of the other players on the roster. They might just not be good enough.
Shout out Terrence State.
Shout out TD.
Yeah, I like that. I actually, again, Chris Middleton, that's a wild card. Is he going to be healthy? As of right now, he's not participating in 5-on-5 action. I reported that last week before training camp started. But if Middleton can come back and be healthy, I know that's a big if, but if he can come back and be healthy, and if Brook Lopez can still play at the same level he played even last season kind of tailored off, but still, if he could play at that level, I actually like this collection of talent better than last year's collection. They got Gary Trent Jr. to come in there and fill that 2-guard spot. You can arguably make the case that he's an upgrade over Malik Beasley. They brought in Taurean Prince, who played with the Lakers last season, and they brought in DeLon Wright, who was arguably one of the best backup point guards in the league. So I think talent-wise, I think they're a little bit more deeper. And again, with them, it's going to be about health, and not just from Brook and Chris Middleton, Giannis and Dame as well.
Mm-hmm. Chris said something that caught my attention. They're talking about Dame Lillard last year wasn't his best. There's a lot of pressure this year on Kevin Huerter for the same exact reason. Last year wasn't Kevin Huerter's best season. I think there's a lot of pressure on him this year, even with DeMar DeRozan being in Sacramento, to be better than he was last year. And there's something to be said, I think, Chris, for looking back on the last year, whether it's Dame, Kevin Huerter, or any player in the league, that, well, I'm better than that. So there's the external and the internal pressure to be closer to what I was before. And that's the case, I think, for both Dame and Kevin Huerter.
Yeah. And from Kevin's standpoint, having a little bit of a reduced role, I think it can help, because some guys get overexposed. And sometimes, like, there's 30, like, I'm not a big fan. Again, I guess I'm not a big fan of change in the first place, but I'm not a big fan of expansion, because I just think there's a lot of bad teams out there anyways. And then you're going to add 2 more teams. Like at a certain point, leagues get watered down. And so if you have a lot of teams and you have a lot, you have to fill these rosters up with players, there's going to be players out there that are starting that aren't really starters. They are good players. They're good contributing players, but they get exposed when they have to play a real starting role when they're playing 30 plus minutes, have to guard and defend the best players. When you get put in your place, and I think this season could be a much better season for Kevin because you're not expecting him to do as much, but you do expect him to be a little bit more efficient in his role as a contributor, so that's where I think Kevin can kind of fall back and play into the role that I think we kind of envision Kevin playing, being that catch and shoot guy, being an energy guy, running off, coming off of pin downs and flare screens and just causing havoc. And that, he does that well. And so, just being that deep threat and somebody where you're not actually looking for him to score. Like, he might not get his number called. A lot of times when there are players that have their numbers called all the time, the defense can key in on you. And you're kind of easier to defend. But when your numbers are not called like that, and you're kind of getting it in the flow, that's when you can really play your game. So maybe I think with the arrival of DeMar DeRozan, and DeMar, one thing about him, his passing ability doesn't get talked about enough. He's a great passer. He will find you. So I think it would be a pretty good fit.
Chris Haynes, free agent Chris Haynes. We don't even have an affiliation right now, but it's coming soon.
Charlene's Beauty Supply.
It's coming soon.
Charlene's Beauty Supply in El Grove.
There we go. 100%.
Where they can get this do-rag right here.
I need that do-rag, and I ain't got nothing for it. I just rock it. It is what it is.
Product placement. Just drop them off for De'Aaron.
Right. So look, I want to ask you about De'Aaron. We were talking about him, and one of the things that we just kind of like look at, and we're not sure like what the issue is. I was listening to a conversation, and they were talking about the season, and Memphis might come back, and Ja be back, and can Ja take back his mantle as being one of the best young guards? He could have a All NBA season, first or second team, and they're like, who was he going to beat out? Who does he have to contend with? Oh, Donovan Mitchell and Brunson and and they're naming all these guys, and I'm not once De'Aaron Fox, and I'm like, is De'Aaron Fox dead? Like, is De'Aaron Fox retire? We feel like nationally, he doesn't get thought of the way I think he should. This is a guy that was 8th in the league in scoring last year, and they kind of treat him like he's a bit of a mid-level guy. Is it our imagination, or do you feel like he doesn't get the respect nationally as being one of these true top players in the league?
I think real hoopers respect De'Aaron's game. I think if you're a real NBA follower, analyst, reporter, you know who De'Aaron Fox is and know what he brings to the table. For casuals, they probably aren't going to be up to date on De'Aaron. The market definitely plays a factor. The rise that they've had over the last couple of years has definitely helped, because I think it would have been worse had they not been a winning team. And he's putting up these numbers, and then they're still, you can make the case they should have more national games coming up this year than they do. But with that being said, I think, I hate to say it, but the market probably does dictate, why De'Aaron is not getting the buzz that other players are getting. And it's funny too, because De'Aaron, he's a high flyer as well. And, he'll posterize somebody. He's quick. His game lends itself to being on national highlight packages. For whatever reason, he's not. So, it's going to take, if it's going to take for a team like the Sacramento Kings, it's going to take for them to win. To be in the spotlight, so for people to get educated on what they bring to the table. And I think this rise over the last few years has definitely helped, but he definitely deserves more credit than what he's given still.
Now he's got a Hall of Famer joining him, DeMar DeRozan. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since July. All this happened. DeMar DeRozan and the Sacramento Kings. What's your thought on that fit?
I like it. It's arguably, I'm trying to think of the Kings' last big free agent. I know Lottie, yeah.
Malik ended up being a big free agent, but it's still not.
Yeah, this is you can make the case. This is the biggest free agent that the Kings have ever received, and I know he's not in his 20s, but he's still playing at a high level. Really consistent, takes care of his body, really good locker room guy. I think it's a great fit. You know, when it came on my radar that they were considering, you know, trying to make a play for DeMar, I didn't know how they were going to get it done. So shout out to the front office, Monty and those guys for pulling it off. I like the fit. I know everybody has question marks, I guess I would say, about the spacing. Is there enough shooting in that starting five group? Keegan Murray, I don't know if he said it, but I was told, you know, he gained, I forgot how much. Somebody told me how many pounds he's.
It was almost certainly 10. It's always 10, Chris. It is always 10 pounds of muscle.
It's never 7 or nothing like that.
Never. It's 10.
But no, I was told that he put on a little bit more muscle, more pound to be better prepared to play the power forward spot, to be able to slide down there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they got him. That's all right. We made it a long time out there in the range. It's all good. It's all good. Welcome to the club, Chris. It's all good, baby. Welcome to the club, Chris. It's all good. He probably getting a call from his new employer right now. Oh, there he is. He back. Hey, he back.
My bad, Joe.
That's a long look. That was a long time to go without a call. Without
right?
a phone call.
Right.
Yeah. That was a long time to go without a phone call.
That was a bill collector. I got to pay a bill, so that's all it was. I just click reject.
Hey.
But no, I was just saying that it's Keegan sliding over to that power forward spot, much more equipped. You feel like he's much more equipped to play in that type of a role. So I like the move. And look, anytime you got a chance to get a player of his caliber, man, like you got to roll the dice. And it was cool just seeing how all that came about this summer with DeMar.
Chris, before we let you go, I got to ask you, man. You getting back out to West Sac, man? We never get to play, man. We was on the schedule, and then I think a bunch of people got COVID. You was gone, or you got hurt. There's some I got hurt.
Yeah, a bunch of old guys playing basketball, and you wonder why no one can get on the floor.
They had Achilles popping left and right in that league. I said, "Oh man, I need to take the season off."
Yeah, we got put out 2 weeks ago, and I'm gonna take this season off because you guys know I'm true to my Filipino league out there at St. Patrick's. I'm true to my Filipino league. I have a league Saturday and a league Monday, and I did do the Sunday, as you know, but the wife was getting on me because I was missing church or I was leaving church early to go do that. So I had to give one of the days up.
Yeah, get the finger up. And get it.
You know, I was doing that. You know what I mean? I got my basketball shorts under my suit. You know what I mean?
Excuse me, sister. Let me slide through. Excuse me, sister.
So a brother taking the season off. I can't do all 3 days. I can't do Saturday, Sunday, and Monday anymore. I'm gonna stay to my Filipino league on Sundays and Mondays, man. So I urge you, Kenny, man, come join us in that league, man. Come on.
I'm gonna pull up. Have they met the quota yet? Can they get another brother in there? I don't know.
We make exceptions. Money talks, man. Money talks.
It's like an overseas women's basketball league. You only have one American. You can't have two. Chris, we appreciate you. Charlene's Beauty Supply in Elk Grove, 8694 Elk Grove Boulevard. Go support our brother and sister out there. Chris, we're excited to see when that announcement drop about where you're going to be, man.
It'll be soon. I appreciate you guys.
Yes,
my
sir.
man.
Much love, big dog. Appreciate you, man.
Chris. It's Chris Haynes right there. Chris stopped laughing when them ESPN jokes was rolling out. He did not. he did that thing where you start looking the other way because they talking about your homeboy. I'm gonna start welcoming Chris to the show. Get up.
She's like, damn, why won't nobody call me right now so I can freeze out of this?
Oh, that's great stuff with Chris, man. We've got so much more ahead. Mark Orr joins us in about 30 minutes. Sac State's athletic director will come back. We'll talk football. We'll talk a little bit of Raiders. Ooh, I caught up on the Antonio Pierce stuff.
Oh, man, they need a win in a bad way just to get
to be clear,
to be talked about.
He needs a win.
There you go.
In a bad way. We'll return here. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, David Jackson. There's this place around the corner from my house that makes unbelievable lumpia. Matter of fact, I probably need to get some sometime this weekend.
Just real quick, so I know that I got this right. Y'all hear? Everybody hears this. Oh, it took me a little while to figure it out, but I got it. I got it. We in here. Every commercial break on Fridays, I'm going to be messing around over there now. Yeah, boy. Flashback Friday just hit a new level. Have some fun. Yeah. What the hook gonna be?
Uh-oh. I don't need no hook on this beat. I don't need no fucking hook on this beat. All I need is a thing in the background.
And we'll go boom. Let's go here. Boom. Yeah. I said, let me take you for a ride. Come on, I paid a couple bucks for. I paid extra for the direct to you thing. Y'all need to get moving over here. God, everybody, all the other people around the office, like, bitch, I could have left by now. Could have gone, eaten, and come back. Man, Complex, you talk about looking like New Money. Complex got his suit on out there.
Oh, what y'all doing now? There go Jonathan. New Money.
Oh,
Employee of the quarter.
Jonathan looks like Jonathan.
Oh, yeah. Complex looks like you're about to close the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Is the COO gonna be here today for this?
Yeah. From the other night?
Yeah.
From the other day, I mean, yeah.
They probably won't get as loose as they normally do. That's always a fun time.
Well.
Oh man.
Yeah, your boy done messed around and figured out a couple things.
Uh-oh.
Your boy done messed around and figured out a couple
Come on,
things.
man, let's cook.
Y'all know it's Flashback
Let's
Friday.
cook.
We got Mark Orr set to join us coming up here in just a little bit.
Hey.
We got Eddie Gonzalez set to join us in just a little bit. We got Cash Caraway on the way.
When we pull up to the light, the people lost their hoes in the Benz with the dreadlock hair. Smoke everywhere, waving at Madden on them wood grain diamonds with the license plate rattling. Doing what we want to, hanging out the sunroof, mentally ignorant. Boy, we go dumb, dude. Gas, brake, dip. We call it joking, do a donut in your whip. We call it dose and get stupid. It's what we do good. Ghost ride the whip while we dancing on the hood. I'm amped, feeling good. I'm hiking in a bitch face with the this face off of Nike. The women like me, I'm dipped in butter. I'll rob your butter, pimp the blood out your mother. I'm Mr. Stupid Doodle Dumb. Something terrible. Tell them how we come. S-T-U-P-I-D. When we go to the club, we don't need ID. Everywhere we go, it's a party, y'all. We gon' get it crackin' like the Mardi Gras. Get stupid, get stupid, get stupid, get
Hold up.
stupid.
Hold up. Hold up.
Stupid.
Hold up.
Stupid.
Come on, get stupid with me. Hey, come on, man. Come on, man. It's Flashback Friday. Stealing with KC. It's ESPN 1320, baby. Y'all know what it is. We cutting up today. I done figured out a couple of things here in the studio. I learned how to merge our two shows together. Let's go, baby.
I'm out of this world, not your run of the million. My name is Furrow, I'm the owner of the building. I'm a stoner and I'm chilling with you like Jack. I pimped and I mag, drive the Benz on the lack. Man, I've been in the back with the groupies and the stars. I've been out front with the thugs and the guards. I've been on the yard with the Mexican mafia. And I only run with that are killing die for ya. I'm popular, I'm a rap star, but I live like a rock star running from the cop car. I drop bars from slaps that knock hard. And I charge for this extra large. I'm sick of the SARS, high to Mars, and I treat my like an ATM card. I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. I'm feeling myself. I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. Man, I'm feeling myself.
We need one more.
I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself.
We need one more. This for the chatty house right here.
Come on now. Come on now.
Just for everybody who rocks with D-Lo and KC. This is what we do. They had to throw us on two stations, man, because we do too much.
Listen up, I'm about to get dope. It ain't nothing but some I wrote about a young brother deep in the game. They call me Mac Dre and I'm keeping the name. I sport Nike shoes, I got a mic to use to talk bad about suckers. I don't like the fools. Down and dirty about spitting my hits, and if not, I'm getting my grits. Playing the game like it's supposed to be played, making much more than a minimum wage. Not a pimp daddy, don't drive it caddy. I just make and get all that babby Dre. You know I never slow down, smoking zesty until I'm really told down. Walking to the party, fully grab the microphone and let the mouthpiece work. I get hyped, and the game starts flowing. The girls get freaky and it starts showing. And when the party's over at the end of the night, they say, damn, Mac Dre, you ain't nothing polite, cause I'm the numero uno. Can never be the dose. A Mac named Dre and I'm popping the most. 18 making raps till I'm 80 though, and too hard for the radio. I'm too hard for the radio. I'm too hard for the radio.
Come on.
Mac D-R-E.
Y'all know what it is, man.
Mac D-R-E.
You know what? We do one more.
We got
one
one
more.
more.
We're on the dope, cause Mac Dre made them. They made you geek every time you played them. On your tape deck, hook to your zap code. A little hard, but brother, I'm a Mac though. Nothing nice, making raps that you wanna hear. Getting zested with my hands on a beer. I can't help it, that's what I like to do. Sloppy drunk, rapping on the mic for you. A young brother, kind of bone skinny. I take a girl to the golden penny. Get romantic, just like I planned it. Then cut turf and leave the girl stranded. Is it hard because I just beat it? Not really, that's what the girl needed. That's game, I thought that you knew this. Mac game, and mine is the smoothest. Like lotion, I'm in motion. I'm a Mac, I was a big ocean. But no matter what the fame is, nothing nice is what my game is. 18 making raps till I'm 80 though, and too hard for the radio.
Hey.
I'm too hard for the radio.
Yes, sir. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know what
Mac
it is.
D-R-E.
Yes,
Rest
sir.
in peace.
Yes, sir.
And little Bay Area love. This game day gonna be in the Bay Area. This Marshawn Lynch gonna be in the Bay Area with game day at 3 a.m. local time. He said we ain't sleeping. He said we ain't sleeping. Pit opens at 3 a.m. Be there. We're gonna be there all day. It's gonna be a good time out there.
Hey, where's I see the congratulations. Where's our boy? There he is. Hey, young Zell.
Hey, yes, sir.
We see you, boy. We see you,
Yes,
boy.
sir.
Congrats to our
Beautiful
young
baby
Zell.
girl, man. Beautiful baby girl.
All right. That's what you do. Little Mac Dre. Little Mac Dre sets
That's always,
everything right.
That's always good vibes.
Sets everything right. And let me tell you what I figured out. Because I can flip over to KSFM. I do it every day because I y'all see me like look over here. I have different things I got. I just realized I could create a hotkey bank with all of that music that we got over there. That's a game changer.
And popping.
That is a game
On
changer.
and popping. On well, we got.
I think some of the office might be confused. There might be a few people confused.
We have to add some because you know previously there was a lot of stuff not in there. What's good?
What up, boy?
Good?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's good, man. What's up, man? Hey,
what up, boy?
The legend, the young legend in the building. What's up, man? How you doing, man? You just come from the workout, dog?
Nah, it is, man. Hey. No, we got you. We're live. We in here.
And
we
no
in here.
profanity.
We talking. Dog, you good. Godfrey, what's up, boy?
I'm excellent, man. Fade is looking tight.
Yeah, you look clean. Yeah,
you looking fresh
right.
to death.
I'm all right. Not as clean as y'all, man.
Well,
Jesus.
You didn't get that done out here, did you?
No, this is New York.
Yeah.
No. This is New York right here. It's all New York. Shout out to my boy Youssef. 20 years, my same barber from Morocco.
Man,
That's what's
salute.
up.
Yeah, like whew.
Barber,
me and Don Lemon have the same barber.
You don't mess with the barber. I
Well,
saw.
your cut's a little cleaner than my man Don, but
I saw.
yeah.
I saw a story where CJ Stroud, he had his barber in Ohio. He moved him to Houston. Barber up and left the shop, whatever.
Wow.
Said, "Yo, CJ need me in Houston. I'm moving to Houston."
This
You don't
what's
mess
so
with the
funny
barber.
is like
I guess
do
I did
I
mess
cut
with the
my
barber.
hair every Tuesday, once a week. I love grooming. Obviously, you guys like to groom. Grooming is great.
Yeah.
And having a fade makes you feel handsome.
Facts.
Like when you get your
100%.
beard line, you're like, I am the
100%.
greatest looking dude right now.
You can't tell me nothing
And
on
how
Friday.
are
and
women
Saturday.
walking past? Don't you see this line in? What you doing? You should at least stop and go, wow, gave you that fade. You feel like, because I know guys that come to the barbershop the same day I do.
Yeah.
We all be like, what up, what up? Because you don't want to lose that feeling.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why in college, me and my buddies learned how to cut hair in college because we were like, we're broke.
Yeah.
And you're like, boy, when you get a fade, you feel like you're so handsome. You're broke, but but I'm look at my fade. I feel handsome.
Right.
So we learned. We bought our own clippers. We put money together to have our own clippers, and the clippers would be hot because we would take it so long because we didn't know how to do it.
Right.
But after a semester, we came back. We were like, and everyone's like, "Yo, how is your hair so tight?" I would fade my hair every 3 days. I soon say, "See here," I'm like,
fresh.
"Nah, keep it fresh."
Stay
You
fresh.
know, yeah, this is so important.
Absolutely. And now, so you said you go every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday.
I switched mine up. I got to get ready for the weekend. So it's Thursday night is when I line it up. So Friday, Saturday,
And you have
I'm ready to go.
but you have your
Oh yeah, every
pattern.
Thursday night. Every Thursday night.
Because I do a Tuesday because Tuesday is a neutral day for comedians when they come to town. Tuesday you can get your stuff done. I do a lot of errands too. I do my podcast on Tuesdays. And Godfrey We Trust, Gas Digital Network.
Check it out.
Tuesdays. Yeah, so I do everything. And then by the time the weekend hits, still tight. Then Monday, Tuesday, I'm like, oh, screwing it. And people go, you don't do it every 2 weeks? I go, no. I got to make people mad quickly. You feel me? I got to stay because people are like, who does it? Or I'll get offers from other barbers. Yo, you ever in my town, dog? Yo, they call me Mr. Barber. And I'm like, nah, maybe we'll see because they see it's tight.
Yeah.
And then what's funny is if I do when I go to LA, I don't trust LA barbers, right?
Oh no.
I don't trust none of them. And every time I go and get a haircut from another person, my barber goes, and he's Moroccan. He goes, oh, you were in LA, huh? Look, I can see you're LA. This is LA. What is this? He speaks Arabic and French. He goes, but he got a fro though. He's one of the black Moroccans. So I'm like, but what's funny is, okay, here's the thing about Los Angeles. You all know Los Angeles. Man, they have appointments, man.
Oh man, appointments and the price is crazy.
I'm like, wait a minute, because I'll walk into an empty barbershop. Because as a man, I growing up in Chicago, you walked up into a barbershop. Go, who got next? Oh, you got your barber. Oh, I got 2 down. All right, you just wait.
Yeah, them
Yep.
days
Like a
is-
pickup
them-
basketball
Them days
game.
is over.
Yep.
I'm coming into LA. I walk in. Oh, it's empty. I'm like, hey, I come from. Do you have an appointment? What?
They
My
tell you
mother had appointments.
They tell you
My
to download
sister-
the app.
Yeah, yeah.
You
just like,
download the app.
Go to
do you have an
Booksy.
appointment? I said,
Go to
wait,
Booksy.
I can't just. There's an o'clock appointment.
Man, them days is over.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I want to just not in New York though.
They still you can still walk
What?
in New
You
York.
can just
Oh.
walk. Let me tell you about diamond cuts in New York City on 8th Avenue between 39th and 40th. My man Mike, Puerto Rican Mike, who's been owning it for 25
Every
years.
barbershop has a Puerto Rican mic.
Puerto
like
Rican- and
everyone.
Mike's like Afro Puerto Rican. He's been there, and my man, there's swag. My man, Low, dope barbers, man, like dope barbers. Yeah, they go outside of the barbershop and stand outside. Go, you need a cut? You need a cut? They'll look at people's heads like,
Man.
yo, my man, yo, nah, come here.
That
You
feels like it's unheard of, at least on the
they-
whole
they
West
hustle.
Coast.
That- It's still in New York like that, and I
Mm.
been there, and and 50. These guys cut 50's hair. A lot of these guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, what? And so then I went and I called another barbershop that can let you walk in. This was like a month ago, and these dudes were Armenian. I called and I said, hey, can I just walk in? It's called LA Fade. And they said, can I just walk in? They said, yeah, you can just walk in. I said, really? Are you African American barbershop? They said, we have one. They said, we have one, but they're like busy. I said, I'm just gonna come in. So I walked in, and it was these 2 Armenian dudes. They were brothers. They were like older dudes, Armenia. You know, like the Kardashians are Armenians. You know that, right? Cher is Armenian. Did you know?
I didn't know Cher was.
Sarkisian. Anytime you see IAN or YAN, it means they're Armenian.
Really?
Sarkisian.
I
that's
learned
Cher.
something today.
Yeah. Dr. Kevorkian.
Okay.
Those are Armenians. All right. Yeah, the deaf doctor, Dr. Kevorkian. I'll just say all the famous, Armenian. So I walk in, this dude, and they playing hip hop. So I go, okay, they're culture vultures, so that might work. So boom. No, when all barbershops, they're basing it off black barbershops now.
Did they turn the music on when
No,
they
they
saw
didn't
you
turn
come
up
in?
louder. they still had the beats going. They didn't know I was black. So you know how sometimes there's a racist Spotify. As soon as you walk in, it's like Benita Applebum. Wait a minute, and then you walk back out. They're not gonna take it. Wait, you walk back in. Benita Applebum. Wait, what? No, we're not gonna take it. No. So I walk in, and the dude goes. He doesn't speak English that well. I say, hey man, can you cut black hair? He goes, yes, right. And I said, he goes, if I cut your hair bad, you cut my hair. He was like, and he laced me, boy. I'm going to him from now on in LA. He is good. They're getting good.
You brave. I don't know if I would have.
I was
I don't know.
Hold on. I was in Thailand not too long ago, about 3-4 weeks ago with my buddies. And I was like, man, I need a fade. I didn't bring my clippers. I said, I need a fade. And my boys, these Jamaican dudes said, yo, we found one at a barbershop down the street. Yo, this dude, blood clad, he done he did real well, man. You got to go. Right? They're real yard boys, Air Force guys, but they're really bomba clad. You know that. Lord have mercy,
And my cousins, they
real. You know when they want to turn up the patois, there's levels.
Yeah, and I'd be like, you got to say that again.
Yeah, they be like, well, I won't bomba. I
didn't know what they were saying in Shatas for about 70% of the movie.
Shada, there's even subtitles. There's subtitles in Shada where you're like, what did he just say?
I can pick it up because I see what's
And
going
it's
on, but I
English.
don't know what's
And
going
it's
on.
English, which is crazy. So I went to these Thai dudes. They had hip hop playing. They were wearing their hats like black dudes. I go, okay, they probably have been studying us. So, and I asked the dude, what's your name? My name's Skills. I'm Skills. His name was Skills. He kind of laced me up. He did a good
I
job.
was saying, you brave, man. You brave.
I was
don't
brave.
know.
I was like,
Yeah.
because it's my stuff is simple. So I said, just the fade, because if it's that bad, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Just leave the top. Just you see the pattern, you see the schematic. Just follow that.
Just
Yeah.
follow.
He did good. I was like,
There we go.
That's
was
the
like-
importance of the weekly too. The pattern never loses. Like it's always right there.
That's what
for
I'm
you.
saying. You got something to work from.
Mhm.
So yeah, I've taken chance. So I got Thai dude in case I'm in Thailand. Skills. I got Armenian dude.
You need a Sacramento guy. You go see my guys. in
Sacramento
Sac,
guy.
man.
You got
Come through.
Sacramento
we got you.
dudes.
Yeah, we got you. We can take care of you.
Sac-
We got
yeah.
people.
I like, you know what I'm saying? That's important to me, man.
Yeah,
it's very important to me.
absolutely.
Yeah, you don't want to be off because when I'm on live on my, my Instagram, I'm always on live because I don't have a TV show. So I'm always on live. Well, now hopefully this whole P. Diddy thing will clear house so we can actually get to where we want to by talent and not like baby oil.
Yeah. Yes. Please,
You ain't
Talent
going
only.
nowhere. You ain't going nowhere.
Talent
Why
only,
not, P?
please.
The door's locked. You ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere until you get some baby oil. Now you ain't. You moist, bro. You moist. And Diddy moist. That's a new one. Yo, you Diddy moist. Wait, what? I'm Diddy moist. That's real moist. That's real wet, bro.
No, I put on regular lotion. That's all I do.
You don't want Diddy?
No,
you want Diddy lotion?
I got Jergens. I'll just go
you
put
don't
the
want
lotion
to
on my
shine?
legs. No, that's it.
You don't want to
That's all
shine
I
and drip?
do.
You don't want to shine and drip?
That's all I'm gonna do. Just put on my
You
regular
ever
lotion.
heard of the take that line, product line?
Oh, come on now.
No. Oh, come on.
Just regular lotion for me. Just make sure the elbows aren't ashy, and I'm gonna keep moving. That's all.
We
I'm gonna
ain't going nowhere.
That's the thing. Like he
because
might have
we-
ruined.
Is that Steve Harvey in the Boston game?
No,
That was
no.
Steve Harvey.
Stop
Steve,
it.
No, Steve Harvey was sitting at the Boston game.
They're in
I'm
Abu
telling you.
Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi?
I'm telling because I saw Steve Harvey. Steve, no, I saw him sitting there. No, he was talking to some sheik on the side. No, I'm telling you.
Well, you're
maybe.
convinced. I'm
I
believing
see
you.
him. He's like, man, I'm gonna tell you something right now, boy. This game ain't that good. But what I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna do Family Feud up in Abu Dhabi.
That's a good
I want it for the Arabs. Yeah. That's what I'm about to do. That's what you done did. Is what I'm gonna do.
That's
the chuckle.
If
Not
Steve
a
Harvey,
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you that right now. God has blessed me to be here. That's right. I love your station, but that ain't as good as my show. But that's all right. Y'all doing what you got to do. Y'all doing things.
I don't feel like I've ever heard you do Steve Harvey. That's a good
think
one.
so either.
Steve hates me.
Oh no!
Wait, really?
Steve has not invited me to the Family Feud at all, and he knows I'm doing it because when I was on the Nick Cannon show, I was writing on Nick Cannon's daytime talk show. Steve was a guest via whatever Zoom, and he said, "Man, I like what Godfrey's doing. I love imitate. Like I did Club Shay Shay. I did Club Shay Shay, and I imitated.
I had a buzz. I had people talking.
I interviewed Shannon Sharp as Shannon Sharp. I put the glasses on and say, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. I've been in the NFL for a long time. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. So what motivated you to because I don't like Skip, right? I don't like Skip. I never liked Skip. But I'm gonna ask you some and Shannon loved it, man. It was like when we imitate you, it's a tribute to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That means you've gotten to a pinnacle. Everybody doing Catwin, that means you've gotten to a level.
Right.
When people do Denzel Washington, that means you're at a level.
Don't nobody imitate me. See, you know what I mean? I got to get there.
You're a smooth dude, man.
I got to get there.
Yeah, no one imitates you yet. Yeah, when
No,
they
hell
imitate you,
no.
that means. But Steve, I think, is a little like funky with
Steve
it.
doesn't feel like he has a sense of humor.
But yeah, and you're supposed to be a comic, and then he gets so angry.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to punch Cat
Oh,
Williams.
he was about
right.
He got out of his Family Feud hosting bag and went to whatever
He
street
went
he's
back to
from.
the Kings of Comedy
He
real
said,
quick.
I used to box. I used to be a boxer, boy. I ain't as fast as I used to be, but I take this fit right here.
So
If he come close, I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna knock his old little midget, right? He said that. I'm gonna hit his. I'm sorry, God done left the devil. I was about to punch, boy. I'm gonna tell you, boy. I'm slow now. I'm old, but if I had him right close, boy, I knock him, boy.
No, that's Steve Harvey dead on.
Hey,
Man. That's Steve.
Hey, I did a Twitter search. Steve Harvey is there.
He's there.
He's there.
I'm telling you, he's going like this.
He's sitting behind Mike Malone.
Thank you.
That's him.
Steve Harvey is there. He's with some like Gucci glasses.
No, yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I told you he's going like this. Yeah. That's
Steve Harvey
Steve
in Abu
Harvey
Dhabi to watch preseason NBA basketball.
Well, he's
Abu Dhabi
right, Godfrey.
because he's that kind of guy. Just he got to be. I'm in Abu Dhabi. I don't watch games in America. I don't do that. I'm international, bruh. That's what I done did.
That's true. Nobody ever seen Steve Harvey courtside at an
he's
NBA game ever.
And so he's sitting next to a sheik. That's what he
Yeah,
would
he
do.
is.
He's
Yep.
sitting next to one of the sheik dudes.
He's behind. He's behind. So he's behind
I
the Denver
told you.
bench. He's
told
behind
you.
Michael Malone. He's there. You'll see him. He got the glasses on. Like you'll see him.
And he's making a deal right now.
Probably.
He's like, I'm trying to do Family Feud. There we go. I'm trying to do Family Feud in Abu Dhabi. I'm trying to do an Arab Family Feud. You know, I'm just trying to do an Arab. If Allah will bless me, I'll come do Family Feud in an Arab country.
He might be upset. You might steal some heat if you go on Family Feud.
What am I stealing? You're millions of dollars ahead of me. What am I taking? Here's the problem with a lot of us, and I'm telling you, and this is that same African American comics especially of my era. We are the worst in letting each other shine. We are the worst. Like the younger ones, I think they do pretty good, especially the social media, not the social media people like King Batch, who I mess with. I do videos with them. These guys let each other eat. These guys grow together and get each other. Not the guys I came up with. I'm not naming names, but even Cat Williams is calling a lot of cats out. Some of the stuff might have been true, not true, but it's the truth that about hatred and not wanting anybody to have anything. Right. You are millions of dollars. You practically own the Family Feud. What would it hurt for me to come on your thing? Or he brought 2 other imitators that were trash on Family Feud. I go, I got it down. And I didn't know I was the only one really doing it. And you put them on there. I'm like, yeah, man, but there's guys like that.
Yeah, at his level, like, yeah, you should.
But I'm like, nothing's being taken from you. I don't want the Family Feud. I don't want that.
You certified, verified. If you're Steve Harvey,
you're solid.
Like,
You've been doing it. How long has he been doing Family Feud now?
Man, he's probably doing Family Feud. Yeah, 10 plus. Gotta be.
What's the problem? Like, no one's gonna go, man, he imitated you. He's a Family Feud guy.
Well, it's not like he just made it either when he went to Family Feud. Like he's been
been
good for a minute.
You've earned and you have a bunch of shows. What are they taking from? You've had a sitcom, you've had your own talk show, you have the Family Feud, you do stuff for the gospel. He hosts everything. Everything. He's gonna host his own funeral.
I'm
dead, but I'm not dead. I'm gonna do my own eulogy because someone might steal my shine. What?
He did have the most famous, was it Miss Universe moment?
Miss Universe. And that's huge. He does that. I mean, you do everything.
There's been a mistake.
And that got Miss Universe ratings because no one cared about that anymore. Right. Not with these Instagram women showing their bodies every 5 minutes. What is the universe gonna do to us? Every girl is a model on Instagram, and they have private and their accounts are private because I try to troll and it doesn't work. And then they have the nerve to troll, but you got 18 pictures of your butt out, and I'm trying to like be a creep, and you have the nerve, and then they got the nerve to have for business endeavors. Business endeavors. What are you talking about? What other business do you have? And then they'll say, I'm a real estate. You talking about your butt on the area, the surface area? What you talking about? You're real estate, but I didn't know that you sell buildings. I didn't know you sell apartments. You have your butt.
Your Instagram page does not give off that impression.
You have your butt and your leches out. I know I'm not supposed to curse. I do it in Espanol. You have your leche containers out, and you have your culos out all day long, and you're saying you're an entrepreneur. Where? I'm just saying, where are you an entrepreneur? You're in your bikini all the time, which is fine.
But your main issue with that is the page is private. Why?
Why is your page private?
That's his main issue.
You know
why
the
is the
DMs
page
are
private?
coming. You're gonna see the little 3 dots going typing. They're coming. What does that do though? What does that do though?
I know what you do.
And
You're
then
at the
get mad.
punchline.
And then get mad at what you said. But we're mammals. You know what you're doing. And then you got Bible verses, God first. Then you put God first up there. And what do you mean God first? Godfrey first, because I'm coming and I'm a DM you, and I'm not being
Godfrey first.
I say hi when I see girls with like nice. I go hi. That's what I said. Hi. I really want to go. Oh yeah, what's up with that? Yeah. That's what you want to say. I just go hi, and hopefully they go hi, but they don't because they're modeling right now. They're entrepreneurs. They don't have time.
They're showing a new property,
but they have but they're on a boat on the yacht. butt naked, half naked, with their legs out, making us jealous. So I'm like, what's up? When are you coming back? When are you going to be local?
And Godfrey got to send a friend request for that.
I send a friend request. And then they have to invite you. They have to answer to invite you. So they got that. It's feminism, and that's empowerment. I'm done. I'm so done with these women. I'm so done with them. I'm done. I'd rather women go, hey, what's up? Hi, yeah, oh, yeah, you saw that? Yeah. At least be like, well, I'm not interested. Cool. At least you gave me a chance. But, these other ones be private. Only business inquiries. Well, I got some business.
Punchline Comedy Club this weekend. 2 shows tonight, 2 tomorrow.
2 shows tonight, 2 tomorrow. And I try to tell people, you don't have any other comedy clubs here. I don't think. Sacramento. The Punchline's the best club.
It's the best.
It's the best one.
It's a great room.
Yeah, it's the one.
It's just fire. I never have a bad time there. But the only thing is, it's just hidden behind a forest.
It's in a tough spot.
And it's in a tough spot, and it's by the sleep train.
It's by that's right. Not the arena, the actual store.
Go
it's
get your
not by the
There's a
arena.
sleep train arena?
Yeah, it wasn't our proudest moment. But
Is it the mattress company?
Yeah.
Oh, they're making that much money. They
I
bought
think
an
they
arena?
were making that much money. They had the title to the.
Wait, did the sleep train derail? What happened?
It's gone. Yeah,
Well, we got
the
new
Golden
arena,
One
yeah.
Center now.
It's
we
the
got a brand
old
new
Arco
arena.
arena.
Oh, that's not sleep train anymore.
No.
It's sleep train.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
We
Yeah,
rock
I
with
know.
Sound
Matthews
like the white
mattress.
version of Soul Train.
We rock with Matthews mattress. That's what we rock.
Yo,
Indeed.
so yeah, it's by the sleep train. It's by,
Okay, yeah, it's
but they got a little room now. I mean, shout out to Live Nation because that's their property, and it's just they're really rebuilding that club, and it's getting good. And I'm telling y'all, it's right there on Arden Way, right where the heroin addicts stand in front of that Walgreens. The white heroin addict, I love them. Just to get M&Ms, they'd be like, "Dude, how you, man? What's up, bro? Can you get me some M&Ms?" I'm like, "No, man, I don't like peanut, man. Get to plain, bro." I'm like,
Godfrey tonight. Punchline. 2 shows tonight. 2
and my
shows
Instagram
tomorrow.
is Godfrey Comic. Follow me on that, and my YouTube channel, Godfrey Comedian. Subscribe to all of that.
And we'll be back with more on ESPN 1320.
Can you get me some M&M?
Man, God damn. My man came in hot.
I have no other choice.
That's all right.
You
Hey,
guys have a little window.
I
take
prefer that.
advantage.
Get 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
10
Clean,
times
no
out of 10.
cursing.
Oh my God.
He even had Arden down pat. Yeah, that's probably exactly what you're going to see.
You guys got a nice audience. Hell yeah. That's what's up.
You'll see some of them tonight for sure.
Well, that's what's up, man. The show's gonna be good. I can tell people. Tell you. You guys, thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys for real. All right. All right.
Thank you.
That'll be well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh Lord. God damn. No, we got it. We got hold on. Let's see. Get that out of there. Mark, what's up, baby?
Yeah.
What up? What up? What up?
Yeah.
How are you, my bro?
We're hustle here in Sac, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're in commercial on the radio, man. We'll be back here in just a heartbeat, but obviously the stream can see you right now. About a minute and a half.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. How are y'all?
We good,
We
man.
good, man.
We good. We excited. We excited for you. We excited to talk to you. We're gonna ask you all the tough questions.
You know how it is when you come on D-Lo and KC. You know, we get right to
y'all roll. I know how y'all roll. That's why I had to wait a couple days before I get with y'all. I gotta get my mind right.
Absolutely. Everything going good with you? I mean, obviously it's a busy time, but everything going good?
Yeah, everything's good, man. We're doing well, and obviously things. Luke Wood is great. Dr. Wood is big time. It's not often you have a president that wears Nike Dunks and listens to Kendrick Lamar, and can rap with us that way. So it's been pretty cool, man.
Oh man.
Oh, Complex has got food in there. Did Kyle get his food? Complex get his food? Everybody got it? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Appreciate
that ain't gonna be eaten for a while.
Yeah. We had to get lunch around here, man. It's a busy day around here.
Yes, sir.
Had to get some early lunch here.
Oh, you guys crack me up, man.
See, and the crazy thing is I got a lot to say to Marco, but I don't want to waste no time.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Well, we're gonna shift gears a little bit from Godfrey, who I completely forgot was coming.
So wait a minute, huh? What you doing in here?
It's like, did Godfrey just walk in the studio? And now I'm running in my head. Did Complex did email me about this? When did he do it? A week ago. Did he ever follow up? Nope. Doesn't matter. Godfrey's here. And now our man Mark Orr is here, the athletic director over at Sac State University. Man, there's a lot to talk about.
Like I wasn't really sure of the times. I was like, Godfrey gonna have to leave.
Yeah.
Mark Orr is on. All right, he's got to go. Or he can talk about the stadium if he wants to.
No, I would have enjoyed jumping in y'all's conversation. So
let's start with this. When is Alabama and Ohio State coming? Like, that's what we've been trying to, next year, the year after, like when
Alabama at Sac State.
Yeah,
very soon.
When's that happening, Mark?
Wouldn't that be big time to get Alabama here in Sacramento? Don't put anything past us here with Dr.
After this, we're not.
We are not.
Stuff. So no, it's an exciting time here in Sacramento. Certainly here at Sac State, but the city as a whole, it's just so many good things happening, especially in the sports world.
Yeah, Mark, I've been a believer from the start. When you guys started, kind of talking or tea leaves, I don't even gonna put it on you guys because you guys maybe necessarily didn't say stuff at first and stuff was coming out. I was like, man, I think they're really motivated to make this happen. And we've had some start and stops in the past over the past 25 years with Sac State. But I said, man, this one, it seems different. It seems like a different thing. What is different about this time as opposed to some of the other times when we heard about a stadium or trying to get into FBS or whatever? What's the difference this time around?
Well, I think it's timing, first of all, and leadership and alignment. Sacramento, this is a perfect time for Sacramento. I've always felt, you guys both know, I was born and raised here in Sacramento, South Sacramento. I've always felt this city and this community would support big time college athletics. And there's no reason why Sacramento State, being a city school, can't be that product for our community to rally behind. I think what's happened is it started with President Nelson, but with Luke Wood coming on board as a president, we're taking it to a whole nother level, not just what we're doing in athletics, but what we're doing as a university with Black Honors College and Combat U and all the different things that are happening on our campus. And then obviously the landscape of the NCAA continues to evolve at the same time. And then the success of the Sacramento Kings, the A's coming to Sacramento. So you have all these things happening at the same time, and it's different. Yeah. It's different. It's different here on our campus. It's different here with leadership. It's different with alignment and within the Sacramento community. So it's been really, really an immense amount of pride I've seen to see what the Sac-12 is doing and the community leaders rallying behind Sacramento State. Our student athletes, our teams are doing well. And the stadium announcement just, set it off a whole nother level.
And real quick, I want to piggyback off that because when all this started to come down, I was like, all right, that's ambitious, but, they're going up against, some schools that have enrollments that are higher, whatever the case may be. And I would look at Fresno State and I even looked at like the MAC conference with schools that we traditionally know as, okay, they're legit D1s or whatever. These are big schools. And I'm looking at like Bowling Green. I'm looking at Akron. I'm looking at NIU and all this other stuff. And I get to look, I keep putting in these enrollments and it's like 21,000, 22,000. And then I put in Sac State, 30,000. I'm like, well, wait a minute. This changes. Yeah. Like this is one of these universities in the country that has it. And for you to say like, you believe and President Wood, you guys believe that Sacramento and Sac State is deserving of being on that platform. It checks out when you check out all the metrics.
Yeah, it does, and it's a testament to the city and the university. We are a top 20 media market in the country. We have the Sacramento Kings, but there's no NFL team here in Sacramento. We will be getting Major League Baseball, at least for a few years. But there's a place for big-time college athletics here in Sacramento. We have 31,000 students, as you said. We have 21 NCAA Division I sport programs. We've been successful, at our level. What's been holding us back, quite frankly, is our facilities. Which is why the stadium announcement was really, really critical. I was very, very appreciative of Vivek and the Sacramento Kings announcing a couple days ago that they would allow us to use Golden One Center if we needed to for basketball. So that's that shows, one, that there's one of the best venues in the country right here in Sacramento. Two, our partnership with the Kings and how much the Kings support Sacramento State. And Mike Brown comes out to games, and De'Aaron's here on campus quite often. So it's really, when I said everything is coming together at the right time. And you never doubt this city of Sacramento and what we do here. So I'm very proud to be in this role and be part of it. And it's a lot more to come. We got some work to do. Obviously, we got to get the facilities right. Name, image, and likeness is a big thing in college athletics. We got to make sure to take care of our student athletes. And
Casey gonna put in on that. He told us.
I did
put in on that.
I did commit.
Good.
$20 a month. You can put the NIL, you can call the D-Lo and KC NIL. $20 a month. I'm in.
All right. So now you're one of my alumni and boosters. You're gonna start having demands of me here pretty soon.
Mark, all I ask is I just want to be on the field. I want the field pass so I can just stand there, and and like they do with Kenny Caraway's at the game and they see me there. That's all I want. That's all I
get you a field pass. Pretty soon you're gonna be asking to call plays and all those kind of things. That's what I worry about.
I think we can use the drag route a little bit more. I think we can use that. You know what I mean?
No, in all seriousness, I would tell you guys, I know a lot of folks are speculating what's going to happen with conference realignment and those kind of things. I can honestly tell you, I don't know. I wish I did know. I played, as both of you know, I played college football at Cal Berkeley back in the early mid-1990s, and never in a million years did I think Cal Berkeley, by the Pacific Ocean, would be in the Atlantic Coast Conference at this time. So what's happening in college athletics is very volatile. We don't know where, I don't have a crystal ball and can't tell you, what conference Sac State's future looks like or anything like that. What I can tell you is we're going to invest in our facilities. We're going to invest in our student athletes. We're going to make this the best that we can to put us in position to be able to have those opportunities should we decide to change conferences. But it starts with focusing on our city, our community, our student athletes, our campus, and structuring it and building the foundation to put us in the best position. So we're getting after it that way.
Mark didn't realize Cal would be in the ACC or that the quarterback would make more money than him.
You ain't lying that way. It is nuts. It is nuts. I never in a million years. But you know what? Good for our student athletes. When I played ball, you could not earn any income on your name, image, and likeness. We got a full scholarship, which I'm very appreciative every day of the week. I appreciate the full scholarship and education opportunity I had to play college football. But, student athletes do deserve to be able to earn income on their name, image, and likeness. If the revenues are there, and they should be able to utilize that. So I'm very supportive of our student athletes' rights and opportunities to earn income, and and we'll have to here at Sac State be able to provide for that as well in order to be competitive.
You mentioned the partnership with the Sacramento Kings. Obviously, one of the huge announcements this week was the Golden One Center. Should all of this come to fruition, yep. How did that materialize? Because Vivek has shown over his time he's a businessman and he makes business decisions, and so far he doesn't make bad ones. So clearly he's all in on Sac State. How did this come together?
Yeah, well, we've had a long-standing relationship with the Sacramento Kings, and We're hosting, I think we also announced, I think yesterday, we're announcing we're hosting another March Madness at Golden One Center. This is the 5th one, at least since I've been here. So we're going to do that in 2027. We have the Women's March Madness in 2026. We host our commencements at Golden One Center. So this isn't a new relationship we've had with Golden One Center and Vivek. It's been formed over time. Vivek and the Sacramento Kings, and this is what I really appreciate about them, they're ingrained with the Sacramento community and not just with NBA basketball. Some ownership and some owners are all about the professional franchise, but I can't say enough about how the Sacramento Kings really, and Vivek in particular, really want to get connected with the community. Sacramento State, we're part of it. One of average 17 residents in Sacramento graduated from Sacramento State as an alum. We have 290,000 alumni living right here in Sacramento. So we're part of this community and a big part of it. So it's we fostered a relationship with Vivek. When this came about, SAC-12, obviously, our local community leaders and political leaders and some of our donors and our alumni were rallying up support. And Vivek wants to help, and the Kings wanted to help. And this is a way they could. So as I said, I couldn't be more prideful and grateful and humbled that they want to support us.
Yeah, man, it's really cool. You talk about I want to talk about the football stadium a little bit, and you mentioned it, I think, in the press conference that yes, it's a football stadium. We're trying to get to FBS and all this other stuff, but there's so many other things that you'll be able to use that stadium for: rugby, soccer, commencements, maybe concerts, things of that nature. It's something that not only will help football wise, but it's something that the whole city and obviously the university can use outside of just football as well.
Yeah, I would share with you. Obviously, it starts with our serving our students here at Sac State. So you mentioned rugby and football and soccer. So we're certainly going to do that. But I'd also share, and I didn't think about this until we started talking to the architects. In Northern California, just think about Northern California, there are no outdoor venues that are 25,000 seats and above anywhere nearby here. The closest one is Oakland Coliseum. It's not Hughes Stadium, not Sac State. There's one in Reno, there's one down in Fresno, but there's nothing like this in this region. So you start thinking about, concerts and shows for our community, high school football, state championships, CIF championships, all those types of things, soccer, all the different opportunities that we can provide to the community beyond Sacramento State is important. And we plan on doing that. Certainly on our campus, our students, 31,000 students, we want to make sure the venue benefits them, as a whole. So certainly a lot of emphasis will be placed on the fan experience, on the type of seating, the video boards, ribbon boards, LED stuff, the connectivity to Wi-Fi, the concessions, the merchandise. So we want this to cater to students, particularly the 18 to 21-year-old, and then obviously our general community. So it's going to be a fun project. I'm pumped, obviously, and we got the announcement out. Since we've had the press conference, there's been loads of people wanting to come in and support it, whether it's financially or gifting kinds or helping us get it off the ground. So it's this is one of those times. It's happening. It is happening, and we're ready to go.
Absolutely. Can we talk about President Luke Wood's role in all of this? He's been tremendous. I've been able to watch some of the things that he's been doing up close. He's pretty close with some friends of mine, and I mean, Black Honors College is phenomenal. Yeah. Like that is just like an incredible thing that Sac State has. But can you talk about President Wood's involvement in all of this?
Yeah, it's huge. When he came in, you never know. This is, and I've been an athletic director now for 25 years. It's my 5th president that I've had a chance to work with, and I must say, President Nelson brought me home to Sacramento, so I always would be indebted to him. President Wood, when he came in, you never know what to expect. I knew he was younger than me. First of all, I'm 47. He was 41 when he came in, so you're always like, whoa, I'm gonna have somebody a little bit younger than me. And then he comes in with his Nike dunks. And, as I said, he's listening to Kendrick Lamar. And I'm like, whoa, this is a whole different way that I'm going to work with the president. And the first thing he asked me is, what do we need? What's our vision? What is holding us back from playing against Alabama here in Sacramento State? And what I appreciate about him, he's Sacramento through and through, a 2-time graduate here, and he hasn't come up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was a foster youth and came up through group homes, worked his way through college. Him and his twin brother, Josh, they are, it's a movie. It literally, it's a movie script to see how President Wood has come through and then eventually becoming the president of Sac State. So when we discuss what's needed for athletics, one of the first things he did is let's commission a feasibility study. Let's get somebody in here. And we hired a company called College Sports Solutions to come in here, interview a bunch of people, do some work, do some data analysis, look at other universities that may be peer groups to us, whether that's a San Diego State or Fresno or Cal Berkeley, whatever it may be. And let's put a plan together. So we put that plan together, and then now we're executing, we're knocking them off. And he is, there's not more people that I can't think of anyone that's more passionate about Sacramento State than President Wood. He, this is his alma mater. He's 2-time alma mater, and he was student body president when it was here. Him and Josh ran student government, and now he's the president. And it's fun. Our coaches, our student athletes love him. He relates well. He's personable. He's a good leader. So none of this would be happening without his leadership and alignment. And I think all of us in Sacramento should be appreciative of what President Wood has brought to our city.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this: there's a lot of people who are working on this and trying to make this happen, but AD Mark Orr and President Luke Wood, they're the tag team champions of the world. These guys. I'm from here too, Mark, and I've seen Sac State my whole life.
Yep.
And all respect to the people that were there before. It's different with you guys here. It's different with you two here, and we appreciate that as a city, man. It's somebody that loves sports and loves to see the city shine in a major way. It's different with the leadership that you two are providing right now.
Well, I appreciate that, and again, I always want my honest folks. When I grew up in Sacramento, I know what my perception of Sac State was, and that's different now. And that's part of the transition. At the time, it was a Division II program. It was seen as more of a commuter school. As I said, I grew up in South Sacramento. We rarely came to campus for events, or every now and then I may play a football game in the stadium, but it was just going to the stadium and leaving. And now this campus is it's turned over. The leadership is turned over. Athletics has done well. Black Honors College, more events happening, and it's really cool to see, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, real quick. So me and Damian, we went to a game for the first time. Like I said, we're both from here. We didn't spend any time going to Sac State football games. We had a perception of it. We went out there one of the times, parking lot. I was like, did I go to a Howard football game?
Yeah.
What's going on here? The parking lot was going crazy.
Yep.
You guys done a great job. It's been a busy 2 weeks.
Yep.
What's next? What's next? Is there anything we could be looking for next, or is it just kind of wait and see, or just keep working? Like what's next over the next?
Yeah, I think you're gonna. Well, obviously, we're hopefully going to continue to have success with our teams. We have a bye week this week, but we have a football game next weekend. So encouraging as many folks in the community, if they want to help, come out. The more we can show in attendance, the more we can show Sacramento can support big time Division I athletics. We need folks to come out and show up. So that's one big piece. And then the other piece that I think will come out is we're getting a lot of support, significant amount of support from partners that want to be involved to donors that want to be involved to we just released yesterday stadium renderings. There'll be more renderings that will come out. So I think stay tuned. We're not done. We're not done. We still have a few more bullets in the holster here that we'll put out there when the timing's right. So I'm excited. I'm excited about what's happening. What we've put out so far, I think has been great, and I think people are excited. And there's certainly more to come. And I encourage all of you all the listeners out there coming out and support support the teams, enjoy a good time. Tailgating is a good time. They have a good time out there. I would tell you, D'Lo and Casey, stay away from the student tailgating area. That's where those young folks. You guys are with me on the older side of the tailgate.
Yeah, that's right.
Come over with me.
That's where I need to be.
Perfectly happy. I'm perfectly happy over there. That's where I need to be.
And definitely, you have field passes anytime you guys want to come to a game.
That's what's up.
There we go, man.
Mark, we appreciate you, man. Congratulations. We're thrilled with all of the news that has come out in recent days and in recent weeks. And you know, anytime you need something from D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, whatever, we got you, man.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, and thank ESPN 1320 for its partnership. Again, you listeners out there, all of our games are on radio on 1320, and the both of you have been great having our coaches on. And Sky River is one of our partners now at Sac State. They do the hospitality suite. So much alignment with the work that you do, and we're just happy to be part of it.
Likewise, Mark. Congratulations again, man. We got to make this visit a little bit more regular, man. We don't do it enough.
Yes.
But it's always a pleasure when we connect. Thank you, my brother.
No, I appreciate the both of you, and thanks to you guys. I appreciate it.
No problem, man.
Absolutely. That's our man, Mark Orr, the athletic director for Sac State.
And I'm hyped.
What an exciting time.
Come on, I'm hyped.
Yeah,
Let's go.
What an exciting time
Yeah.
to be in Sacramento, to be a sports fan in Sacramento, to be a part of Sac State, like all of this. What just an absolutely exciting time.
And I said it while he was here, and like I said, I don't mean it to disparage anybody previously in those roles, but I mean, these guys are getting it done. Mark Orr, President Luke Wood, they're getting it done. And I one of the reasons I feel confident, like I said, I don't have any inside information or anything, but I just feel confident because I think for one of the first times, those two guys, they understand the importance of elevating the athletics program, and it just elevates the university.
Yeah.
It elevates the city.
That's it.
And that's like what do they always say? It's like the porch. Like the athletics department is almost like the front of the house, the first thing people see when they see colleges, and they get that. And
front facing real estate.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Godfrey was talking about earlier. I'm not sure.
Godfrey was wild.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Was wild,
but it is exciting. And I did appreciate that you acknowledged a few moments later, we're from Sacramento, because every time you go, I'm from Sacramento, it always makes it seem like I'm from like Tuscaloosa or something. Like I'm actually not born and raised in Sacramento.
El Camino's finest, man. Stop playing with him. Don't play with him.
Well, I think that we determined that's actually Katie. I'm the actually it's Ebro. It's actually Ebro, Katie, and then like I'm not even the best radio person that has been at El Camino.
El Camino's finest, Damian Barley. You know the vibe.
Eddie Gonzalez, Jesse, let's cut out a little bit early so I can get complex set. Eddie Gonzalez will join us. We'll return here, Steelo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, I agree, Roddy. I mean, SEC, we're on our way. Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
I got these chips for everybody. I got chips for all these guys.
By all means, I'm fine. I was enjoying the show.
My
I just
boy
didn't know who that guy was.
You got the time, mango.
How was it?
Fucking Godfrey. Oh my God.
Oh
Oh my God.
Yeah.
These chips are.
Like, we got the joke, and then Chewy kept calling me.
I don't even know if we got a chance to say hi to Godfrey.
He just came in and started going.
It was great, though. It was great.
Just
He pointed out.
going.
There goes Steve Harvey. There he is.
Steve Harvey.
That's crazy.
Godfrey's like, I swear I saw Steve Harvey up there. He did.
Oh, man. Complex, you want to say what's up to the people? This DJ Complex, Flashback Friday, going down, 5 o'clock traffic jam every day. There he is.
Here's the real star of the show right here.
I'm just trying to maintain, man. I'm trying to keep up.
Right now, he's hiding the change.
I'm trying to keep up. That's what I'm trying to do.
He's hiding the change.
I'm trying to
He's
keep
hiding
up.
the real goal. I just get the tie.
I'm trying to keep up here. That's it.
Real star.
One of the things that
Don't mind me, y'all. I'm gonna get a couple of bites in while I can.
we joke about Bama and Ohio State coming, but in basketball, One thing that does happen from time to time is the schools, they play a game on their way to Maui. North Carolina does that a lot. Like North Carolina will play UC Santa Barbara on their way to Maui. So basketball wise, like Duke might come to town.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's not the craziest thing ever. Duke might come to town. UNC might come to town. So that'd be insane. That'd be crazy. Duke come to Sacramento.
Wow. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm starving. This morning got hectic. And I got the beard all done, so that takes way longer at the barber shop. I'm gonna have me looking nice. So I actually like it for the first time now that you did the work on it.
It's looking fresh.
Oh boy, Eddie here.
There he is. There he is.
Eddie. What up,
Yo.
Eddie? What up, boy?
Real talk. Real talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, real talk. One of the fastest growing segments on D-Lo and KC.
I appreciate. Yo, I seen them tweets. I was like, oh, that's kind of fire. I'm not a numbers guy, like kind of on purpose, but I know like numbers matter. It's always good to know.
Well, you know, it's really the people. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
people just like, yo, I love hearing Eddie on Friday.
Don't gas me too crazy, man.
The streets, man. The streets is talking. That's where I always listen, man. I listen to what the streets saying, man.
Be back about 45 seconds or so.
How y'all doing?
You good, bro?
Trying, man. You know how it is. Good Friday, though.
Yes, sir.
I can do the light.
Yes, sir.
That's a little better, I think. How y'all doing, though?
Good, man.
Good, man. It's busy. It's a good busy, though. You know what I mean?
Did you guys do media day stuff?
A little
Nah,
bit.
the
little
KC
bit,
did.
yeah. We were there, got some video and stuff like that, but that's about it.
It's like you can only do so much. It's weird. The Clippers asked us to come, but it was like it wasn't worth a trip out there and a whole day. You know what I mean? So, is this AC loud? It just cut on.
No, you good.
No, you straight.
Okay.
No, you
That's
good.
crazy. It's what
We're coming back right here. Hang on. All right, we back here with our man. As KC said during the commercial break, man, it's the fastest growing segment here on D-Lo and KC. Our man Eddie Gonzalez, man of the people.
Absolutely.
Sacramento's finest.
Sacramento's finest. And I was saying it's a trip out in NYC because I'm looking out the window in the background. The sun's gone.
It's
that
getting there,
time
man.
of year. The sun is it's October. The sun is gone. We out here. I don't know if you've seen. It's like 98 degrees out here. Today, so
Hey, don't do that. Don't tell me about that right now. I don't want to hear it.
No, you get tired of it, bro. It's been 90 degrees for like 8 months straight, bro. You'd be tired of it by now.
It's a little obnoxious at this point.
Nah, we got that good fall weather. Right? We got all 4 seasons. I enjoy it, actually. I always tell people the summer is way worse to me. It's so humid and nasty, and it just rains every other day. It's weird. So I'm enjoying it.
Have you gotten your official like NYC card where you're just agitated with people walking down the street and like get a AF your mother, get away from me? Like,
hey, it's like I realized once I lived here long enough and I start my doorbell, forgive me.
You good?
That's
Kevin's
my
here.
Chipotle. I realized that like when I go to other places and people are walking crazy slow, I'm like, oh yeah, y'all gotta move. Like y'all come on, pick it up. Or I'm on the escalator and they don't slide to the side, so I can run down it. I'm like, all right, come on. So every day, I complex office is in Times Square, so I deal with that I know a tourist when I see one. Like I'm like, oh, you're not from here. We cross the street right now. It's cool. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, that's tough. Hey, just don't do what Ebro did. Ebro moved to New York.
Oh, Ebro, New York with it.
Me and Ebro went to the same high school. That man moved to New York, and it sounds like he went to, Brooklyn High.
PS 74.
Yeah, Jesus Christ the King or whatever it is out there.
Yo, shout out Ebro, man. I grew up listening to Ebro and all of them on 102.5 KSFM, right? So
Yep.
It's crazy to see him where he's at now doing what he's doing. But yes, if you had not known, if you didn't listen to the radio way back then, you would think he was from Brooklyn, like he'd been there for forever.
Yeah.
So shout out to him though, man. He's the GOAT.
Hot 97's original Ebro. Right
Hey,
there.
the crazy thing, now that I think about it, you would know a little bit more than that because has Ebro spent more time in New York than he did in Sacramento?
I think at this point, yes.
Yeah, he probably did because he was in Sac. He went to the Bomb. He left the Bomb pretty early. Went to Portland, and then Portland to New York. So you got to take a few years off of the Sac because he was in Portland, and then he's probably been there 20 years at this point.
So
Close to
it.
Close to that. It's got to be
20 years.
Yeah, the reality show was 2004, I think.
Jesus. Oh my God. Was it
This
really?
is not, I mean, it's something like that.
Oh,
this is
man.
Hot 97. Come on.
What a life for that man. But look, he's everywhere, man. He's like
He is.
He's the
He's
gold
doing his
standard.
thing. Yeah, Apple Music, man. Come on now. What?
Yeah, he's come on now.
You hyped hoop season's back?
Man, I'm like hyped, but like stressed. You know, that's the work season for real. But I'm excited to get to see all these guys and they do jerseys. We actually saw some basketball today. Some Russell Westbrook, and he hit a three his first shot, of course, ironically. But I'm always excited for basketball, man. But we in the middle of basketball too. Don't forget, we got the WNBA playoffs. We got a new champion we're gonna be crowning soon. So it's getting dicey, but I'm always happy to have some basketball back, some NBA. I'm excited. Like, I think this year it's as wide open as it's been in a long time. I'll say that.
So I saw one of your tweets earlier during Media Day, and it was about the Suns. I think it was. Obviously, you got the KD Connect, but they talked about the starting five, and they're going to have Tyus Jones starting and KD at the 4. I was like, I don't know. Why they putting my boy at the 4? Maybe a stretch 4. I get all that, but and that was one of the things. Like when people talk about Tyus Jones and the Suns, good player, good addition, but you know me, Eddie, I think about the closing lineup, right? And when you're closing, you're going to have KD at the 4 doesn't really bother me, but Brad at the 3, like Brad going to be guarding threes now. And what depends on the situation with Nurk, like what does that look like? That's the one that I haven't been able to wrap my head around when you talk about the Suns possibly being better this year.
Yeah, when people talk about positionless basketball, like it's a little bit of a myth. Like one of the old phrases that I like is you play whatever position you guard, not whatever position you think you do. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times we put them in a box. Oh, if the guy who dribbles up the court, he's the point guard. But then you got Draymond Green saying, well, I'm actually the point guard on this team. And functionally the plays start with him, stuff like that. So positions are weird. When I look at that team, it's about size to me though. Like look at the NBA as it is now. Like we're starting a 6'8" and up league for a lot of these teams. Look at the team that just won a championship. All them dudes are 6'5" and up. And the 2 6'5" guys are 2 of the best defenders in the league, and they defend multiple positions. So it didn't matter. And so when you out west, even more so you did with that, because you got these big, rangy teams, and now you got a team that's playing 3 guards. So that's my concern there. And I love Kevin, obviously, and I think Kevin rebounds better than he's given credit for. And he also defends as a big better he's given credit for, protects the rim, stuff like that. But you have 5 guys that hit the rebound. And in the playoffs, like you mentioned, and when you finish in games and you got to get those, if 3 of them dudes are 6'3", 6'4", it's just a little tougher job keeping guys off the rim, off the backboard. And then what I always wonder, I see a lot with Kevin, that team switches all game. So now your big is out on the perimeter, maybe Kevin's out on the perimeter. So now your back line of your defense is 6'4" Grayson Allen, right? Or Tyus Jones. And it's all that stuff, all those little details matter. So that's what concerns me with that. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll win a good amount of regular season games. But yeah, when you playing the Denver Nuggets, who they've lost to 2 years ago, or you playing the Minnesota Timberwolves, who they lost to last year, and you got dudes rebounding like they do on those teams, that can hurt you.
What do you think the West looks like? Everyone's, the West is Oh, it's just a gauntlet. Oh, it's just nasty. Like, what's your assessment of the West, especially now that it shook up a little bit in Minnesota?
I think it's a little overblown, the depth, right?
Thank you.
The teams after 4 last year, like, did they have any real championship chances? I think the West is the 3 OGs are there, right? So we'll give them all credit of like they could just win a series single-handedly, but that has not happened in some time. So to say that is saying a lot. I think the Thunder got way better just on the fringes of what they do. They added pieces they absolutely needed. I think, look, the Nuggets are the Nuggets. They're just going to matter as long as they have the best player. The Mavericks, I think, got better. Some addition by subtraction, but I think, they'll just be better after a year together. They added Clay. But after that, it's a crapshoot. People were talking about, like, the 10 and 11 teams. Like, the Rockets aren't some, like, juggernaut to me, and that's the team that just slipped out the playoffs. It's not like it's crazy deep. It's a little bit deeper than the East, but I don't think it's just this crazy gauntlet out there. I agree with you, man.
It's funny you bring up the Rockets because I agree. I don't think they're like no juggernaut. I've always been a fan of Jalen Green.
Oh yeah,
I keep seeing these clips of Reed Shepherd. I'm like, wait a minute, what is going on here? Reed Shepherd might be my early favorite to win Rookie of the Year. He looking nice.
Shout out to JG, man. We always gonna rep the California boys when they make it to the league, man. And Jalen, that's the homie. So he had a great finish to his season last year. I think got to really flash what he is. They haven't got him and Alfred over there, haven't got those extensions. So who knows, where they stand with the organization. But a lot of times a young team like that, you just have a bunch of young guys and your vet. You have got a couple of vets over there, but we're not talking about like mega stars over there, young guys. Right. A lot of times that plays out exactly how it sounds. Young guys making mistakes and not quite winning enough games. So that's what you got from them last year. I think there'll be some growth, obviously, from Jalen, from Alfie, and I think they will be better. I think Jabari Smith is a guy to look out for too, who's been very talented and just kind of needs to put it all together. But again, even then, we're talking about 8 seed, 7 seed. Like, is this a team that's going to really threaten the Nuggets or the Mavericks or the Thunder? Or, when I look at the West, the team I'm like, that's going to be the team that's going to maybe remind people is the Grizzlies, because I'm a big Ja Morant guy. I'm huge on what he brings in close games. I'm huge on what he brings in the tenacity he brings to that team. He makes offense for them. So that's the team that's like, yo, we forgot about them last year because they was like the most injured team of all time statistically. But they have a megastar in him. They're bringing Desmond Bain back, obviously. They added some nice pieces. If they got Marcus on there, and if they stay healthy, that's going to be the team that I think could shake things up, maybe get into that top 4. But I mean, the Clippers, they have their own issues. The Warriors, who knows with them? Like,
So your hometown team don't exist no more, huh, dog?
I was waiting for you to bring them up, man. I'm gonna let you tell me.
Look, just like the national media, man. Just like the national.
Eddie going national on us.
Look, you see how they mentioned them in that 10-11 group. I got higher hopes for these guys. Like, don't get me wrong, man. But I mean, I think that's the other team that has potential to take a leap. I love DeMar, and y'all know I'm like the biggest De'Aaron Fox fan. So I'm just waiting for all that to come together too. And you got Coach locked in now. It scared me a little bit with that one, but you got Coach locked in. So I'm ready to see where they take that as well. And then De'Aaron's entering his prime. This is when it's really time to turn up and be that next level player. Spoiler alert, we got our top 50 players list on the way at complex.com. De'Aaron's a little up there, man. I think y'all be pleased with where he's at. I think y'all be pleased. I'm gonna need y'all to connect me with him. I want to see what he thinks when this list comes out.
Absolutely.
We got 3 players on that list.
You got 3.
I don't think DeMar made it.
Yeah, DeMar. You don't think DeMar?
I think he should. I think he should, but I've seen people disrespect him over the summer.
Nah, there's 3 players on the list. Okay. All 5 Celtics made the list. I'll say that much.
Man.
Wow.
So look, check this out. I'm not saying maybe I jumped out the window. I'm not saying the Celtics aren't the favorites. Okay. I think the Knicks are right there though. I think the Knicks are as close as anybody's been in the last year and a half to the Celtics with the Karl Anthony Towns acquisition. I
So
think
the
it
Knicks are
fits.
just outright better than Philly. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'll say that partly because we haven't necessarily seen Philly. Like give me a month and I see how it all works out with they got like damn their whole new roster. And if I see him, I'm like, oh man, this look a little better than I thought. Maybe I might change it. But like right now, as is, with what I've been able to see, I think Cat fits perfectly. I think Michael, OG, all them dudes. I think even the subtraction of two players like Randall and Dante, not talent-wise, but just being able to say, we got 7 guys that know their role, know when they're going to play. I think there's value in that. And I think the Knicks, I think they're right up there with Boston.
I think for them it's defense, right? Like, and not to say that Cat can't defend, but they have Michael and OG, but a lot of your defense is that center position. And they got a lot of great with that last year with Isaiah and then Mitch where he was healthy. But the problem is for them is they had to guard Joel. They're going to have to guard Joel in a series. And so now are you going to play another center? Are you going to play Cat? You're going to guard him with him all series. They put OG on him at different times last year. I wonder about that. But he's a perfect fit for them on offense. Like they might have the best offense in the league, you know, especially the way those stats are collected and it's shooting percentages and it's all this stuff. But they're going to play 5 out all year long, all they can. They're going to run great pick and roll with Jalen Brunson, and they're going to have shooters all around. So they're going to spread out and they're going to get those shots up all year. So they might end up with the best offense statistically in the league. Don't be shocked if they play it that way. I do wonder about their defense. When you have a guy as little as Jalen and he tries, but you got to hide him. There's just no way around it. And then you got Cat. We don't know what defense we're going to get from him. He's foul heavy. Mitchell Robinson, I think, still not healthy, so we got to get him back, get him right. They got Jericho Sims there, but they clearly don't trust him that much. So, like, they got a lot going on that they got to figure out with that defense because they're going to have to play the Bostons and the Phillies, and they're going to have to play Giannis. They're going to have to deal with him. They're going to have to deal with the Pacers and that offense they play, and they already bumped heads with them. So, look, the East ain't no punk, man. Like, as I was saying, like, yeah, the West is maybe a little bit deeper because after that it gets a little dicey, but the East ain't no joke. That second round in the East will be a bloodbath for sure.
Let's stay with the Knicks for a second. Don't let me forget. I need y'all to talk me off a ledge regarding this trade. But I want to stay with the Knicks because Eddie wrote about Jalen and Josh Hart over on Complex. And what's dope about that is I had just discovered the mode of one thing. Like maybe 2 weeks ago, I had just told KC about it. I was like, Macy's just launched this thing. I think that the designers for the current line, they're black designers from Brooklyn Circus and so on. And I knew that Jalen and Josh Hart were a part of this.
Yeah, it was cool talking with them and hearing about Motor One. Like, you know, they're really into it. And to be two kind of like unassuming guys, they really poured into that and getting to meet them and catch their vibe and see how chill they were. Like, I put it like this. Jalen showed up early, which kind of surprised me. And then it was like he had the option to go like in a green room and chill like with whoever he came with, or it's like, yo, you can just wait here. He just sat there and talked basketball with us for like 30 minutes while we waited for Josh Hart. So they definitely impressed me, and the stuff they got with Motor One is dope. I asked for a bunch. They sent me some gear.
Yeah, I bought like 5 pieces from it, and it's affordable. Like Brooklyn Circus is expensive, and the fact that these designers are working to create something more affordable is pretty fire.
Nah, it was cool, and they had a great event out here. It's a spot called Classic Car Club, so they had like a kind of like cocktail hour essentially, but there's like these Ferraris and these Porsches. It was dope, and they were cool, man. And you can tell that their camaraderie, like it carries on to the court, and it helps them. That they've known each other years now since college, and they run and joke is like Josh was the bully over there at Villanova. He fought all of them at all different times and stuff. So. I was actually shocked meeting them how small they were, and I don't mean that like offensively, but like, yo, you're killing the NBA at this size. This is nuts. And then same for Josh, you out rebounded Joel Embiid for a playoff series. You're all of 6'4", if that. Like, that's crazy. But those dudes have motor, and then the thing I told Jalen is like, you probably been small forever, so you know how to use it. And he was breaking it down like, yeah, I'm faster than these guys, but that also means I get to stop faster than these dudes too. So if I break a dude down who's 6'8", I know I can also pump fake him and let him fly by because he can't do that. Like he was breaking it down like a science. So I love that team though. I love what they put together there. It's just about getting over the next hump for them, and they're right there. If they see Boston last year and OG's healthy, who knows? But that was the champs they were right against, and they're a step away.
Hearing you talk about that interview you did and the piece that you were able to do, it's on a macro level. It's just why I love the NBA. Like there's so much more to the culture of the NBA than just the game. You know what I mean? The guys working with designers and, honor the gift. And Steph and De'Aaron just took their shoe over to China. Like it's so much more than just the game. Sometimes you wish it would just get back to the game a little bit. Like you're like, hey, can we just talk about basketball? But it's something that the other leagues haven't been able to put a grasp on and like allow their players to do. And just little stuff like that, man. I just it's another reason why I love the NBA.
I go back and forth like you. Like sometimes I just want to see basketball, but there's so much to the culture of the sport, and there is a culture of this sport, I think, and the way these guys are able to kind of spread their wings and grow. And I think what a lot of people forget is we're all a little older here, so we could say this and we know, but like you don't know who the hell you are when you're 20. And so we're watching these dudes figure out who they are in the most pivotal time in their lives, and they have endless resources to do that. So you see a guy like Jeremy Grant who discovers he really likes art while he's playing in the NBA, and it's like he's really into fashion, like European fashion, and that's happening in the middle of the career. I talked to Jason Tatum about this one time. He was like, man, I didn't even know I wanted to do TV until we started doing it. Now I got to explore like what I can do in the entertainment world. I was just trying to hoop. And so like, again, these dudes are finding themselves out in what should be your college years, your formative years. Right. I didn't know what I was going to do at 25. You know what I'm saying? So it's dope to watch them do that.
Yeah. So this is a thought. This isn't a take.
Okay.
But this is a thought on the
talk you off the ledge, right?
Yeah, well, I think so. I don't know. You tell me. So the Knicks got the best player in this deal. Karl Anthony Towns is the best player in this deal. But convince me that Minnesota didn't get better with Julius and Dante than New York got with Karl Anthony Towns. Is that too much?
I like what you're saying.
I feel like this deal, it's one of those win-win things, I guess. Like, I mean, I think it'll prove to be, but I feel like this actually really helps Minnesota. I had a lot of questions, Eddie, about Minnesota going into the season. I just wasn't sure that. I thought they performed at their highest possible level last year. I wasn't sure that they would be able to do it again. I thought there was a little bit of a roster imbalance. I thought the fact that Naz Reid won the Sixth Man of the Year award because he essentially started at the end of the year was a bit kind of strange. And now they've kind of rectified that. And I don't know. It's like, I'm not questioning whether the Knicks are good or anything like that. I just kept looking at Minnesota like maybe Minnesota actually got better than the Knicks got with this deal.
I'm not too far away from you. And part of my beef with the convo about this trade is how people are treating Julius Randle. Like, I don't think Julius Randle is a megastar by any means. I think he has his flaws like most players do. But we get too stuck on like the archetype of you either a shooter or you're a ball handler, or like like if you can't shoot, you're useless and all this stuff. First off, Julius Randle can shoot. Like, he's not Klay Thompson, he's not Cat, but he shot the ball well in this league and he's scored well in this league. I think when you look at the Wolves and what they needed some secondary offense bad. Like, they're in games and they're needing Conley to break people down on off the dribble and drive and get defenses moving and stuff like. Well, now you have that guy. Like, Ant is incredible, one of my favorites in the league. One of everybody's favorites, but he needs some help on offense. You're talking about a team who starts and plays a guy, and we could talk about Rudy Gobert all day, but like, he only can offer you so much offense. You have to create offense on that team. So I think they added something with that. And Cat wasn't giving them that. Yes, he was scoring, but he wasn't creating and breaking down defenses like what they need. And so that's where they win. Dante's good. He'll be good on that price tag. And like, we're not even talking cap ramifications right now. Apparently that's part of it too. That they freed up a bunch of money early. Now they can keep Nas, they can keep other guys. I think, I think they got good just as well. People are worried about the attitude and stuff like that. I don't like that stuff. Like, that's beyond me, because it's like, at the end of the day, these dudes are pros. They're going to show up and play basketball. Like, Julius Randle's not going to show up Anthony Edwards on the court. Like, why are we concerned? Y'all acting like he's going to go take the ball from him and freeze Anthony Edwards out. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? So I think both teams improve in a weird way. I don't know if they improve more, like, because the cat fit is so glove perfect, but they improved and their roster got better. And for a team that desperately is looking for ball handling, like, look at how they drafted, look at what they did. They added some, and it'll make them better.
The thing about it, and I think I agree with Eddie here and you as well. I think they both improved. I think the perception of it, though, is like, if we're talking about like top championship contender, New York didn't have as far to go as Minnesota did. So when we talk about, New York got to championship contender status, they only had to go one step. Where I know Minnesota was in the Western Conference Finals last year. But a lot of people looked at them like, I don't know if they could do that. They're probably like 2 steps away from the NBA.
No,
Finals.
I and I'm that person. Like, I completely agree with that, because they would have had to do all of that again at a higher level, and I just didn't see that.
So the Knicks maybe didn't have as far to go in people's minds, and also the Knicks. This is the Knicks adding Michael and
that's
Cat. So
where I
like,
get stuck.
Damn.
You've got a lot to figure out pretty quickly.
Yeah,
that's where I keep getting stuck with this team. Is it's a lot like you brought up Philadelphia earlier, Eddie. Like, Philly, that's an entirely new basketball team.
Yeah. No, I think I talked to Tyrese Maxey, excuse me, before the season. We'll probably end up putting some of this stuff out, but like, he was mentioning that too. Like, we got to take time and learn each other. Because I'm like, how do you think it'll help your game, PG? He's like, I don't know. I'll have to get in camp and play with him. Like, so there is a learning curve, and very rarely do we see these teams just completely, reform their offense in an offseason and just instantly be better. Now, will the Knicks be better by March? Yeah, for sure. Will the Sixers be better by March? For sure. But there's gonna be some growing pains. Philly, especially, like, PG and Joel, they occupy a lot of the same space, and that was an issue that they had with Kawhi and PG in LA as well. So, like, they have to figure out how that all works. I think the thing we'll see with them that we saw when they had James as well, Tyrese Maxey just plays on a different speed than Joel wants to play, then PG wants to play, then James wanted to play a little while he was there. So there's going to be a little bit of decision making that has to happen about, like, how exactly are we going to play with this team? And I think Maxey showed his point guard chops last year. Now he finally got the full reins to do that. I'm big on that team. Like, I'm big on that team. Even if you're not a huge Paul George fan, and I'm not, I'm big on that team because he provides a lot of what they needed and what they lacked. And if they stay healthy, and if Joel stays healthy, and he says he lost all his weight, he did not look great in the Olympics. So I kind of don't care if he lost all that weight. If he stays healthy, they're going to be one of the toughest outs in the playoffs. And I'd favor them, a fully healthy team, over everybody but Boston. I need to see them run up and down the court and defend Boston. And that's what scares me for them.
I hear you. I am a PG fan, so I'm a believer in PG. So I like PG.
I believe he was your MVP.
I called him the Gen Z GOAT because they love him.
They love PG. I want to be like PG. In theory, if it's 6'2", 6'9", can handle, can shoot, or whatever the case may be. Yeah, it makes sense. So look, this is a great time of year. Talk basketball. We got games on or whatever. We don't have to talk about wide receivers. We don't have to talk about trade demands. We don't.
Why
have
you do
to
that to him with 1 minute left? Why'd you do that?
Because we ain't got time to talk about it.
There you go.
They are 2-2. They did win last week.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Look. I interviewed Max Crosby this week, right? So I want to make sure we throw that in there and we talk about the Las Vegas Raiders. But yeah, man, 2-2. We 2-2.
2-2, and they got Denver.
And
they could be 3-2.
And their coach can't go to college for the next decade.
So
he
can't go to college.
He can't go to college for the next decade.
Hey, man, somebody said, man, it sounds like, just dudes talking. So I appreciate this segment. And man, the way I have to not cuss when I get on here because I'm so comfortable talking to y'all, and especially when you bring up the Las Vegas Raiders. So I'll keep it cool, man, and say I have cautious optimism. And I'm ready for the draft picks that we're gonna give for Devontae Adams. Like, go ahead,
go.
Go ahead, do your thing, man. Enjoy New York. It ain't all that shit out here.
He coming to the Complex Studios. That's what he doing.
Man, how much help they need out there on that team, man? Go ahead, man.
Tell him.
Go ahead.
Tell him. Tell him. Eddie, we appreciate you, dog. Thank you, brother.
My man.
See y'all soon.
Yes,
Eddie
sir.
Gonzalez, Complex Sports, man. That's phenomenal. That's great stuff. We'll come back. James Ham will join us. Plus Cash Caraway.
Cash Caraway. We
Steeler
gonna
with
get
KC.
paid, baby.
Steeler and KC here. Make sure you head over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. Click on the link to Maptrition if you want to cop those protein shakes that we talk about, the strength enhancers, the fat burners, the cravings crushers, whatever it may be. They got sleep enhancers and green powder as well that'll help keep your immune system strong. Everybody is getting sick lately. You can even take advantage of the free nutritionist consultation that they have available just because you rock with D'Lo and KC. It's trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. We'll be back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. This plan to get lunch 2.5 hours ago really went awry. Appreciate you, Carlos. Thank you, buddy. Yes, train with Matt Patricia. Scary Terry, we're going to try to watch Bad Blood. I know that. I'm telling you, I think that Hell in a Cell match is going to be fire. Jesse, you get a cookie? I got a bunch of cookies. Well, my fat ass will eat them then. Don't tell Greg. I got to eat it before Greg gets here. He gets here in like a half hour. Yo. I completely forgot Godfrey was coming.
Yeah, Godfrey had me a little nervous. It's in the chat house. Godfrey had me a little nervous today.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Did you get a bunch of chips too?
Yeah. Those are yeah, take some. Take the cookies. A cookie or whatever. I don't care.
I'm getting one for Jesse too. I'm definitely not taking chips. Are they all the same?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
John Poles, I heard he's in Georgia too. Said he's out there for a football game.
One more time.
You asked Jess if he wanted a cookie, and he was like, no. And I was like, I'm getting a cookie. And he's like, well, if you're going, grab me one.
There you go.
Ridiculous. It's bullshit.
In his defense, Brian, he didn't get that. What's my favorite cheat meal? Good one. Probably like burger and fries and a shake from either Burger Patch or Burger Lounge. That's probably my favorite. I'm so sorry to be eating on camera. I love it. Casey just gets up and like leaves. I'm out. I think James is already back. Yeah, James is right in front of me. All right. Almost finished the whole salad. Oh, we had an extra commercial. I can get another bite in. What y'all got going on this weekend? You ever been to Mother Midtown? I haven't. I have not. I've meant to go several times and just haven't. Your boy is hilarious. Your boy Kenny is funny.
Kenny's on Kenny Time.
It's literally his segment. He has.
Oh yeah,
one
it's
segment.
yeah. I forgot.
No,
it's Cash Caraway.
It's literally his.
And he always does the walk too behind my window. Where he's looking at the phone
Every time. So I guess we'll just wait. We're just waiting. That's good. We gotta get connected.
Man's got business to attend to.
No, I get it. He's a busy man. Look at him. He's got suede loafers on. He's got the velvet loafers on, man. Come on. What are we doing?
Getting door dashes. That's what we're doing. All right.
It's showtime.
Wait a minute.
Straight cash, homie.
You got a DoorDash too?
No, I end up being at the door when a DoorDash came
and
accepted it.
Got to help our people out.
That's it. That's all it is. But
all good.
No. This is great. This is great.
Oh, you weren't ready for this. That's fine.
No, I'm ready to go. I got to commit it to memory.
It's on the rundown.
Yeah, I got to commit it to memory. No, I'm good. Because we get paid. We get paid this week. Last week I went 1-2. That was tough. To see.
What is your record?
My record is 7-8.
Okay.
7-8. I went below 500 for the first time all year after that tough 1-2 week last week. But we back. And I'm going to tell you, we getting started right away.
Okay.
We're going with the game tonight in Las Vegas. UNLV 4-0. They had that big debacle with the quarterback. You know, he wanted to transfer and all this other and NIL. It looks like you weren't even the best guy. It looks like they might have gotten better. They beat the hell out of Fresno State last week in Las Vegas. This week, this Friday, tonight, they've got Syracuse coming across the country. Syracuse lost me money a couple weeks ago, but that's neither here nor there. But allegedly, by the way. And but Syracuse is coming across the country. They're going into Allegiant Stadium. They taking an L. UNLV's favored by 5.5. Give me UNLV. I need all of that. Give me that. You know what I mean? We taking that 5.5 from UNLV. Then Saturday morning, we got Pitt 4-0. Great start to the season. Going to Chapel Hill to take on North Carolina. And I can't get out of my mind that the last time I remember seeing anything from North Carolina, I think they may be coming off a bye. They let James Madson come in and drop 70 on their head at Chapel Hill. So Pitt at 4-0 coming to town. I know Ramsey in the chat. I know the running back isn't there, but I think they've got enough to take care of UNC. They're a 3-point favorite. Go ahead and give me Pitt, man. I'm taking that. Give me Pitt. Then last but not least, we go on to the hills of Berkeley. The game day is going to be in the building. Marshawn Lynch is going to be in the building. They're going to be in the pit is what they're calling it at 3:30 a.m. in Berkeley. It is going to be a day to remember. Game day has never come to Berkeley. So this is going to be an all-time day in the Bay Area.
Will Jason Jones be there?
He might. They need to pull him up there as the guest picker. You know what I mean? But
I imagine that's Marshawn, no?
it is, but they can bring somebody else in there. I think they have multiple. Last week, I think Saban's wife was a picker because she got mad at him because he didn't pick Colorado. She's like, "You're not going to take Dion, our boy? I'm taking Colorado," and they end up winning. But they, come on.
I'm just here.
You got something to say, sir?
No, I have nothing to say.
It's Friday. You might as well say it today.
Nope. I'm just here. I'm a broadcast journalist.
But the U is coming to the Bay Area for the first time in conference play as Miami takes on Cal. I like what Cal's got going on. They're a 10-point underdog. Give me them points, man. Give me those points, man. I think Cal's going to make it a game. They might mess around and win. The game last Friday was fantastic between Virginia Tech and Miami. And, Miami, they're traveling cross country. It's going to be a raucous environment at Memorial Stadium. I think at the very least.
Is it raucous or ruckus? Is it interchangeable?
Is it like curse and cuss?
It's a ruckus crowd. It's ruckus. It's a ruckus crowd.
Raucous. All right.
Kyle Madson says raucous, but
raucous. Ruckus. All right. Whatever.
The crowd is going to be into this game.
Thank you.
And I think Cal is at the very least going to cover. So
they're 2-2 against the spread, by the way.
There you go. I'll take that. They know how to make their fans some money.
Miami's 3-2, so do with whatever that you want.
The immovable object against the irresistible force. Is that what it is? There we go. Give me Cal plus 10. Give me Pitt minus 3. And give me UNLV minus 5.5. And we getting paid this week.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's hit this again just for fun. Hey. Oh, it didn't work. It actually just stopped. I tried. What do you want me to do?
So Michigan's got Washington this week, but they're underdogs. Am I getting my wedding paid for this week, or what are we doing?
Once again, were you not
$30. $30.
Were you not listening? I gave you the games that I was confident in, that I've done some research in. I don't know why you brought that game.
I'm trying to get a wedding paid for. I can't make it with these little games. I need to go big or go home.
You should have.
I told you, I'm banned from Reno and Vegas and all the other apps. I can only bet with this one game.
You need to get on. You need to get on Instagram, because 2 weeks ago I told you Michigan was going to beat UNC or USC.
You lied. You told me not to.
I put on the show. I told you. I put it on the Instagram stories. It was right there. I said, "Yo, Michigan, I would take the points." You need to get on IG, because sometimes I give you some nuggets there.
You never did that. You never did that. You're lying to everybody.
I'm not. It was
just
right
like
there.
you
People
might as well be going.
responded to
I
it.
like Kendrick Lamar. You'd be lying just
Why
like
do you
that.
always- you know I got love for Kendrick.
Yeah, we Collins in the chat saying you didn't pick KC. Stop lying. Like what do we got? What are we doing here?
Does Collins follow me on Instagram?
He
If
might.
If follows me on Instagram, then he would have seen it. Maybe he didn't check my story.
Go highlight it. Go highlight it. It's in your
It's already
archive
gone.
story. It's not gone.
No, it's already gone. I already deleted it.
So I'd like to know
you deleted it. You manually deleted it yourself.
Yeah, man. We didn't only that storage. I had
Michigan, by the way, is 1-4 against the spread.
the one that they got. I told you they would get.
What about this one,
I
KC?
don't think you did.
Yes, you facts. He did not. He did not.
You're a coward.
I haven't looked enough into this game. You know, I don't feel comfortable giving advice on this particular.
You're a
game.
liar or a coward. Which one?
Neither. I'm fair to the people. I haven't seen enough. I don't want to give them advice, because this game it's just a tricky game. You don't just throw out picks all willy-nilly.
We're gonna need one this year, by the way, because if not, that $30 is just gas to get me to the courthouse.
Yeah.
Well, when
Or Jesse.
when do they play? They already played the directional schools, and they didn't even cover then. Apparently,
Obviously not. 1-4.
that's because they don't pass the ball. They refuse. How about that? I'll tell you this: take the under. I'll tell you that. What are they on the over-unders? They're probably 5-0 at that point. This guy, Jerome Moore, just throw the ball once a quarter, please.
Well, that's about his average, if I'm not mistaken. Eddie said something a minute ago that I saw you kind of tucking your little shell over.
Never that.
The Aces could get.
Oh well, yeah.
The Aces could get eliminated tonight. The Aces could get eliminated before we get back here and do the show together. It's tough. I mean, they're going to have to win 2 in a row, force a game 5. But it could come to an end. The 2-year run, the chance at 3, it could all come to an end tonight.
It could. It definitely could. My girls ain't getting swept though. My girls ain't going to.
I don't think so either.
They ain't gonna go out like that. Although the Pistons did get swept by Jordan and the Bulls.
I don't. Oh, are they going to walk past the Liberty bench?
Asia walking past.
Oh, that'd be crazy. Just walking past the Liberty bench. Like Isaiah just tucking down, walking by. Breonna Stewart standing like Michael was. Yeah. That would actually be hilarious if they do that. Absolutely hilarious.
Oh, man. I don't think they're going to get swept, though, man. I really don't. I
don't think so either.
But, I mean, I can't deny Liberty are the better team. And, the Liberty could go to work on them tonight.
Yeah.
They could, because they got it like that. But I'm going to pick this isn't Cash Callaway, but I'm going to pick the Aces, and I think the Sun take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I don't think the Liberty are coming in unfocused though.
No.
Like they know they don't want to give them an opportunity to take this back to New York on Sunday.
The Liberty are looking to end it tonight.
Yeah.
Like they're not even like, we got a game to play with. They're looking to put this away.
I kind of feel like this game is going one of two ways. It's either a really, really close game or the Liberty might beat them by 20. We welcome in our main man, James Ham, who has his finest flannel shirt on. Just coming from training camp. Hammer, we got anything to talk about today?
No, not really.
No. Has Mike still not named anybody a starter?
No.
Okay.
No. We spoke to Jalen McDaniels and Alex Len today.
Okay.
So
how was that?
I think it's interesting, in the grand scheme of things. I think having a guy like Jalen McDaniels, even if it's, I don't know where his spot in the rotation may or may not be, but the fact is that how many people how many teams have players like him that they throw at De'Aaron Fox,
Right.
and make De'Aaron Fox go to work,
Right.
including his brother with the Minnesota Timberwolves. And so I think it's a good thing to have a guy 6'8" that can really move, long wingspan, that can kind of give De'Aaron Fox fits a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I that's good. I think they're all still trying to find their way. I think he's trying to find his way. I think Alex Len walks in, he knows exactly what his job is.
Those guys, like that group of individuals, are trying to find their way.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. Yeah. And then we had Mike Brown, and I asked Mike Brown, like, hey, where are we at with not the top of the rotation? We've had that discussion a bunch lately. And the Kings are a little, the fact that they don't have Trey Lyles, they don't have Kevin Hurd, they don't have Jordan McLaughlin, they don't have Devin Carter. Well, that means that your A team is really playing against your C and your D team most of the time. And I think that's, I do. I think that there's one thing that you got guys who are trying hard, but it's a big difference in training camp to go up against like real live NBA players versus guys who are fringe NBA G League players. And that's to me, I think that's why training camp does matter. That's why preseason actually will matter for this team, because going up against someone else is one thing, but like going up against like top tier players is a little bit of an issue so far. So I asked Mike about like the 14th, 15th spot on the roster, because I think there's probably 2 spots available here. And like he went through and said, like, everyone's brought something. Everyone's brought something to the table. He's been impressed with, just sort of, there hasn't been a problem person. There hasn't been someone who's way far behind that you're trying to drag along. Overall, he said the sort of the understanding of basketball, the understanding of our system is happening quickly because a lot of the players have been here working with the coaching staff beforehand. So there isn't like this huge information gap that sometimes you get in a training camp. And so he said, yeah, like who knows what it's going to mean for these guys, whether they make a team or whether they're in the G League or whether they're on to bigger and better places. But that he's been super impressed with the quality of play and the quality of like understanding and learning from the young guys, the other guys.
You talk about McDaniels, and one of the things that I think about, I'm with you, like you need a guy like that on the roster. You want to see what he has, because I think about a guy like Derrick Jones Jr., right? And he's a guy that traveled around the league. He had a lot of athleticism and all this other stuff, but he could never really stick with anybody. And then last year, kind of out of nowhere, he just turned himself into a guy that I'm going to defend and use my athleticism that way and be this, top flight perimeter defender. And you never know when a guy, may start to feel that way and start to have that kind of approach to the game. So I'm anxious to see a guy like McDaniels and see where he's at in his development as a player. I'm not saying he turns into that type of guy, but you just never know when it's going to happen is the whole point.
Yeah, I think basketball opportunities are so situational. Like you have no idea. Like he was in a really good situation in Charlotte and was getting a lot of offensive opportunity, averaged 12 points a game, turned heads all around the league. Everyone at the trade deadline was like, hey, let's go get Jalen McDaniels. And Philly won the sweepstakes for him. And then Philly really didn't know how to use him once they got him. And then he goes to Toronto, and Toronto has no idea how to fit him in with all their other long athletic dudes that they already have. And he just kind of gets put on the shelf for a year. It's super tough. And, comparing him to Derrick Jones Jr., he's bigger, he's stronger than Derrick. And he might not be as athletic as Derrick Jones Jr. is, but Derrick Jones, like, just moved around the league. Like, he's been in spots that hasn't really worked out. He's been injured a bunch. And then you talk about his season last year in Dallas. That, to me, it looks situational. Like, there's a big difference between even like him and Najee Marshall, who Dallas replaced him with, right? So he left and went to Clippers. And then Najee Marshall fits into Dallas. Right. I think like Najee is a little bit more versatile as a player, and you kind of understand who he is even more than Derrick Jones, which is to me, he's a person that really only fits in a specific type of role with a specific team. And I'm not sure that he's going to find that same role with the Clippers. And it might be one of those, situations where you bring in a guy, you pay him good money, and then you're like, okay, well, now what do we do? Almost like what happened to McDaniels in Toronto. And so I look at all of these situations as, okay, you got to make the most of your opportunity. And maybe Jalen McDaniels works out here in Sacramento and he ends up being here for a long time. Maybe he doesn't. I mean, it's a $4 million contract. It was worth the risk probably for what they gave up. And you're just looking at one of those types of players that you need that you hope is better than a guy like Kessler or Edwards. Or at least further along in his development than Kessler.
What about Colby Jones? You think he earned? I'll use the phrase you just used. Do you think he made the most of his time last year?
I thought, like at the G League level, he was really good, and I thought for a rookie player to come in and then really get asked to do a lot of things that he wasn't comfortable doing. Right? Colby is he's a combo guard. He's not a point guard. And they bring him in, they put him in that situation. And then I'll compare him to, let's say, Mason Jones. So we've talked about Mason Jones' stats for last year, right? 15.9 points, 5 rebounds, and over 8 assists at the G League level. Like Mason Jones just comes in and was spectacular for them. His 3-point shooting was absolutely remarkable. Shot like 43%, 44% from 3.
He was hooping.
So, yeah, he was hooping, but there's a big difference between a 25-year-old who had 3 years in the league, gets bounced out of the league, goes and has to go play in Europe, and then comes back to the league with a new appreciation and instantly knows how to fit in and try to fill a role, versus a rookie who, even if he's not that much younger, 21, 22 years old, you're still going through a rookie season. You don't know the rigors of going from one place to the next, the schedule, the nonstop workouts and training regimen, all that stuff. And so I think Colby, he's going to have a tough time fitting in because the Kings have so many guards. And, and again, if I were the Kings and I needed a guard for 3 weeks because I had 2 injuries, I think I would turn to Mason Jones before I turn to Colby Jones, just because he's got more experience and he's bigger and stronger, as a player, as in he knows who he is. And when he steps on the court, he will be the one pushing as much as he's getting pushed. Colby has done a bunch of work on his body. He looks really good. But at the same time, there's, Mike talked about old man strength that DeMar DeRozan has. I don't think Colby is to that point yet. And I think Mason probably is to that point where he starts to have sort of his adult body and be able to go in there and fill a role and do what he needs to do.
Yeah. He's a guy that's kind of gotten lost in all the commotion and the drafting and all this other stuff, because we were really excited about him last year and seeing him in the preseason and some of the things he was able to do. And now, I don't know what his talking about Colby Jones, I don't know what his future with this team is looking like, because I don't know if it was the G League or when he did get a chance to play, doesn't feel like it jumped out enough, and it allowed others to kind of maybe jump him in the hierarchy of the roster.
Yeah, I would agree with you, especially his summer league play just wasn't great. And you kept waiting for that moment. But I think also you have to look at summer league as situational. He goes in there and he's trying to do a specific role, but he's got players around him that don't know their roles. And so it's really tough to fill, a specific role when you look around and no one else is filling a specific role. And there's no way for your role to be defined because of that. That makes sense. So, it's one thing if, you have your choice between alongside De'Aaron Fox. You can go with Malik Monk, and he's a ball handler who can attack the rim and hit an off-ball 3, right? You've got Keon Ellis, who is a spot-up 3-point shooter. You've got Kevin Huerter, runs around all over the place and does his thing. Well, when you're Colby Jones and there is the guy next to you, whether it's Boogie Ellis or whether it's one of these other guys that they brought in, those guys are still trying to figure out who they are. So they're not where they're supposed to be. And they're not ready for the catch and shoot 3, and they're not running off the right screen half the time. And so it does kind of put you in an awkward situation because summer league, there is no refined game to rely on.
I wanted to ask him one more question about a end of the bench type of guy.
Have you heard or seen anything about Boogie Ellis? I'm kind of intrigued by him. I like the toughness that he brought in summer league, and just little certain clips. I see the same type of toughness in maybe a scrimmage or something like that. Have you been able to, like I said, see or hear anything about how he's done so far?
Well, I think the best thing about Boogie Ellis, he has two things going for him. Number one, he played at USC, and Alvin Gentry's son was on that staff at USC. So there's already some understanding and knowledge of who he is as a player and what he can bring to the table. Then I think the other thing is, like, we can tell a whole room of people a very specific instruction, right? And there can be 10 people in the room, and 2 people actually listen to what you say and do what you asked. And then some people think they're doing what you asked. Some people say, I'm not doing that. And then other people are just, they're never going to get it at all, right? And I think with Summer League, this specifically told people, hey, look, if you want to make an impression on us, then get on the floor, then be physical, bring energy every second that you're on the court. If you make mistakes, that's okay. But make a mistake trying too hard. Don't make a mistake because you're hesitating or because you're not working hard enough or anything else. And I think Boogie Ellis, out of everyone, took that to heart and all of a sudden became this wrecking ball. And he turned a lot of heads. The problem is that you signed him to a roster spot because you didn't have 2 ways, right? The Kings had already signed Mason Jones to a 2-way contract at the end of last year. So his 2-way contract carries into this year, which I'm still confused how Mason Jones is on a 2-way contract because I think this is year 5 being in the league. I'm not there's some nuance as to why he's allowed to be a 2-way, and I'm not sure what it is because they made the Harry Giles rule about being a 2-way player. And that was like for a 4th year player who had an injury in his first 3 years or whatever. Right. Well, Mason Jones doesn't fit into that criteria from what I can tell. So I'm confused, but either way, after the draft, they went out and they signed, was it Isaac Jones and Isaiah Crawford, or is it Isaiah?
No, I think you got it right. Yeah,
okay.
You got it.
They signed those guys to 2-way contracts. So now you don't have any 2-way contracts. That's my point. So when you sign Boogie Ellis to a main roster position, if you waive him, he doesn't go to your G League team because he hasn't gone through the process yet of going to the G League. And that means that if you waive him as your last cut, he still goes into the G League draft. And then you have to try to acquire him that way. So they don't have rights to him. Where Scalabiciere, they traded for his rights. They have his G League rights because he played for the team last year. Same with Mason Jones. So if they were to waive Mason Jones, he could still go to Stockton because his G League rights are with Stockton. That's not the case with Boogie Ellis because he's a rookie. And so there is this, like, what's going to happen with Boogie Ellis. If he doesn't make the roster, you might have a tough time retaining him. And that's where, like, I've said this a couple of times, but I think some of the Kings 2-way positions might be up for grabs. Like, I'm not sure that you're going to keep all 3 of those guys on 2-way contracts. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all 3 of them are like, you're sold on them being your 2-ways this year, right? But I think there's also a possibility that one of those guys can make the main roster. Like, I think it's possible Mason Jones could make the main roster, and then you transfer Boogie Ellis from a main roster to a 2-way contract. I also think that there's a possibility that maybe he beats out Boogie Ellis beats out one of the other 2 guys. But I think that there's always, like, a little bit of question there with what's going to happen with him, because I think they do like him, and I do think they want him in their system. But, like, retaining him might not be that easy. You might actually have to either trade up to get him in the draft, or you might lose him in the draft and have to go trade for his rights. Like, there are other problems that you might have, like getting him back in your system.
That all gave me a headache.
Yeah.
So what did they sign Boogie to? Is it one of those Exhibit 10 things?
Yeah, it's an Exhibit 10 contract.
Okay.
It's a summer contract, basically.
It's very weird just referring to him as Boogie, by the way. Boogie Ellis, they signed him to it.
Yeah. And I actually think his contract has a longer term. All of, like, when you hear an Exhibit 10, it just means that they can waive them at a specific time, and they can have some sort of rights to them, but not really, not for a rookie like this. Because who was the guy they had a couple of years ago, the shooting guard, that Sam Merrill. There we go. And when they waived Sam Merrill, even though Sam Merrill had played in the NBA for a couple of seasons, he had never played in the G League as a G League player. He had gone down to the G League as a young player playing for, I believe it was Memphis, but he had never gone through the process of being drafted and going to the G League and getting his G League rights established with a team. So when the Kings gave him like $250,000 to show up to camp, and then they waived him, it was with the hopes that he would show up in their G League roster and he would get that $250,000, and they would have retained his rights. Well, when they waived him, he became the first pick in the G League draft and they lost him. He went to a different franchise and there was nothing they could do about it. That's kind of what we're talking about here with Boogie Ellis. You have to go through the G League process. And the same goes with Isaac Jones and Isaiah Crawford. They both would have to go through the G League draft or whatever process if the Kings were to cut ties with them. Now, if they make it into the season, it's different. If they start on and they actually establish themselves as G League players for you, but it's all complicated.
I was just saying that's crazy. Sam Merrill, the number 1 pick in
the G League draft. Yeah,
he did
Legend.
some good things, but man, number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, but you have to remember it's kind of like a dynasty like fantasy football league, right? So when you do that, he can be the number 1 pick in the G League draft, but he's going to a team that already has like 5 or 6 players that they already have the rights to. So like the Kings have the rights to Skal Labissiere right now. And Skal probably got a little bit of guaranteed money. And if and when he gets waived, he'll go to the G League. And then if he stays there a certain amount of time, he'll get that money. So it fortifies his G League salary. Got me? And that's what teams do all the time. But it's all complicated, right?
Yeah.
It's like that's a whole nother avenue that Wes and Monty have to deal with all the time. And it's, again, why they have other guys working within the front office that actually help this process and, do other things for them.
Hammer, you brought this up a few minutes ago. You talked about, Herter's out, Jordan, Trey Lyles, and that starting group is really not going against the B team. It's more going against the C team. That might not necessarily be the best thing for the starting unit, but we just round down guys like Colby Jones, Mason Jones, all those guys. It's got to be good for them, right?
Oh yeah, it's great. You're watching, training camp video from yesterday, and Colby Jones is leading the offense and going up against De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Now he's got a whole year of experience of being that guy now, so you would expect that he'd be able to handle himself pretty okay. Like, and the guys around him, in all honesty, they're a lot of his G League teammates from last year. So there is a value in having those guys that have knowledge of each other. So again, Skal played the center position or the power forward position for that team all year last year. And so when he's playing with Colby Jones knows what he's doing knows how to play off of Skal, and Mason Jones knows how to play off of Skal. And so there is some familiarity there with this group of players, but overall it's still a group of young guys and that's just what we're seeing. So it's possible that the starters played against a different group of 5 players that included Malik Monk and Alex Len, and again Jalen McDaniels and some of the like more veteran guys that are on this roster. But what media members were allowed to see yesterday was very specific against a young team, and again, I don't even know that it's it's 11 through 15 on your roster. It's more like 12 through 18 on your roster that they were playing against. So that's what I mean by it's almost like a C/D team. And it's not being disrespectful, it's just saying that's where
what it is.
Yeah. Like if we're looking at depth charts, that's where those guys fit into the depth chart.
Yeah. And you'll definitely have your times throughout training camp when people get healthy. You go up against, the ones and the twos and stuff like that. But to a certain degree, you want to, especially with a team maybe like the Kings with DeMar DeRozan coming in, it is potentially such a big personnel change and adjustment. You might want to go have these scrimmages against 12 through 18 to just work on some stuff. You don't
Mhm.
want to. It's almost like when you play video games and you open up the game. You don't. Well, I do. Some people don't. I do. I go to that level. You don't go straight to all Madden. You know what I mean? You go on the rookie level to make sure. All right, I got the controls down and things of that nature, and you work your way up to that. The Kings with DeRozan and Sabonis and all those other guys. All right, let's try them out against the French G League guys first, and then next week we'll up that to. All right, now they're going up against Malik and all these other guys on a regular basis. It could have been something like that.
Well, I would make the point that last offseason, right? Same time last year, training camp, De'Aaron wasn't going up against Colby Jones. He's going up against Davion Mitchell. And Kevin
Iron
Huerter.
sharpens iron, remember?
Yeah, and Kevin Huerter wasn't going up against whoever it is that they have going. He is going up against Chris Duarte, and he was going up against Keon Ellis. And you can go position by position. And, again, power forwards on this team had to go up against Trey Lyles, and you didn't just have Alex Len, you had Alex Len and JaVale. So you had veteran players that these guys are going up against. And as of right now, due to injury, it's not like they planned it this way and, hey, let's go in to training camp against a bunch of young guys. Right. But, Malik is still working his way back into a rhythm because he wasn't allowed to practice. He wasn't allowed to play 5-on-5 all summer.
Malik wasn't?
No, Malik wasn't.
Even after he signed?
Yeah, because of his knee injury, he was doing work, but he was not allowed to do 5-on-5 work. That's what Mike's told us the last couple of days.
He was so worried about his free agency, I forgot he was injured.
Yeah,
I completely forgot.
That's right.
How many times have we referenced getting hurt at the end of the year? No one has ever once said, "Hey, is Malik cool?"
Malik came back on media day. No one asked if you're okay.
Literally no one.
I think
no one ever asked him.
I think we did, and he kind of blew it off and said, "I'm all right." Like when he signed and he came out for that weird press scrum when he signed his extension, I think he yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right.
I don't remember. I completely forgot. That's mind blowing to me that he wasn't playing 5-on-5 this year, this offseason.
Malik just standing there waiting for somebody.
Y'all worried about Kevin, huh?
I'm going through last year's roster, and I forgot Sasha Vezenkov was in training camp, was
Sasha.
playing.
Yeah, I hardly knew you. It's crazy when we
EuroLeague MVP, guys.
Even Jordan Ford, who is a refined, I am a point guard, this is who I am, a distributor dude who can really shoot, he was there. So I would say the level of competition early in camp might have been higher than what it is. Well, it was higher than what it is right now, partially due to injury, but I still think it's an interesting dynamic that you're having to deal with. And, you want veteran players there. Like Jalen Noel was in camp last year and had all kinds of NBA experience. So even the guys that you were going up against that weren't main roster guys, there was still a ton of experience at camp, and there could have even have been more. Right. So interesting stuff.
Yeah, and it goes from team to team, from camp to camp. Sometimes you want these guys. I don't want to say being challenged, but iron sharpens iron. We laugh about, but we want that early and often.
That's a real thing. We were just laughing about the situation.
Right.
Yeah.
We want it early and often. That's how it needs to be. Sometimes, all right, let's ease these guys into it, whether it's due to injury or, like I mentioned earlier, trying to get a feel for each other. You don't want. Let's just work on getting a feel for the offense before we ramp up to TT out there yelling and cursing at somebody. You know what I mean?
I just. Look at even the way that our media, so day one, they gave us 3 players. It was Sabonis, it was DeMar, and it was De'Aaron, right? Day 2, we got Malik, we got Keegan, and we got
Herter, I think.
No, Herter hasn't talked since media day.
Was it Keon?
Oh, was it?
It was Keon for a long. Day 3 of training camp, they got Mason Jones and Colby Jones.
Yeah.
And day 4, we got Jalen McDaniel and Alex Len.
Everybody gets time.
Well, no,
talk to everybody.
But my point is that the other 4 guys that we could get, they don't have to talk to the media because they're injured. And so they already talked to the media for media day, but we're not getting Trey Lyles. We're not getting Devin Carter. We're not getting Jordan McLaughlin, and we're not getting Kevin Huerter. And so really it's not like we're down a little bit as far as what we're getting. You would expect day 3 and day 4 of training camp that you're not getting like a two-way player and a guy who's like 13th, 14th man on the roster. And again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. I'm just
Came
saying
across that way.
it's kind of no, it's just kind of the way that this season so far has worked out because of all the injuries.
Come to think of it, I don't think we've ever talked to Jordan. Was he there on me?
He's in media day.
But did he have a scrum?
He did. Yeah.
Well, I must have been gone.
He was super nice.
Remind me how Trey is.
Trey is out.
No, is he good? Like I think I remember seeing videos like Trey, Jordan. I saw them like back to back, and Jordan's closer than Trey, right?
Yeah, Jordan was out
His was just
2 weeks, but he's super close. Well, no, it was a grade 2 though, so he had like partially torn the ligament, but he had done it like 3 weeks earlier. So he told us like he was like 9 days out from being cleared on media day. So early next week, sometime next week, he should be cleared. Trey was out 3 weeks from like the Friday before media day. So we still have another week and a half. Well, probably another 2 weeks for Trey before he starts to ramp up and gets cleared for contact or whatever he's got to be cleared for. Actually, reevaluated. We don't even know if it's going to be okay at that point.
Man, second straight year he's going to start the season not 100%. Maybe he's ready for the start. I don't know, but he's dealing with something for the second straight year. So.
Last year is a calf injury. What is it this year?
It's growing.
You just did it again? Did you do that on purpose?
His groin.
You just did it again.
I said growing. Is it not growing?
No, I'm not doing this again. You're hearing this, right? I'm not doing this again.
Say it one more time. Say it one more time.
Growing.
Use it in a sentence.
You heard it's growing.
No, there it was. Yeah. You see, no, you're not doing. You're saying you heard it's growing.
Growing. You said growing.
He hurt his groin.
Groin.
This is not a bit. He can't
Yeah,
say
no,
the
this
word.
is part 2. Yeah.
Why do you think I asked him?
This is part 2.
This is amazing. This is one of the most incredible things ever. You don't hear what you're saying. You don't hear it.
You're saying growing.
Groin.
He's hurt.
That LA,
Whatever. I don't give a damn.
that LA accent.
It's not mine, so I don't care.
Can you say loin, like tenderloin?
Loin.
It's the same.
That's amazing.
Loin and groin, same word. Groin.
Growing.
No.
I thought we had it.
I thought we had it.
That is incredible.
Well, I like once again. I don't hear it. I don't know. I don't know.
This is my favorite.
Who
my
was
favorite
that?
thing.
That was what's the pitcher's name? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Garrett Cole.
Garrett Cole. Yeah. I'm sure that's up here somewhere. I'm just not quick enough to find what button it is, but yeah, it's definitely still up here.
Glad we solved that.
I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer.
Okay, I don't
Once
even
again,
remember.
it ain't mine, so it's whatever. He's hurt.
Well, God forbid you ever heard it and have to tell the doctor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir.
Just go wrestling, bro. His midsection hurt.
Or do
Hit him with the old bread basket.
Or do a hockey. I got a lower. I got a leg injury.
Got a leg.
An inside leg injury.
Soccer. He has a muscle issue. Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball with our insider from the Insiders, our man James Ham here. Final stretch of the week on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh boy, Sac State scores again. These poor ladies playing soccer out there. Hot as hell.
Why'd you get so many chips?
I ordered my
Oh, got it. Yeah. Hey, hit the mute button for a sec. Yo, what's up, everybody? Glad you guys enjoy the show. I'm sorry, Kenny.
It's just one of those things, man. It's one of those things. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I've told this story. My son played soccer for years and years and years, right? But he only played soccer. He didn't play other sports. And so what happened was he was playing, 80 to 100 games a year and then practicing nonstop. So he'd play Samba soccer, like 8-week sessions during the off season. He would play spring. He'd play fall ball. They would go to tournaments all summer. He's practicing 3 to 5 days a week. So what he overdeveloped his quads so bad because soccer doesn't require a bunch of backpedaling and like you're taught not to backpedal in soccer as much. And so he overdeveloped his quad so much, and then he started having a groin issue. And so we thought, okay, he pulled his groin. So we sat him for like, I don't know, 3 weeks, put him back on the field, couldn't stop. Like anytime he went to stop, it hurt so bad in his groin. And so we sat him for another 2 or 3 weeks. He played in a tournament, played outstanding, but couldn't even hardly walk afterwards. And so I took him to a PT person, and they said it's not a groin pull. It's basically he had overdeveloped his quad so much that they were torquing his hip, and his hip was grabbing his groin muscle and pulling the groin muscle into the hip socket. And that's what it was. So we had to work on his hamstrings and his glutes and get and balance his legs back out in order to help. But it was a mess, and it took a while. Yeah.
James doesn't miss any details with these descriptions.
No, I don't. Yeah, it was not fun. Especially, they're going through puberty, they're growing. He was an early grower, so like he hit like 5'10" in like 7th, 8th grade. Like big, tall. He gets to his freshman year and like he's playing varsity because he's as big as anyone and way more skilled because he played for so long. And so he just, but you're not thinking about it. And as you'll see, because Reese is how old?
He's 11.
So they go from they never get injured ever to all of a sudden they're injured all the time, or they have all of it because their muscles are growing at a different rate than their bones, and they start getting pulls, and so you really have to like, one of my son's buddies had T-band problems, and the T-band goes from here all the way up the outside of the leg. And so we would use a rolling pin to break down his T-band in warm-ups because his legs, he would walk almost like straight legs because he was so sore. Because all they did was play soccer all the time. And then they go to school, they play recess, they play soccer on recess, and they're all just the soccer kids playing together. Yeah. Not a T-man, a T-band.
You missed another descriptive James injury.
Oh no. James's descriptions of injuries are amazing.
We're back.
No, I got that. We're back. Damn it, pal.
Yeah.
I'm about to turn up.
It's
I was trying to go to Aaron's ball.
Didn't it?
No, it doesn't. No, everyone's supposed to be here right now. It doesn't officially start for 30 minutes. But I was trying to find the tribal chief and get into his office stash.
Oh.
I'm ready to go.
Ready to go.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready, but I couldn't find him, so guess I have to hold off my first drink till a little bit later. It is Friday. Complex is on the wheels. We cutting up here at the Odyssey Studios.
Yeah, man. Oh, Complex on the wheels out there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they got my man working tonight. He's literally out there working.
They got him. You guys wouldn't get this one. It's like I forgot his name, the troll that gets captured by the two. That's don't worry about it.
We're halfway down this whole rabbit hole. Go ahead and keep going.
Well, in trolls band together, the one of the trolls gets captured by these two artists, like musicians, who basically just steal all his talent.
Oh,
And they just every time they got to do a show, they got to steal his talent, and that's what they're doing with Complex today. They're just
I do feel sometimes they're stealing our talent. It's okay.
That's fine. I feel that way too. I feel that way too. James Ham, the insider from the Insiders, is here with us to close out this first full week of Kings basketball. Training camp is back. We had media day on Monday. We have practices ever since. We were talking to Matt about this yesterday. We haven't really, at least I haven't gone. We haven't played every Mike Brown scrum with you guys. But has he talked much about the two ways? Matt laid it, not the 2 ways, the 2 a days. Matt laid it out for us a bit yesterday that the night practice is more of kind of like a walkthrough thing right now.
Oh no, it depends on the day. I mean, a lot of times the night practice is like full
5 on
scrimmage.
5, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what they do during the day. Like they usually set it up where, like they'll do walkthroughs during the day, and then nighttime they're doing.
Not to, and I don't mean to interrupt you. You really got to see Kyle. I actually thought Kyle was walking right. He like stopped.
Oh
no, you got to see Kyle. Hey, come here.
hey.
Y'all got to see Kyle on camera. Y'all got to see Kyle. Look at this man right here. Look at this man right here.
Man.
Come on, man.
Hey, let's go.
Look at Kyle Madson. Come on.
I'm wearing Amazon today.
Yeah. How would you? What
shoes too. You got the shoes.
What color's the
camera
jacket?
This is like a cardinal red.
Well, that's a weird time to wear that jacket, but I suppose I understand. Can't quite get the camera down low enough to see the shoes. We missed it, and Kyle's not flexible to get his
Jordan
leg up.
11s.
I mean,
Those are
it's gonna get uncomfortable.
those are Jordan 11s.
Yeah, Jordan 11s.
But Kyle looks like $1 million.
Little patent leather.
Come on, man.
You know,
That's what today does. It brings out big money. Brings out big money. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it does.
Mm.
Oh yeah, you look poor over there. That's what it is. That's
what
it is.
I don't know about poor. I'm just a common man today.
Are you watching Sac State women's soccer right now?
Yeah, they're up 2-0.
Mm.
These poor girls out
2-0.
here playing in this heat. It's crazy. They should have scheduled this game for the evening.
You look great.
Thanks.
My man, I'm so proud of my
Looking
man, Kyle
good.
Madson. Look at
Good,
him.
Kyle.
I'm so proud of him. I interrupted you. Night practice is Mike Brown.
Yeah, so basically, some days they'll have 2 a days. So today was day 4, but they've had 6 practices, and day 4 is the day that like all the ice packs come out. Like everyone's beat up, and even like Matt. It was just me and Matt George and one other person when we opened up camp today because they bumped up the time. Practice ended early, and Matt had like videoed Sabonis, and Sabonis has like a big slash on his arm.
Of course he does.
Or somebody
For the
fouled him.
love of
Goodness
God.
gracious.
Yeah, but bubble wrap that guy. Yeah, so that that's you're getting to the point where things do get a little chippy. I think they got chippy on day 2, where guys got into each other a little bit, and like words were spoken. Yeah, so
I like that.
yeah, and I mean that's what you always hear. Like they're ready to hit somebody else. That's we're reaching that point.
Oh, we got to. You can't be there yet. Will you guys calm down?
In 2 days ago.
Y'all started. Look, you took pictures on Monday, for God's sakes. You just started playing on Tuesday.
They've been playing against each other for a couple of weeks. A lot of these guys.
Y'all should have played again. Y'all should have busted somebody else's ass then first before you got to training camp.
Why do you think they brought out all those vets like Isaiah Thomas and a Jay
Out there
Crowder?
picking a fight with Lonnie Walker. Goodness gracious!
See, good. Forgot about those guys. Any of them stick around, have a chance of sticking around? Like they don't.
Well, Lonnie signed somewhere.
Lonnie
didn't he?
signed, but Crowder and Isaiah, they do they even have space to bring somebody else like that? Are all the spots full?
I mean, they would have to waive somebody to open up another roster spot, but that's always a possibility at this point. We could actually see them like cut a guy and then sign a guy the next day and then cut that guy the next day. So again, they can give him that money that when they go to the G League, they'll give him a little bit of money. So yeah, they could do something like that still. And they might need to at some point. I mean, they might look around and say, okay, we do need something. We need something different. of the group they brought in, I think Nasir Little signed a partially guaranteed deal with Miami Heat. And then Lonnie Walker, I can't remember
He
where.
went Boston.
Oh, well, okay. That makes sense. Go ahead and play for Boston. I mean, I don't know how much he'll play, but I would rather sign there and have a chance to win a ring, even as a young player.
Then real quick about the practices and everything. Have you, because you have a show, a radio show, you don't always get to do it. Have you seen them play? Were you there when they were?
No, I haven't seen them play, but even what they saw of them playing looked like about like a minute, maybe 2 minutes of them just running up and down the court and doing stuff. Well, Kyle and I were joking around today. Like you have all these guys already like internet sleuths going, oh my gosh. Like
That was me.
Okay. So first of all, they'll start analyzing what color jerseys everyone's wearing. So that's one thing. At someone's home somewhere, there's like a whiteboard where they're like, okay, Alex Len is in a dark blue jersey today. And, like here's the starters, but who's with what group? So you have that. But then also like what formation they're running, what type of offense and stuff. It's really, really raw at this point. There is no like,
there are people trying to analyze what offense they're running. Come on, man, really? Oh no, that was you too?
No, I didn't do that.
Oh,
are they out there running horns? I think that's a horn set.
No.
He looked at you. I was like, wait a minute, what did you do last night?
What I said, it's a tweet. I was just like, oh, the set that they made, or they had a play, like a rotation on the first, and they made a shot, and I was like, that was fire. It was like Sabonis, he had the ball at the top at the 3-point line, handed it off to DeMar for a dribble handoff. They got the defense to commit. So Keon Ellis moved over. I was like, that's some good basketball right there. I don't know if that was a design play or not, but that's good basketball. I like that.
We just got a note for everyone in the office that I just can't wait for. Everyone must wear a name tag, Damian.
Well,
you're gonna have to put a name tag on that shirt. Oh,
believe it or not, there's people who I don't even know don't know who I am. They might know who you are.
Oh, I don't
Nobody, don't do that.
Yeah. Remember? No, those people aren't here anymore. Remember, they were like, well, what do you do?
That was me.
They said it to me too.
Oh, well, that's why they're not here anymore. You can't really sell a radio station when you don't know who you're selling.
Well, I mean,
what do you do here again?
Yeah.
Nothing, lady. Get out of my face. Get out.
What
You've
do you
been
do?
here 2 weeks. You've been here 2 weeks. For real?
Yeah.
It's not like it's your first day. You introduce yourself.
Right,
Hi,
right.
I'm Damien. I work at ESPN and KSFM. If I can help you, let me know.
Mhm.
Ma'am, you've been here 2 weeks. I know
No,
you
she's
have
here for-
7 packets. I
He's here for
know.
a minute.
I know the pamphlets that you get to introduce yourself to all of us, or to introduce us to all of you.
I had one of those situations.
You did. I know you did.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have sent it in an email or something.
Well, maybe. Oh, God damn it, Jesse.
Yeah, put it in.
God damn it, Jesse. That's good. That's a deep. All right, Jesse. No, this is cute and all. Why don't you guys put it in an email? Like, God.
That almost set my guy off.
It's sweaty. And KC was pissed the whole time, but I was the mean one in that meeting.
Well, I mean,
I'm the front-facing bad guy for everybody. But stuff only gets done when Kenny gets pissed off.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
Oh, Kenny's mad. We better do something.
I love these events because things always go haywire.
Oh,
They
these
go
events are
specifically
great.
haywire with me, where I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go.
These events are great.
I can't
These
wait.
events are awesome. And I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And we have different definitions of haywire.
Things get dark here. They do.
Well, things could get adult is what it is.
Yeah,
Like, things could,
I hope they don't get dark. I wanted to get live.
yeah, things just might get really, really adult here.
Yeah.
At the Odyssey Studios. But where were we? We were talking. Two-a-days. Mike Brown. Oh, fighting each other. They're fighting each other. Okay, we're all right. So we just got to get to the Warriors so they can fight Golden State on Wednesday.
Right.
Oh yeah, but
That's
then
where we were.
Then in that one, you don't want to fight Golden State because then people stomp on you and do weird stuff. But
well,
yeah, I think.
Are you guys cool? Are you cool?
Bro, did you
respect,
see? Did
you respect
see
them?
that?
Are you cool?
Did you see the Rich Eisen Domantas Sabonis clip?
No.
Oh, it's hilarious. You have to see it. This is worth playing a second day in a row. This is fantastic because I love Rich Eisen.
I do
Big
too.
Rich Eisen guy.
Rich Eisen on the call of the London game on Sunday.
Well, sort of want to punch him in the throat though. Who had it? I think Securing the Bagley had it.
Is it like a Ramit video?
No, and that was a terrible. That
I don't think anything's like that.
That's not okay, James. That is just absolutely.
I wasn't even ready, and I was just like, "Well, what did you just say? What did you? What video, sir?"
All right.
No, it's not like that.
No,
it's just
so
an interview.
So there's so many things about this that are very, very funny, and we'll just play the start of Rich Eisen and Domantas Sabonis.
Come on, cool at all?
I think so. I think we're cool.
You are?
Yeah, there's no bad beef. It's not what the media thinks. We're just two competitors, and we're fighting for a playoff win.
Okay, so there's okay, so like not Christmas card list type thing, or you're just fine, or
Probably not. No, we're cool. I mean, we both respect each other, and on the court, we're just trying to win.
Do you think he respects you?
I think so.
Okay. All right. And so when you see the Warriors, there's no issue. I'm fine dropping the subject matter.
No, there's no issue. We're both players in the same position that want to win, and
okay,
both kind of aggressive, loud players out there.
Are you loud?
I think so.
Rich Eisen's posture just infuriates me. I swear to God, I want to fight Rich Eisen just because of his posture.
He asked him 5 times about him and Draymond. Okay.
He asked him Draymond Green related questions for 45 freaking seconds.
I can tell you the next time, now that I've seen this, the next time I see Domas, I'm going to say, you and Draymond okay? I figure we got to continue this discussion. Are you guys okay still?
Why is Rich sitting like that?
What do you mean? People say? I mean, I don't know. Like we're vocal. We show a lot of emotion.
You always seem to have.
Okay, that's it. That's it. Then he goes into the bruises, the black and blue, and always beat up. And we found that so freaking funny.
I love Rich Eisen.
Good. Oh, I do too.
Yeah, no,
I do too.
That's my guy.
And Rich Eisen's a great interviewer.
Yeah.
That was just between the questions, his inability to leave that specific subject, and the way he was sitting. Where, oh yeah, you good? Yeah, you guys good? He respects you. You loud? No.
Christmas cards?
I think it's funny.
These little one word. He likes you? Yeah. These little short ass questions. Yeah, we're sure. Respects you? No. You loud? Okay. I'll drop it. All right, Rich. All right, Rich. Come on, man.
I kind of feel like Rich Eisen may not have ever spoken to Domas before.
Oh, 1,000%.
So that's what that is, because you don't know, like when he's uncomfortable, it's very short. It's very, very short answers. When he starts to get more comfortable, it's usually when he, like, again, I've talked to you guys about this.
Well,
him in his locker, him in a media scrum, he's very short and sort of like protective, and like he doesn't like people in his space. Him at a podium, he's really good, and his answers are much longer, and so you can tell he's just somebody who isn't super comfortable with somebody like next to him. And then other people, like, man, I've had all kinds of different, like some players, they just keep walking towards you and you're like, okay, I'm gonna have to back up, and then you're backing up, you're like, they keep walking towards me, so we're like halfway into the middle of the locker room by the time you're done with the discussion. It's like, okay, that's just weird. Like, where are we going? Are we just like, are you trying to leave, or are you? But no, some people are close talkers. Some people are like, they don't like the media at all. And others, like the second you put your mic down, they're like, they drop everything and then they're like super cool.
You know what helped us? We just were like, hey, you hate this, don't you? Like, you genuinely hate this process. And he laughed about it, and then it was great.
Oh, he does. Like, even like the way that you guys had him, probably he was pretty comfortable after a little while, because no one's around him. He's not like, he doesn't feel like people are encroaching on his space.
You know what the funny thing was? I thought he was at home.
Yeah, and I
He was
realized
at
he
the-
wasn't.
He was
after
at the
a while.
arena.
Yeah.
He was
I said,
at
wait
the
a
bar.
minute.
He had that setup. I thought he was at home, like doing all
Oh.
of these interviews at home. And it wasn't until Shannon turned the computer around, I was like, wait a minute. Oh, he's at that's the freaking lounge at the arena.
Or the podcast studio lounge.
I
Was it
didn't
a
know they
white
had-
couch?
No,
It
I
was
think
just
it's
like a
one of the
bar, yeah.
bars. I think it's one of the bars.
Oh, okay.
It might have been
Yeah.
like the Row One Club.
Yeah, something like I wouldn't know, but
I wouldn't know either. I hadn't seen
you're
it.
a liar.
I hadn't seen it
How
before,
many
so I said it
lies-
might be the
how
Row
many
One Club.
lies can
I
you
think
tell
it's
in a
called
day?
Kenny's Real One.
Well,
There it is.
That's
Lounge.
not true.
There
I
it
popped
is.
a little bit when Jacob Fatu was here last week and he threw somebody into the sign.
He did. He threw someone in the side. That was so great.
That's funny.
That was so great. You always love when like wrestling is here or some shows here and you see the little recognizable things like, oh, row one. Oh, someone's going through the bar there. Someone is going through the bar there. All right. So the Warriors are coming up on Wednesday. What do you think? Well, first of all, when's their first day off?
Sunday.
Oh,
They'll-
okay.
They'll take Sunday off. So we
Okay.
have practice tomorrow morning at noon. Probably get down there a little early just in case it ends early like today.
Mhm.
And usually when you have an early practice, it's because they had a later practice at night. And so like tonight, I think they're doing like a 5-on-5 scrimmage tonight.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. Like we don't know exactly what each day entails, and every coach is different. You know, again, I think Mike worked these guys super, super hard a couple of years ago, but even right now, he can't really. There has to be a point where he says, "Okay, we got to slow down a little bit," because you can't doing reps with 21 players versus reps with like 17 or 16 players is totally that's a lot more reps for the guys that are playing versus having a full list of players. So I think eventually they're going to tone it back a little bit. We'll have Sunday off, and then Monday and Tuesday they'll have a practice, but those are going to be more like walkthrough scouting. Like they'll be more of a build-up practice for a game than they would be. So like what they're doing right now, which is just putting in offensive sets and defensive sets and rotations, and some of the changes that they're doing. They're doing some pretty dramatic changes to the way that they defend for sure. The offense I think will look similar, except for a couple of maybe like 8 or 9 like very specific Domas and DeMar DeRozan sets that they have that are going to be specific to those two players, and then it'll grow from there.
I think by the time they play on Wednesday, I hope play the Warriors on Wednesday. I hope some of those guys, obviously Trey Lyles isn't back. We said Jordan McLaughlin might be closer to a return, but I hope they get those type of reps they start to ramp up basically in training camp and in practice, playing second teamers or something like that. I think this week is more so for like just getting a feel,
yeah,
and then ramp up a little bit before you get into the games. And I think we'll talk about it more next week, but I think when you get to the games, I think these guys, you're probably going to see the starters a little bit more because you want to get those live reps and start to get some cohesiveness down.
Yeah, I think we'll see, maybe the 6 to 8 minutes in the first quarter and a little bit at the end of the second quarter, and then start the third quarter, but then not see a lot of guys after that, as far as like first game, second game type stuff. But the problem that they have is that like their injury problem isn't going away tomorrow, and it won't go away in the first 2 weeks of camp. It's going to take till mid-October at the earliest before you really start to see maybe Kevin Huerter starts to ramp up like after practice where he's starting to go like 1-on-1, 2v2, 3v3. And then you'll see McLaughlin will be first, but then it'll be Kevin, and then it'll probably be Trey after that. And so you're not getting reinforcements until the last week building up to the first game of the season where they have that gap from the last preseason game until the first regular season game.
All right. You think we learned anything because I don't imagine Huerter will be ready by Wednesday.
No,
at least certainly not for that. And then we have, if memory serves me correctly, it's every other day for preseason. It's basically like a week of preseason games, and then it's over.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're getting ready for Minnesota. Do you think we see anything like that that really tips his hand for that Minnesota game in the first coming games?
No. I think the only thing you're going to see is the starting unit play a lot of reps together, and the starting unit play a lot of reps with Malik Monk coming off the bench. And then maybe they're going to pepper in a little bit of like Jalen McDaniels. Like, again, you're playing shorthanded. You're going to be playing shorthanded. And then at a certain point in the game, they're going to be like, okay, here's our C team, here's our D team. Like, those guys are going out to get reps. And whatever they can do, Mike has that policy, right? That whatever you're in the game, whenever your number is called, you need to go out there and play your best, because that's how Keon Ellis found his way into the rotation. And he's shown that there is a pathway to it, to getting into the rotation and getting playing time. And that's to go out there in a blowout or whatever the game is. You need to go out there and play the right way and put your stamp on a game. And I think players should be listening to that. And they should also ask Keon, like, what is it that you did? And Keon will say, look, I went out there and I acted like it was game one of the World Series. Like, you got to go out there and play your best, put your best foot forward every single opportunity you get. And maybe you show enough that will intrigue somebody, and they'll want to see more of that and give you more opportunities if you're playing the right way, not going out there and hot dogging, going out there, throwing the ball off the backboard, going out there and doing stupid things, dunking when you have a teammate wide open. So it should be interesting.
I'm excited that training camp is here. I'm ready to see these guys even more, like against other guys. Maybe seeing that Celtics Nuggets game and seeing Steve Harvey there. That may
Wait, Steve Harvey was there?
Yes. We don't know why.
Where was that game?
In
Abu Dhabi.
Oh my gosh. What was he doing there?
Nobody knows.
Was he recording a Family Feud episode?
Maybe he's trying to expand the band or the brand a little bit. I
There we
don't know.
go.
But just seeing those guys.
Godfrey. That's Steve Harvey.
We're like,
No,
all
we're
right,
like,
Godfrey,
all right,
relax.
pal. No, it's not.
I
No,
think
it is.
he's called Abu Dhabi Steve now. There it is.
But I'm ready to see these guys, and particularly obviously the team, DeMar and Sabonis, all those guys. I want to see those guys on the court you understand what I'm saying, in NBA action. I want to see them in these games. I can't wait for next week.
Well, I'm totally with you, but I'd also we got to go. I'd also point out that that's where Kevin Huerter isn't going to walk in and instantly be back on the court day one and start building up. That's just, he hasn't played since April.
Do you think he plays a game though?
No way.
You don't think he plays for? I didn't
No,
think
he hasn't
so
had
either.
He hasn't had any
either.
contact at all. So you have to remember that. There is no, just like Malik has to figure it out right now and try to build up to the opening games. He has no contact at all. And so tough.
Okay. Well, it'll be a fun week next week for sure. This was a great week. So happy to have Kings basketball back. Of course, we got the 49ers and the Cardinals coming up. We've got the Raiders this weekend. Who the Raiders got again?
They got the Broncos.
That's right. That was the game we didn't get to.
It's okay.
Good luck to Las Vegas there. No, good luck to Las Vegas there.
Good. I think they're gonna win.
Okay, I'm with it. But we stay winning with y'all, man. We appreciate you guys. We'll see you here Monday beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Niners.
All right, y'all. We love you, but we have to go. No, I'm not doing this show from Disneyland next week. Just a wake up call, and that's actually Tuesday's wake up call, from what I understand. So we'll keep y'all updated. We'll have some social stuff. That'll be pretty fun. Steven, stop hating. You just mad. You just
Stop
mad.
it.
You just
Stop
mad.
it.
See, that's all right. He mad.
Stop it.
I saw him had his little. I think Steven like white girls. So between Stacy and Katie, he's had a tough little go. That's all right, Steven. That's all right. Okay, we really gotta go. We love y'all. Even Steven Brown. We love y'all.